I'd like to share with you a quotation this morning, if I may. But first, I'd like to express my appreciation to the committee for inviting me and for Gene and Jay Scales, who were kind enough to come pick me up out of their way in Fayetteville, and then for the kindness of the registrar in easing my getting into the facility yesterday. It's a hot and tiring trip here. I'm not used to your heat. It's hot where I live in Oklahoma, but we're at a high elevation. I'm way out in the western part of the state, so I'm not used to your humidity here. I have brought a picture of two people that you are all quite familiar with because my subject is teaching, and of course there are not any two greater teachers in our lifetime than these two gentlemen whom most of you know, Mr. Olinga and Dr. Mahajer, hands of the cause. And of course, as so many of our best Baha'i teachers have experienced, Baha'u'llah chose to sacrifice them, and in Mr. Olinga's case, a large part of his family, to achieve his goals in God's good time. And I think if I could preface my remarks by saying, Abba Baha often spoke in terms of you and I as his soldiers. We're in the army of light. And you must remember that if the general so desires, he will certainly assign you a position that oftentimes looks hopeless, and from the standpoint of human observation is hopeless. You can very easily give your life. There are some of us in this room who have had, only by the grace of God, escaped with our life. I know I have several times since I've been a Baha'i. And yet those experiences are some experiences that I treasure more than any others because they bring you very close to God. And if that happens to you, it enables you to, in your own soul, really know what you believe in, not double talk. It's important to know what we believe in teaching. You can only teach what you really know. You and I can have, intellectual awareness of something like the 7 valleys of the spiritual life. But you only know the valley you've been in. You can only share the intimate knowledge of the experiences that you have had yourself. Now, we know the description is like looking at a map and saying if you will follow this road and the outlying area of the city is such and such, and you and I can read a description of a foreign country, is it not so? We can learn about the culture of the people in that country, the language they speak. We can learn about the foods they eat, their habits, their history. Know something about the outlay of their land by reading maps, but do you know the country? Not really. You never really know it till you go there, and then all that you read is true, but you don't have that intimate knowledge of what it is until you've been there and seen it for yourself. Now, if you go to that country without the guidance of Baha'u'llah, you may still not know what you're looking at. There are hundreds of your fellow Americans in this country that do not look at the United States the way a Baha'i looks at it. And I'd like to talk a little bit this morning about what our faith teaches about the United States of America that you and I live in. And the time in which we live in, because it's very difficult for one to get his orientation as long as he's living on Fantasy Island. And most people are. Any of you in the room know what psychologists mean when they talk about denial, process of denial? Some of you must know. It's a process that we all experience when we're faced with something that looks to us extremely unpleasant. We deny it. It just isn't true. A man finds out he has cancer. First thing he's tempted to do subconsciously or even more than consciously. It can't happen to me. It's not true. And so it's a common experience, this process of denial. Now, most Baha'is experience something in their own life that is fascinating, but we've all experienced it. And that's that we deny for ourselves the power that God has to offer to us. He just can't, he can work it through Hal Theriault or someone else out here, but he can't work it through me, And not so. We read very closely the words of Baha'u'llah, and he says his purpose for each of us is what? That we become saints. Now, if you want to experience this process of denial, just say to yourself, there's J. Scales back there. Now, how many of you think of J as Saint J? He doesn't even himself, you see. You know, St. Jean back there right by his side. He knows she's saint, so he has no problem. But it's a process that we tend to look at ourselves and then sort of whittle ourselves down, I think. And we are Baha'is, you know. I love the part of the long obligatory prayer after you've been down on your knees worshiping God where he says, stand erect. You know, the part of the prayer doesn't say stand around like a humble little groveling worm. It says stand erect. You're a man. Stand up on your own 2 feet. It makes a difference. It makes a difference how you feel about yourself. And how you feel about yourself, you will communicate to anyone you meet, whether you say anything or not. Beloved guardian told Mr. Qadim once that you teach the cause merely by the way you sit in a chair. Just the way you sit. We know these things. They've written books about body language, you know. What's one of the great comments of the people who met the Master, the exemplar of all our teachings? The way he walked, the way he sat, the way he talked, every movement of his head. Mr. Purtan was in this country once at a summer school held back in the late 60s in Black Mountain, North Carolina. And he told me, I still have it on tape, that really it would be a very wise thing to take this little short movie we have of the Master, Abdu'l-Baha, and show it to small children, 4 or 5 years old, and show it over and over and over at a summer school repeatedly, so that in their little hearts, in their minds, they really have a something they can look at and feel about Abdu'l-Baha, other than just a picture on the wall or a story. He said they need that, you know. Have you noticed the way Abdu'l-Baha was in that movie, even that old movie? You know, you'd think, you know, gentle Jesus, meeking, mild, you know, sort of creep out. He walks out there like a king, you know, and those ladies wearing those big floppy hats, you know, and he shake their hand, pow, nearly pop the hat right off their head, right? You can watch it. He didn't, you know, sort of crawl around, you know. You know, he knew his function, he knew his purpose, and he certainly was the servant of God. But he was not servant the way you and I have been taught to think of servant. He was a servant of all mankind. And in whatever face he saw, he, as Baha'u'llah has taught us, saw his Father's face. He saw the qualities and attributes of God. And from a psychological viewpoint, that's absolutely mandatory. It's mandatory because otherwise we start being fault finders, and that leads inevitably to some very dangerous situation. A perfectionist is always, we're taught to seek perfection, correctly? But the danger of being a perfectionist in another sense is you always fall short of it. And it's this failure gap that makes you feel a failure. And it tends to orient a person to the moment they see a person, look for their shortcomings, you know. Gee, I found a shortcoming in you. Let me get that one right there, you know. And we oftentimes operate like that. And it makes us very unhappy people. Now, we need to develop a process whereby we do just the opposite. We instantly meet somebody and we start looking for the good qualities in that person. And to ourselves, if I never see anything in the other person, start praising that quality. You know, this person here, well, look what they're doing. This person here, this person. Well, there's one thing we can praise always by a person who is a Baha'i. It's the mere fact he's recognized his Lord. And you think of the billions that have not. There's something extremely valuable in the heart of that person. Very valuable. And what is it? They've recognized the light in this day. They might not have a lot of fancy degrees. They might not have a lot of tremendous training, background or something, but they've seen the light. They've seen the light. That's a tremendous thing. I've had the great bounty in my life of working in many places in the Pacific, in Asia, with Hand of the Cause, Dr. Mahajer. And those of you who knew him know that his most outstanding characteristic was this illumined love for every person. He would not tolerate anyone saying anything negative about anyone else in his presence. Now, he would talk issues and problems. He was not like an ostrich with his head in the sand, but not personalities. Because he said it deprived him of the spiritual energy he had to have in order to fulfill his function. He just didn't. He said the moment anyone even started to praise him in his presence, he would start praying the remover of difficulties. The very instant they started saying something nice about him, started praying the remover of difficulties. because he didn't want that centered on him. And he was a person of action. If Dr. Maharaj was teaching the class I have, within 15 minutes, each of you would be out on the streets teaching, He was always action-oriented. First thing he'd do would get out a map of the area and consult with you, this, that, and the other. And after you've all given your input, then he'd tell you what really needed to be done usually. It was fun working with him, though. It was a lot of fun. It was an experience, and it always was a happy time. And he did one thing I'd like to pass on to you. He never taught without the use of food. I've been with him in some places you wouldn't believe where people didn't wear clothes. Just the barest minimum of clothing. He always used food in his teaching. If he had this class here this morning, I assure you there'd be some food brought in here before it was over. Now, there's a lot of wisdom to that. How many of you have read closely the stories of Abdul Baha? And when he was in this country, or when you visited him in his home in Haifa, what did he do before he talked with you? Generally, fed you, didn't he? Fed you, and at the table he would share with you. Shoghi Effendi with the the Persian believers, in the morning they would walk in the gardens, but before it was over, what would he do? Sit down, have tea with them, serve fruit. Really, it's important. I've learned that. Food's important, because when people break bread together, eat rice together, whatever part of the world you're in, bananas, there's a tendency to relax and get fat, as you can see. Yeah. But we have fat saints and skinny saints. We got all kinds. But being a Baha'i has to be a pleasant experience, or people won't stay with it. And I know some of the happiest experiences I've had in your country, our country, the United States, has been in homes where one of the great things about fireside teaching is when you walk into someone's house, you have, through your life, built up certain expectations. When you go into a home, you can sort of relax, right? And so you sort of relax, maybe not be true. Suppose you're in a different cultural situation than you grew up in this country. Suppose you grew up in pretty well a upper middle class or wealthy group, and now you're teaching in the most poverty-stricken area that you've ever been in, and you're in their home. Do you feel that comfortable? Not unless you've desensitized yourself to it. Or vice versa. It's just as hard on the very poor person to adjust to the wealthy person's house. I've been in a beautiful home one time in California, and the person was extremely attracted to the faith, but had serious, because it was a beautiful home. There were over 100 Baha'is at that beautiful fireside, but they had real questions as how those teachings would apply to the poor area of the town that they lived in. You see. And we Baha'is have to be like a light. And we have to love the light. And none of us are perfect in that, because usually a lamp has a shade, right? You're the lamp. And we say that every lamp has a shade. And usually a shade sometimes will have a little scar on it, right? A little scratch on it. And if a person is not very positive in their thinking, he's not going to really be looking at the light. He's looking at that scratch on the lamp. That's just our imperfections. They'll zero in on that. And so you have this constant process of sheep and goats. Whatever in this is tracking one soul, the other one's left out. He doesn't pronounce the English language the way I want it pronounced. Or he has the wrong degree. He got it from Harvard, not Yale. Or he got it from here or not there. Or he has no degree. Or he's black, or he's white, or he's red, or he's yellow. Or he's a Republican, or he's a Democrat. Or he's a British person, or he's an Oriental person. And we have these little subtle things and begin to perk up, and they're sort of like little scratches on our lampshade. Now, Baha'u'llah has said when we notice that in ourselves, I share this with you because most people overlook the obvious. And my life has taught me to look first at the obvious, because most people overlook the obvious. I'll write one simple little statement up here on the board. Some of you may recall it. But be fair to yourself. Most of you won't recall it. Just look at how simple this is. Any of you ever read that before? Huh? See your hand. Now let me read you what Baha'u'llah says about that simple little statement. I don't know why they don't put that on T-shirts. That's a simple statement. Look what he says. This is the Word of God. He says, do not make the cause of order a cause for disorder, nor the means for disunity. It is hoped that the people of Baha will observe the sacred verse, say, all are created by God. This lofty utterance is like unto water for quenching the fire of hate and hostility which is hidden and stored in men's hearts and minds. This single utterance will cause the various sects and creeds to attain the light of true unity. Man, that's fantastic, isn't it? That's sort of like taking a unity pill. Well, you know, now you start applying it to yourself. You meet something that annoys you. I've found over and over, you know, that I just say that verse to myself, whether it's an event, a happening, a person. I just say to myself, say all are created by God. And it works just like Baha'u'llah says. I find my own soul relaxing. It reorients a person's thought, makes his heart happy, makes me think just a minute to look for the qualities of God in a person. Because Baha'u'llah says, in every human face, see my face, and stand abashed in my presence. Say, all are created by God. You know, it's a wonderful thing if you'll remember that the rest of your lives, and use it. Wherever you go, say, all are created by God. It works just like Baha'u'llah says it. Now, in what place does Baha'u'llah say that? In his own will and testament. Baha'u'llah, in his own covenant, when he appoints Abul Baha, his own will and testament, he makes this statement. It's not an unimportant statement. But on its surface, he'd say, well, you know, that's sort of self-evident. You know, it's not self-evident to anybody. Not really. We who claim to have seen the light oftentimes forget the obvious, don't we? So now, we are in the United States of America. And we are losing Baha'is every day in other parts of the world who are sacrificing literally their physical life. I was put out of a country. The reason I'm back in this country now, the Philippines, they revoked our visa. And every month, almost, they're losing Baha'is there who refuse to give up their life or recant their faith because there's so much dissension and turmoil in that country, and the Baha'is are caught in the middle of it. And they get killed. They give their life. And as in Iran, which is the one we're more sensitized to, it's heartbreaking if you know some of those Baha'is personally who are dying. You know, because if you know them, oftentimes, though you have the exception of the leaders of the faith in those places, there are hundreds of people just like you and I that are giving their life. And I'd like to read you a beautiful quotation, because I am sure the spirit of those martyrs surrounds any Baha'i in this day, in any country he's in, trying to encourage them, inspire them from their realm on high to arise to serve the faith the way the guardian wanted us to serve the faith. And how did he want us? The guardian said, let them arise, didn't he? Let them forge ahead into the future, serenely confident that the hour of their mightiest exertion and the supreme opportunity for their greatest endeavor must coincide with the apocalyptic upheaval marking the lowest ebb in mankind's fast declining fortune. Well, you know, anyone who's half awake in this day know that man's fortune is not on the up. It's sort of on not just the decline now. The House of Justice said we have entered the dark heart of the age of transition. The dark heart. Now, here's a statement of the Bab. Listen to what a beautiful thing the Bab says. Death does not separate the soul of the believer from his previous scene of activity, but only increases his powers. All those who work for this great cause will continue to do so, whether they are in the body or out of it. If martyred, they will attach themselves to those who can best secure their influence, and the power of these will be doubled or quadrupled by the dynamic assistance of those who have already left the scene of outward action. How about that? Now, that's dangerous. You know, one of the other tablets where Abul Baha is describing about, you know, we walk along here like you and I walk along by the side of a plant. A plant, I think, according to some scientific research, certainly responds to certain vibrations around it. But it does not have cognitive awareness of what's going on, does it? And you and I are not quite aware that these holy souls surround us with their love. As beloved guardian says, they hover between heaven and earth, waiting to rush to your aid. And here we sit. Yabahal. I love the idea of this class of, arise while you can. We wrote a little song in the Philippines while I was there to try and emphasize this. And to get someone to think in terms of the time in which they're living. The meaning of one of the meanings, God forbid the meaning, one of the meanings of the proclamation of the Declaration of Baha'u'llah. Easy way of remembering that, he says, intimation, declaration, proclamation, right? 3 words, intimation, declaration, proclamation. Intimation in the Sea of Chal, declaration in the Garden of Rizwan, and of course proclamation in Adrianople, later in Akka. But now, what does he say about the declaration? One of the meanings. You'd have to check the page on the new printing, and God passed this by, but on the subject of the chapter where he's speaking of Baha'u'llah entering the Garden of Rizwan, what does he say there? Any of you familiar with? Those of you coming from Christian backgrounds, you'll find this meaningful to you. This is one of the meanings of what was happening. The Lord of the kingdom, Jesus Christ, returned in the glory of the Father, was about to assume his throne and assume the scepter of a world-embracing, indestructible sovereignty. Think of that. The Lord of the kingdom, Jesus Christ, returned in the glory of his Father, was about to assume his throne and assume the scepter of a world-embracing, indestructible sovereignty. Think about that. Isn't that a tremendous statement? And God passes by, and it's on the first page of the chapter that describes Baha'u'llah's entrance into the Garden of Rizwan. I don't know what page it would be in the new issue. I'm leery anymore of quoting pages because it's been reprinted so often and sometimes it falls on another page. I can tell you what page it is on my book, but it's old. Along in here you can put whatever dates are significant to you. And anyway, his chart showed like this, the growth of the faith, the appointment of the letters of the living, and gradually the faith began to grow, and Baha'u'llah's proclamation, and more it spread to other countries, right? But you had these ups and downs, the growth of the faith. And it comes up to the point of the election of the House of Justice, and the growth now has gone way up here. And then, now if you and I were to draw a chart of an upheaval, this is the genius of this little graph to me because it communicated so indelibly on my mind. If I was going to show a great, upheaval, I would show it sort of this way, and then whatever, huh? His graph didn't have it that way. This is what I love about it. It's like this, and there's not a darn thing in here. It's just a break. And then, those of you who've read Guardian's letters and Citadel of Faith, you said immediately following, this great upheaval and catastrophe and so forth, what will happen? You have this huge number of enrollment of believers and financial resources to the faith. And so Dr. Maharaj's graph goes off like that. But here, God help us. That's the time of purging and testing. And Shoghi Effendi, one of the last letters he wrote in July 1957 before he passed in November, was right to that point, and I'll read it to us before we leave here, because it was very much aware of what was going on. Now, we're in the United States, and those of us who live here are quite well aware that the world is in a very dangerous, precarious position today. It's in a very bad position. The economic situation in this world is hanging by a thread. My work is in the business end of life, and every week I'm getting information crossing on my desk about the banking situation in this country and the instability of the World Bank, not the World Bank, but the banks in the world, and huge banks in our nation who made these loans to countries like Zaire and Poland and so forth that can't pay back the loans, and it's affecting so much in the world. And you see the policies of our nation have lent themselves to equipping for military expenditures and declining on other type expenditures, and yet we do not tax enough to get that money in to cover that debt, so they go to the banks and we get further in debt. And there comes an end to that, And also we see the situation that's brewing in the Middle East, We see what just happened in the Falklands and these types of events. But the world's dangerous. And I don't know how many of you have been outside this country, but actually, I'm going to say a statement of Shoghi Effendi, so I don't feel I have to defend it. We're living in a fool's paradise here. That's what he called it one time, fool's paradise. Because it tends to desensitize you to what's happening. You know, I'm comfortable here today, you know. I was teasing one of my Best Buy friends yesterday about he was worrying about sleeping on the bed without a pillow, and I said, well, the country I came from, for 8 years, I slept without a bed. You know, I felt it's odd about sleeping without a pillow as some here, as many, when I came back here, I was used to sleeping with no bed. Because in all the islands I've been in the Pacific, and there's no bed, you just sleep on a mat on the floor. They couldn't even do what Jesus said, take up your bed and walk. They got no bed. They got a little old mat they roll up, and they may take with it, they may not. And the rest of the world, with the exception of a few countries in Europe or something, tend to be in this process of fear. All of this nuclear concern, you know. Well, I don't blame anyone. You can't blame anyone being concerned about being made a mushroom, you know. I mean, like the kids say, he eats atomic cereal, it just blows up in a puff of smoke and he inhales it, you know. That's the way we may ourselves finish life. But the big point is, Shoghi Effendi said, don't dwell on it. Is that not so? Shoghi Effendi said, don't dwell on it. Does anyone you know what the word dwell means? Dwell. Live. Yeah. Live in this state of fear and indecision. But most Baha'is in this country, God forgive, I'm just telling you my experiences because I'm coming back to a new world here. They've used that as an excuse to deny it as a possibility. And the beloved guardian, in the same quote where he says, don't dwell on it, he said, bear it in mind. I love Shoghi Effendi, you know. In other words, he didn't say you were an ostrich or you'd be a long-legged bird, wouldn't you? Now, bear it in mind. If you're going to bear it in mind, someone tells you there's a big cloud coming out there and there's a tornado about to hit here, or in the case where it was one time I was in Guam and the winds blew 267 miles an hour. Now, I'll tell you, your normal behavior is disturbed. You bear it in mind. You do bear it in mind. And that's the point we want to make. We have to orient ourselves. This is the time you and I, depending on your viewpoint, lucked out to be born in, you know. Wouldn't you love to have been born in the golden age and be reading about you folks here? Lord, I'd like to have been sitting back in my chair. Oh, boy. Look at that, Mrs. Ezell was right there at that North Carolina summer school, you know. I'd love to be reading those kind of things, but I didn't luck out, you know. The draw's against me, right? And here we be. Now, Shoghi Effendi says something's going to happen before the end of this century. What does he say? Abul Baha says it, and Shoghi Effendi quotes him. What does he say is going to happen? Yes, he says the lesser peace will be established before the end of this century. Where is that quotation? God bless you, and where is that in the books? Page 15. That's what we call a sharpshooter. Well, I'm going to read it to you because it's a happy quotation. And it's in Promised Day Has Come, I think page 126. But it's also in World Order Baha'u'llah, I believe. It's in World Order Baha'u'llah, page 39. And he says a wonderful thing. The fifth candle is the unity of nations, a unity which in this century will be securely established, causing all the peoples of the world to regard themselves as citizens of one common fatherland. How about this? Most of you hadn't read this quote. It will be established in this century. It will be universal in the 20th century. All nations will be forced into it. Bet you hadn't read that, had you?
Isn't that in promulgation also when it was?
Well, he refers to it, but the quote I just read you is the most blunt. It's when he was up in Montreal. They published it up there in Canada. But that's a thrill, isn't it, to think your children, my children, will live in this kind of world. End of this century. How long is that now? 18 years. You think they can establish the lesser peace in the last 2 days of the century? Huh? You know, Rahia Khanum came to this country one time and she said, you know, when a person becomes a Baha'i, sometimes we think all we have to do is just sort of glow like a Christmas tree, you know. That's not being a Baha'i. If you read page 113 in volume 13 of Baha'i World, it's the condensation of Rahia Khanum's book, Priceless Pearl. And in there, she said the Shoghi Effendi was the most astute observer of political events she had ever known. And said he did not have a childish faith as some people have. He observed events, and he considered them, and he made the right decision. You know, he lived a very difficult life. Nothing we can think of to compare the life Shoghi Effendi had to live. But she said he was the most, he was the finest businessman she said he'd ever known in his life. She'd ever known. Shoghi Effendi didn't have this little childish faith, God's going to do his thing and protect me, you know. And he might, who knows. God honors anyone's faith. But the chances are he'll do just what he has done in the past. What about the members of the National Spiritual Assembly of Iran? What about the members that replaced them? You think God deserted them when they were on their knees praying the remover of difficulties? Not so. He didn't desert them. Story in Dawnbreakers very definitely how the believers one night were praying the remover of difficulties, and the next day they were martyred. God did not desert those people because he gave them the greatest of all blessings. He took their fear away. I wrote a letter once. I was very disturbed as a young Baha'i about this business of martyrdom because we in the West are not trained to observe it the way the believers in Iran are. And those of you from Iran know very well what I'm trying to say. It's a very different attitude toward it. I've been with Persian Baha'is in the Philippines, and all I could do to restrain them from just throwing themselves and giving their life away. They were that anxious. Very different attitude. None of this fear that sometimes grabs a hold of us in this part of the world. And if you and I can look at this from a different perspective, Faizi said that just before a person passes from this world to the next, in order for them to remain in faith, because you know where Baha'u'llah says, no man knoweth what his own end shall be. How often hath the most devout believer at the hour of his death fallen into the nethermost fire? He says God lifts the veil to where they can see into the next world, and they forget all about this world. And as I read that letter, I thought of a story in the book of Acts in the Christian Bible where the stoning of Stephen was taking place. And what happened as he was dying? He looks up and he sees Christ. And his whole fear goes away. And that so upset Saul of Tarsus that he changed his religion, didn't he? He went blind. He couldn't stand it. Now that's happening in this world that you and I are living in right now, right today, friends. And there will be some of you before the end of this year will be pioneering in those countries. Some of you have come back from those countries. And you know how people in some countries don't view life as very sacred. We sort of still pay some pretense to it in the United States, but I've been in lots of countries that an automobile was much more precious than a human life. They'd sacrifice 100 people in a minute to have an automobile. Because human life is cheap in some places. There are 48 million people in the Philippines, just a little bitty country. Not very much resources. There's 1 billion people in China. You know how many people 1 billion people is? You ever think about that? It's so easy to say it. A billion, like a kid blowing bubbles, right? Billion people. 1 billion people. Well, you could kill every man, woman, and child in the United States of America. You could kill every man, woman, and child in the entire continent of Africa. You could kill every man, woman, and child in all of Soviet Russia, that great landmass, repopulate them with Chinese and still have 70 million Chinese left in China. And 70 million is larger than the population of Western Germany, Italy, or France, or Great Britain. It's a lot of people, isn't it? But thank God we have Baha'is now that are actively able to get into that country and indirectly able to begin to share this spirit. 1 billion people, that's a fourth of the human race. Fourth of the human race. Some of you may be there next year, who knows? I've got some very, very dear friends over there now, and they're having the time of their life. Now, let's read a few of these wonderful statements of Shoghi Effendi, wherein he sets out the future for us, okay? So, wonderful statement. Comes from Promised Day Has Come, page 121. This will cheer us up. After a time, all the governments of the earth will change. All. What do you think all means? Everybody but us, right? Not us. Not us. You ever read how Rahia Khanum says the Guardian was so specific about using a word? You ever read this book? Priceless Pearl? He said sometimes he would struggle for 30 minutes over just one word, and whether it was the right shade of meaning or whether it should be some other synonym or something. Now, this is Shoghi Effendi's writing, and he chose English to write in. Oppression, oppression, oppression will envelop the world. And following a universal convulsion, the sun of justice will arise from the horizon of the unseen realm. Following that. And he says in World Order, page 46, nothing short of the fire of a severe ordeal, unparalleled in its intensity. He uses that same word, unparalleled, in his last message to the Baha'i Convention of the World in 1957, April 57. You read that paragraph, Messages to the Baha'i World, heading, Portentous Prophecies Foretold. Same word, unparalleled. Unparalleled. Let your mind dwell a minute on what he means. Unparalleled. What about Tamerlane, Attila the Hun, Genghis Khan, Hitler, Stalin? Millions of people suffered and died. Unparalleled. Nothing short of that can fuse and weld the discordant entities that constitute the elements of present-day civilization. What do you think weld means? Weld, W-E-L-D. Huh? Any of you young men ever taken a class in welding in a shop class? Can you do it with ice? How hot do you have to make it to weld something, huh? Yeah, pretty hot is right, boy. I mean, it's going to get hot. And it's going to weld these different constituent elements of present-day civilization into the integral components of the world commonwealth of the future. Now, he said, this is a truth which future events will increasingly demonstrate. It's happening all over the world. Already it's happening. All in one place, there's no place to run to. One time, Mr. Sears was talking in Chicago and got off on this theme for a little bit because he was there in Haifa when Shoghi Effendi was talking about it. And later, Ms. Sears was too. And after it's over, this little lady says, Mr. Sears, if that's going to happen and we might get in a nuclear war, I'd rather be right here. I want to be the first one to go. Gone. He said something that was really startling. I'll never forget it. It was sobering to me. He said, if you died with that attitude, can you imagine the condition your soul will be in the next life? That's pure selfishness. You're not thinking about anything but yourself. You're not worrying about the recovery of the world, building a new world. You're just thinking of yourself. I don't want to go through anything like that. Huh? Another guy spoke up and said, Mr. Sears, this young man, are you saying we'd be trapped here in Chicago? And Bill said, you're already trapped spiritually. You wouldn't be here. That's still true. Why is it true? It's the most simplistic reason in the world. Because there are hundreds of towns and villages, even in this country, much less other parts of the world, where no one's ever heard of the Baha'i faith yet. And here I sit comforted with hundreds of Baha'is in some big city community, although there are a lot of people there who haven't heard. But there are places out here where no one, and I've got all the food on my table and I'm stuffing it. I don't want to share any of it. And Shoghi Effendi said, what could happen? He said, well, the best thing to do, the most sensible thing in the world is to do what? Get away from the big cities, right? Get away. Why? Because that's where all your manufacturing, your big military bases, your pharmaceutical industry is there in these big cities. And he said, get away from them and go out to the towns and villages, spread that, or leave your country and pioneer somewhere else. Get away from those places, and you will be safe in case a war breaks out, just like anyone else. But in the meantime, the faith will spread faster because people will be more receptive to the faith away from these places of intense materiality, where so much time and emphasis is given to trivialities, and you will be happier for having gone. That's the most sensible thing in the world, and it's true. But it's frightening sometimes. It's frightening to pick up roots and move on. Now, I would like to just quickly summarize the steps over the next 900 years that Shoghi Effendi says will happen. And they're right here in case someone wants to come up and look at them during the break. The quotations they come from I'll give to you so you can look it up yourself. I don't have time to read them. Promised Day Has Come, page 128. Citadel of Faith, page 7. And World Order Baha'u'llah, pages 162, 163. Because it's fair for any Baha'i to question anything another Baha'i says. You better have a source for it. But this is the steps Shoghi Effendi says will happen. It says, first will come this great calamity and unparalleled suffering. Next will come the universal recognition, and that's in this century. In this century. The universal recognition of the oneness and wholeness of the human race. Baha'is will cause. The great suffering that's coming upon us, we're in it now, is going to cause the universal recognition of the oneness and wholeness of the human race. Then the lesser peace in this century, which involves the reconstruction of mankind. Oh, you're going to live to see all this. Then comes, not because they become Baha'i. This is a point we need to make. Then comes the spiritualization of the masses. Not through recognition of Baha'i faith. Gardner doesn't use the term that way. The spiritualization of the masses comes from what? Their recognition of the oneness and wholeness of the human race. The reconstruction of mankind coming from the lesser peace. That causes a spiritualization of the masses, which will result in what? Listen. In the recognition of the character and acknowledgement of the claims of the faith of Baha'u'llah. In other words, a man becomes spiritually awake, he recognizes, right? His eyes are open. You've heard that old story about the kid walking along the street. The man comes by and he knows a big basket of kittens in a basket there, and they're $5 a piece. And he comes along several days later, and the same basket's got 2 cats left, and they're $9 a piece. And he said, why would you change the prices on them? He said, because these cats got their eyes open now. They're worth more. Then, following this recognition of the character and acknowledgement of the claims of the faith of Baha'u'llah comes the fusion of all races, creeds, classes, and nations. And in the midst of that fusion comes the emergence of the world order of Baha'u'llah. Then comes the proclamation of the most great peace. Then comes the most great peace, which will in turn lead to world civilization, the kingdom of God on earth, the kingdom of the Father, Baha'u'llah. And tomorrow I want to talk about, basically, that subject, because it's the most undersold teaching I think we Baha'is are missing the boat on personally. Is when we teach, a person becomes a Baha'i, and he's not fully aware of what he's really getting into, is he? No, none of us were. None of us were. We think, my gracious, we've already replaced the preachers, right? That's true, because when I became a Baha'i, I was out of work. I know. And yes. I'll let you read them, okay, after the class, because I'm trying to cover too much at one time because time's short. But it's important to know what Shoghi Effendi says about it, because it keeps you from having unrealistic expectations. If a person jumps off and he expects so-and-so to happen, and our faith never said it's going to happen, and we thought it was going to happen, then I feel very depressed, because it didn't happen. No, exactly what Shoghi Effendi says. Get your expectations based on reality, and then as you walk along, you start, to orient and to make plans that are more in line with what's really happening in the world around us. That's what we're all about. Now, quickly as I can read through this, some of the things we have that Shoghi Effendi has written, Abdu'l-Baha has written about our own country. First, a subject that we don't like to talk about, but it needs talking about because Shoghi Effendi wrote about it and he was not afraid to say it. Speaking of communism, from the heart of Asia, distant rumblings, ominous and insistent, portend the steady onslaught of a creed which, by its negation of God, his laws and principles, threatens to disrupt the foundations of human society. Another place, the inability of the leaders and exponents of the communist movement to vindicate the much vaunted principle of the dictatorship of the proletariat, the perils and privations to which the rulers of the totalitarian states have in recent years exposed their subjects. Another statement. He says, the chief idol in the world today, the chief idols in the desecrated temple of mankind are none other than the triple gods of nationalism, racialism, and socialism. And then he says this, and we have to say it because it's something that concerns all of us. The theories and policies so unsound, so pernicious, look up that word if you don't know it, pernicious, which deify the state and exalt the nation above mankind. These are the dark, the false, and crooked doctrines for which any man or people who believes in them or acts upon them must sooner or later incur the wrath and chastisement of God. Now, that covers all of us, because you can hardly go into any country in the world that is not involved in nationalism or racialism or communism or all three. So we're in this process, but on the positive side, and this is the side, as I began by saying, let's look at the positive side. He said, bear that other in mind, but dwell on this. Now, I love this. You think the United States is going to get wiped out, huh? They're going to put the big missiles to use. Those are not love notes on the tips of those things, right? I mean, that's a big ball game. Here's what he says. This is what Shoghi Effendi Rabbani says, Citadel of Faith, page 38. And chalk this up. If you ever get scared, just remember he said it. Whatever the hand of a beneficent and inscrutable destiny has reserved for this youthful, this virile, this idealistic, this spiritually blessed and enviable nation, however severe the storms which may buffet it in the days to come in either hemisphere, however sweeping the changes which the impact of cataclysmic forces from without and the stirrings of a divine embryonic order from within will affect its structure. Remember I read you that quote, all the governments on the earth shall change, will affect its structure and life. We may, confident in the words uttered by Abdu'l-Baha, feel assured that great republic, he's not talking about the continent, that great republic, the shell that enshrines so precious a member of the world community of the followers of his father's faith, will continue to evolve. Now here's the point I wanted to make. Will continue to evolve, undivided and undefeatable. Now let it hit home, undivided and undefeatable, until the sum total of its contributions to the birth, the rise, and the fruition of that world civilization, the child of the most great peace and hallmark of the golden age of the dispensation of Baha'u'llah, will have made and in its last task discharged. Undivided, undefeatable. The American nation assuming the role of world spiritual leadership, forecast by Abdu'l-Baha's unerring pen, a role which she is bound to fulfill. To play we talked about the lesser peace, to play a preponderating role as foretold by Abdu'l-Baha in the hoisting of the standard of the lesser peace, in the unification of mankind, and in the establishment of a world federal government on this planet in the next 18 years. This country will do its work. That's right. And then what happens after that? This American nation is equipped and empowered to accomplish that which will adorn the pages of history, to become the envy of the world and be blessed in both the East and the West for the triumph of its people. The first nation to establish the foundation of international agreement. The first nation to proclaim the unity of mankind. The first to unveil the standard of the most great peace. For America has developed powers and capacities greater and more wonderful than other nations. I didn't say it. It's right out of the book. It's in the book. Friends, we need to think about that. Because before that happens, you and I will suffer more than any nation in the history of the world. Shoghi Effendi said that too. It's old prophecy. Never has any nation suffered in the past or in the future what this one will walk through. But you have to bleed before you can bless. You have to stoop before you can lift. There is no shortcut to spiritual growth. But I've traveled and taught by high faith over most of this world. Over most of it. And really, it's an awful thing to have some kind of a feeling you ought to apologize for being who you are. I don't apologize for being an American. And I don't apologize to being from Texas. I don't apologize for being a Baha'i. God put me here. Now, God put wonderful people in every place I've ever been in my life. And it's a sin to expect somebody to apologize for being who they are. That's the worst sin in the world. Now, in teaching, we say unity in diversity. Oh, don't we say that, Carlotta? Unity in diversity. Is that a good word? Then why is it that so oftentimes we got to teach everybody the same little way? You got to go right to my little eye of a needle, huh? Not his needle, my needle, just this way, huh? You got to go through the same little class here, the same little... That's ridiculous. It certainly is ridiculous. Why? Because each flower has got to have a different mixture of fertilizer, right? Sure it does. It's important. Different amount of water. One likes the shade, one likes the sunlight. There are hundreds of ways of teaching. Hundreds of ways. And how many of you ever been in a community in your life said, we got to have fireside? Some say, no, we got to have street teaching, we got to have this mass teaching. Oh, no, let's do the whole thing on the proclamation, That's so silly. It's like little kids saying, I want a strawberry soda pop. I want a chocolate one. No, I want a vanilla one, It's ridiculous because people are different. Some people love music. The very ground of their being is music. If you don't give it to them, they're not going to sit around and listen to you make an hour's talk on some abstract spiritual nomenclature that they're not interested in. Is it not true? In Samoa, if we had taught the way we do in some places, they would never be Baha'is. You know what they do at almost every feast? The spiritual portion of it? They dance, man. They live it up. That's their world. It's their way of expressing happiness. If you took that flower, frangipani from the Caribbean, they call it plumeria out in the Pacific or some other name, and put it up here, it'd die the first freeze, wouldn't it? You took this same great oak tree growing right out here and carried it down there, it'll die too. We people are diverse as we can be, and it's the most wonderful thing in the world. I love it. I can't get enough of it. I love traveling around the world. My God Almighty, you walk off a plane, here's another whole Baha'i community. It's just wonderful just to breathe the fresh air of the teaching field, And realize you have a home wherever you go. The earth is what one country. And mankind is citizens. And Baha'u'llah in his unearthly wisdom, what did he say? He said, when you die, where are you going to be buried?
6 feet.
Where? Wherever you drop, right? Why? Because he's going to make you prove with your death what you espouse with your mouth. The earth is but one country, and that's my country. I'm going to be buried there. Isn't that wonderful? You can't run off and say, well, that's really not my country. Ship me back home. No, sir. They're going to ship me back home. I'm already home. This is my family, and that's where I'm going to be. They wear clothes, they don't wear clothes. Makes no difference. Now, what does it really mean? It means that we Baha'is are going to see tremendous changes in the rest of this century. Changes that the whole world has never seen before. And we're used to it. God has conditioned us slowly but faster and faster. When I was a child, the first radio I listened to had these things, these earphones. You couldn't even hear the noise, little crystal set. I remember very well the first electric lights I saw. We lived way out in the country. I remember when they got running water. No one even dreamed of television, did they? How many of you remember very well the first time you heard anything talking about television? It was just something like, you can't believe it. Then comes television after the war, the big war. Right? What about that? And then they started these few little jets in the Korean War. And now the jets start coming. And all of life starts changing, Remember during the 30s, got a little speedier. Remember that Rudy Valley and the Big Apple and dancing all that business? And they danced a little slower, and come World War I with the jitterbug, the fast swinging, And after World War II, what happened? Bing Crosby, was the thing, and what happened? Then came who? Old Shakin' Elvis himself, Then came the Beatles. And now you got all this different type of music. Times are changing fast. You saw the first man go to the moon, didn't you? Everybody in here almost. First one go to the moon. Heard him talk clearer than I can get reception in Oklahoma almost. Now we're seeing pictures about Venus, and Jupiter, and sort of take it as blasé, I don't want it to interrupt my meal, But the world is changing. How quick? And what does Baha'u'llah say about this big change? I mean the biggie, the biggie, the most great. Suddenly there shall that appear, which shall what? Which shall, yeah? To quake. Elvis started it, didn't he? Start the limbs of mankind to quake. Now you think about it. It's a big change, and it's going to be in our life. But if you look at it from our viewpoint and bearing in mind, it's for the better. But the change starts right here. The change starts in the way we treat our children. And that's not even a good word, the way we treat our children. That will change. Abdu'l-Baha, in speaking one day in the presence of Juliet Thompson, you can read the story in her diary. Juliet was talking to another person. They thought the master was asleep, and he waked up and looked at them, and he said, I, me, my, mine, words of the devil. I, me, my, mine, words of the devil. All that's going to change. Our whole religion is on a group basis, is it not? Everything's changing. Well, what's the basic message of the Baha'i faith? You and I are going to teach this message. The rest of our life, we've already been teaching. What is it? What is it? The message is not... What's the basic message of Christianity? Salvation. Salvation of what? Personal salvation. The individual of salvation of the soul. What's the basic message of the Baha'i faith? What's the name of that little book? That House of Justice said to give to everybody in this day and age. In the preface of the book, they restated the mission and message of the faith. What did they title that book? And they had it printed themselves. Huh? Call to the nations. It's a tremendous change because everybody is conditioned to individual salvation and praying and living a better personal life, right? But we come in, we find out we got no preacher to baptize us, Christian us, bury us. We got to do it ourselves, right? And that's hard enough. But then you find out you got to replace the government structures, the educational structure, the whole structure of the world. Now, that's happening all over the world. We're building this little embryonic world order of Baha'u'llah, and he's building it out of people like us, right? Now, if you were Baha'u'llah, would you have picked you? Honest to Pete, would you have walked around and searched through this whole campus of this college or this whole state, and would you have looked around, and looked around with all the Supreme Concourse and said, you're the one. You're the one. You're it. Well, you ever see that movie here, Oh God? And that old boy that was working in the grocery store? Hadn't you ever felt like that as a Baha'i? We talk all about this oneness and unity, and all of a sudden we get under some pressure because of it, You feel, oh God. But really it's wonderful because Baha'u'llah, even by the design of his world order, has designed it to make us practice what we preach. Every time you sit down in a local assembly, you can't run to another church and another preacher, can you? No, you're right here, and we have to work out our problems, and we see problems as an opportunity. Now, as long as we know what our basic mission is and our message is, you and I are going to have no trouble telling someone else about it. I think some of us are afraid of the word teaching. It implies certain things, certain credentials. But just say telling. Anybody can tell somebody about it. The only place Andrew's ever mentioned in the gospel of Jesus Christ is two places. He says he introduced someone to Jesus. Huh? That's all. And they named him a saint. Now suppose you don't make it back home. Suppose you get in a car wreck. Suppose you've been on that Pan Am jet that went down in New Orleans. Now, I'm not using a fear tactic. It's just the facts of life. How would you feel if that very same day you had told someone about Baha'u'llah? Gee, I'd feel a whole lot better if I thought, here I go, whoop. Wow, I feel a lot better than, and here I go, whoop, I didn't tell anybody about it, So I close with this one little story. You've all heard it, but it's fun to retell it. It's the story about the Persians, Baha'is, when they were in Akka with Abu Baha in prison for so long. They had nothing. You know that story. You've all read it. They had nothing, minus nothing. And finally, some of the loving friends from Iran brought to Haifa these plants that could be planted in the garden. But one of these innovative, creative Baha'is, he brought some of these birds of paradise, peacocks, with him. And the Baha'is loved it. They were the only one in the whole country of Israel that had these peacocks. And there was one Baha'i in particular, he watched him, he began to sort of strut just like a peacock, We're the only one. He hadn't had a thing to feel good about except Abu Baha for years, And he, we're the only ones that got one. We're the only one. And he felt magnificent, man. And Abu Baha looked at him and he took his measure. And so, that wasn't exactly humility manifest, So it comes this Muslim, not even a Muslim, the one that's putting a knife to everybody in Iran. But he loved Abu Baha. He says, Master, he comes visiting, Master, I would like a couple of your peacocks. You can just see that Baha'i in the back of, you see these pictures with the master and all these people standing back this way. Well, he's the one sort of looking that way, He didn't like that request. And Abu Baha, in his kindness to the believers in Iran, he didn't want to give the birds away because he thought, they suffered too much to get them here. But he said, I'll give you a setting of eggs. And you take them home and get a hen to sit on them, and they'll hatch, and you raise your own, right? Okay. Oh, who did he get to go get those eggs, huh? Oh, no. It was not in the bill. It was not any of those famous names. It was the old boy scowling in the back. You go get the eggs, He did. And it was not, this business of radiant acquiescence. It was dull resignation, He goes and gets eggs, brings them back in a little sack and gives them to the man. The man's gone. 3 weeks later, the man's looking for them to hatch. They didn't hatch, Chicken eggs hatch in about, 21 days. He waits another week. Duck eggs hatch in about 28 days, right? No hatching. He thought, well, these are peacock eggs. I don't know anything about peacock. Maybe I'll give them He gave him 2 more weeks. 6 weeks and nothing. He thought, this is a weird bird. He goes back, attains the master's presence, and says, Master, he says, nothing from these eggs. And the master calls the man in that got him the eggs. He said, I asked you to get eggs for our friend here. Yes, I got the eggs. Well, they haven't hatched. And the man said nothing. And he said, what did you do? He said, I boiled them. I boiled them. And I think that's the way sometimes all of us are. We may become Baha'is. We're the chosen people, and we boil it. Lapa. This morning, I'd like to speak, if I could, about two subjects, really, because it's just sort of like a running battle, to cover a lot quickly. And first to say that Shoghi Effendi said, he encouraged us to express our feelings and our thoughts openly, but when not quoting from the Word, you must label what you say as your opinion, okay? So a lot of what I have to say this morning is my opinion based on my own personal experience about two different subjects. First is mass teaching. How many of you have ever been involved in mass teaching? Now, second question, be honest. Don't play games with yourself. How many of you really enjoyed it? Raise your hand. Now, thank you. Now, that's honesty. Now, how many of you just sort of so-so? I see those hands. Okay, that's fair. Now, quickly, to sort of preface my remarks of where I am coming from on this, I've done a lot of it in a lot of countries, and, I guess I have to say I know a lot about it as far as what's known, because it's true. Dr. Mahajer called my wife and I at 1:30 at night and asked us to go to the Philippines to do consolidation in a country that has done as much or more mass teaching than any other country in the world. They have 665 assemblies. And we were called there to set up a department of teaching and to do the first organized consolidation really ever done in that country. And I, for my own self, I don't think he would ask us to come there if we didn't know a little bit about it. And working with him was certainly one of the greatest bounties I could ever hope to have in this world or the next. It is something that any time I feel depressed, one of the ways I can cheer my soul is just to think about him. He was just, my God, if you haven't worked with him, you can't imagine what a wonderful soul that Baha'u'llah raised up, because a lot of times in intellectual discussions we're going through some of the proofs of the faith or something. Dr. Mahajer was a proof of the faith to me. I don't need an argument to be in the presence of a man like that. And so what I have to say is not colored by my association with him. I'd rather say it's illumined by it, okay? Because it was fun. I don't care if you didn't like mass teaching at all. To work with Dr. Mahajer was fun. And I think that has to be a part of our teaching. And I don't want to misuse a word, but I don't know how to put it in this plain language. I can use fancy words like you can, but there's no point. It was fun. It was a joy. But it was organized, okay? It wasn't this just floating around like a Christmas tree on wheels, It was fun. It was a joyful experience. But I'd like to say some things based on that experience, if you'll permit me to. Not that they're either right or wrong, but that they're just insights that you may find helpful if you have found yourself at times highly doubtful about the worth of it or skeptical about it. Okay? And that is to say, anything we undertake should be to some degree realistic. We shouldn't have unrealistic expectations in the beginning, or you're just setting yourself up to feel depressed later because it didn't work out, right? Now, I was talking to a friend yesterday about this, but repeat some of the thoughts, because to me they're just truisms that I act on. If you had a baby born today, would you expect that baby to crawl? Huh? Why, everybody in here from the smallest child this morning on would say, that's silly. If you go out and bring the faith, Baha'u'llah blesses you in some way to use our souls as channels to attract someone to the faith. That in itself is a miracle, you think about it. But if you do that, and a person embraces the faith of Baha'u'llah, now, what do you do with the baby for the first 7-8 months? Huh?
Feed it.
Does he crawl? What do you do with him? Carry it. Now, how many times have you heard people involved in mass teaching say, well, they can't do anything, I've got to go here, you got to carry them for 7, 8, 9 months. And if you don't want to carry a baby, don't give birth to one. That's my feeling. Don't get involved in it. I'm not saying that's the correct attitude. It's the one I operate from. I don't go out and encourage everybody to be in mass teaching because I don't think everybody's designed for it. A guy can be like one note on the end of the piano and another on the note on the other end of the piano. That doesn't invalidate those notes at all. But there are very few people that can do mass teaching and be happy at it and stick with it. But you don't need a lot of people. Thank God. Allah. You don't need hundreds of people to do it. You give me 9 devoted Baha'is and I can take any state in this country if they really believe in it. When I say it, I mean in that channel of teaching with Baha'u'llah. Because in every town and village, you have lots of people waiting, not 2 or 3. Regardless of our experiences, they're there. The question is, how can you and I make the beat on the drum they'll listen to? Huh? It's not their shortcomings, it's ours, and because we're not Abul Baha. Now, so think about that. You got a baby. He embraced the faith today. What do you do with babies? You change their diapers. Now, who likes to change diapers? Let's see your hands. We got one nut in here. Now, that's where, you just excuse the way I'm talking, but that's where it's at. If you don't want to change diapers, don't get into it. You got to change diapers. Why? Because most people, for good, bad, or indifferent, even Christ said, the poor shall inherit the kingdom, huh? If they keep on going to this nuclear war, they might be all that's left, too. But listen to this. Poor people, oftentimes, and Abul Baha said it in a talk he made to the Salvation Army in Christmas of 1911. You can read it in Star of the West. Poor people, as a general rule, are closer to God than other people, and for the most simple reason. They have to be more dependent on God to survive. They have to be very dependent on God to survive. This is a cruel world. It might be, as Abul Baha said, the best of all possible worlds to create the attributes of God. But you know, sometimes, in our experience, I'm sure you will agree with this, is that you know God never tests us beyond our capacity. We know that, right? But haven't you ever felt that you wish God didn't have so much faith in your capacity? Huh? Sure. I mean, He can do His thing quite well. And poor people experience it every day. Now, I'm talking about physically poor and in some sense spiritually poor. Because the spiritual food that most people have in the world today is a mixture of good with poison. Now, I'm going to say something, and if you run this tape, you take it off, huh? All right. How many of you know anything about Mormon teachings? Mormons, some of the most devoted, wonderful people I've ever been around in my life. But for years, they went around serving a wonderful plate of food, spiritual food. You know, self-sufficiency, taking care of yourself, taking care of your own, working hard, worshiping God, and these things. But on that plate was poison. What was it? The black man, at best, was a second-class creation of God, condemned as long as he breathed air. That is a lie. And anybody that ever says that was prompted and motivated by the power of the Holy Spirit is lying in his teeth. I don't care what kind of games they play. And you can't find any place where the Mormon faith has gotten to first base in a black country. You name it. A couple came to my office in Western Samoa, and I listened to them as courteously as I could. And when they got through, I said just to them what I just said to you. I said, why don't you go down to New Guinea and try it out? And I'll come visit your bones. It's just a bunch of baloney. Now, what I'm saying is not to badmouth the Mormon. I'm just saying every church has got some kind of poison mixed in with what they're teaching. It came from the heart of man, not from the heart of God. And of all the religions on this planet, you only got one that's had all that mess purified. As Shoghi Bindi said, this faith has been purified from priest-prompted superstitions. All right. That's important to know because we're talking about bringing in masses of people, right? Masses of them. And they embrace the faith of Baha'u'llah. And they are babies. Now, how many of you want to change diapers, huh? Come on, be honest. Well, that's wonderful because if you get in it, you got to pray to God to give you diaper changing ability, right? Why? Because they're involved in lots of times in drinking. They can't even pronounce half the words in the Baha'i books, and we lay on all these fancy books, that cost enough to bankrupt God himself. And I'm speaking from poor man's perspective, because most of my life has been it's not fair. It's not just. Go out here, 4/5 of the people of this planet so poor they can barely survive. I don't know anyone in this country that's not rich compared to a lot of people I've worked with. Take the poorest man on Skid Row, he's still richer. He's richer in lots of ways. He can travel where he wants to. And we Baha'is have to realize they're waiting. Now, I'm not saying that the poor in heart are from the highest realms of the wealthy people on down, but there are more amongst the physically poor, and don't play games about that. Don't sit back and say otherwise, because if I have to play preacher, I can quote text on it. And no one likes that. But they're there by the hundreds. And they're waiting for the faith to embrace the faith. And if they embrace the faith, don't expect them to be little walking, superior people within a week or two. They're babies. Now, what's the difference? You got to go out, you got to change diapers, you got to nurse, right? For months on end. It's troublesome. Those of you who are mothers, did you ever truly enjoy having to get up and nurse the baby at 3 a.m.? Huh? I mean, who ever liked to do that? But that's where it is with mass teaching. And if you love the baby, you can have the power to do it. And if you don't play the lip service of saying, gee, I love you so much, and I'll come see you next Rizwan when we're trying to elect an assembly. In the meantime, you poor baby starve to death. And God help the baby. Where is this from?
I don't know.
It looks like an African Salvation Army too, huh? Listen, let me ask you something. How would you feel if you were in that person's position? You're the baby. Oh, now, if you take a person in through a fireside, what has happened? He's been in your home. He's learned to trust you, hasn't he? Over the months, usually, not just instant unless you're very lucky. He learns to slowly trust you, to love you. And in the process of becoming Baha'i, he's being deepened too, isn't he? And then the danger has been in every country I've been in, is we start comparing a mass-taught believer with a fireside-taught believer. And that's like comparing someone by the time they declare the faith, they can almost walk, with a baby that's just been born. How unjust can we be? God have mercy on that kind of stupidity. This baby's just been born, and this one's been nursed and nursed and nursed and nursed and helped to crawl, helped to walk, and he embraces the faith, and we say, oh, that's wonderful. It's wonderful? Certainly it's wonderful. Some of the dearest friends we've got in this world became Baha'is that way. But some of the greatest people walking this planet became Baha'is the other way. Now, the only plea I make to mass teaching is a very simple one. And that is, if you don't want to be a part of it, I don't see a thing in the world wrong with that. And I mean that seriously. I'm not playing word games to manipulate your thinking. We're not all comfortable with different types of teaching. Let someone do it who likes it. But for God Almighty's sake, support them and pray for them. And don't sit back and say, well, they don't ever be their paper Baha'is, they don't do this, that, and the other. If you're going to criticize like that, go out and help deepen. Otherwise, keep your mouth shut. Because you are hurting human souls when you do that. And none of us do it, I think, consciously. We don't think about what we're doing. We're just saying, well, look at this. They're burdened on the faith. We send them all this material and so forth, and they're not contributing to the fund. What do you expect a baby to do? Where in the name of God is your common sense? And I'm saying you, I'm not saying you personally. I'm just saying I've run into this not just in the United States. I've run into every country I've been in. And the reason I say it is most Baha'is I know, and I'm not saying this to play games, I think are serious, sincere people. I think they just don't think about it. They don't think about the basic difference of how that man heard about the Baha'i faith. They don't think of the problems they're wrestling with, you know. And it's an awful thing to become a Baha'i on the street and all of a sudden see this group of teachers come along in this love and unity, and that's a reality. What is it that a baby can do? A baby can see light, can't they? Don't ever forget that. A baby can see light and he can hear noise. Now, in mass teaching, the problem is not that we can't effectively mass teach. We've proved it all over the world. The problem right now, and problems are given to be solved. The problem is we have yet to find really a solid means of organized consolidation. Now, I feel like the problem can be broken down into two very simple parts. You need to be honest in the beginning and say, everybody's not designed for that. And to just say, well, you go do it, you go do it. Come on. To me, I've heard Rahir Khanum say, Shoghi Effendi was the most practical person on earth. He picked the right person for the right job. If someone wants me to go up and discuss music with somebody in the symphony orchestra, I mean, it's just like putting a duck up there to talk with a human. I don't know anything about it. And the first thing I'm going to go do is find someone who's devoted to the faith, who knows something about music to do the talking. I'm not going to do it. But the only thing I'm pleading for is if you've got people interested in mass teaching in your area, support them, pray for them, help them in any way you can. And on the other hand, the guy who loves mass teaching, don't let him lay a trip on you for wanting to teach fireside or do proclamation or do radio or TV or something. Look, we are all in this business to win souls to God. And we need to support that. But one final comment on this, because I have to move on to another subject. One final comment, and this is strictly a personal opinion. I don't believe anybody has any business going out doing mass teaching unless they've got people to do the follow-up. And I'll leave it with you on that. Don't lay that off on the people. Just bring them into the faith and leave them alone until next Riz one. You're going to run around and make a paper assembly, so-called. There's nothing right about that. You show me in Baha'i writings where Shoghi Effendi said leave people alone like that. And you've heard the statement, but this guy will do it. I'll eat the papers written on before I leave here in front of this whole audience. Show it to me where Shoghi Effendi said it. That you enroll them and leave them alone. There's nothing Baha'i about that. That's just old world laziness. Or it's people that are devoted to the faith that haven't thought about what they're doing, giving birth to a baby. And friends, as long as God, it's your baby. Now you might pass him off and adopt him out and do all you want to. Shoghi Effendi says in writing, you're the spiritual father or the spiritual mother. Don't play games with it. He was a sign of God on earth. It's not that someone else can't carry on from you or something, but the least you can do is drop a postcard or something to the person and write them. Show some interest in the individual. My God Almighty. What kind of business is this? I love you, but I don't ever want to see you again. I don't want to write to you. You know? Now, if that's too blunt a talk, then you got the wrong teacher here. Because, I never have been noted for my overt amount of discretion in saying things. But it's my experiences, I label it that, and I believe it, and I act on it. We brought in to Western Oklahoma, after we moved out there with a tremendous help from some Baha'is around Oklahoma City, 9 assemblies. Some of them are functioning reasonably well, some are not. But the people who brought them in are working with them. They're not leaving them alone. They didn't go into it with their eyes blinded. We're working at it. But I make a plea to any of you. If you're really interested in this type of teaching, get together with a friend or two of yours and begin to develop some simple consolidation material on basic things, not embellishments on the building. Shoghi Effendi, in writing in his messages to Canada, said, that they had all kinds of problems up there, but the reason they had them was because the believers, he said, it's not because they're not sincere in the faith. It is not because they're not gifted and they're zealous, but it's because they were not grounded in the covenant and the verities of the faith in the beginning. They weren't really grounded in it. And I want to talk about that for the rest of the class, okay? Because I'll just try and show you what we developed in the Philippines and share it with you and hope that it can be of some help with you, and begin by saying that what I will share with you is very simplistic, and I know that. It has its limitations, but it's simplistic to say our life depends on the sun, is it not? It certainly is. But how many times Baha'u'llah compares us, and Abdu'l-Baha compares us to a plant that's growing. You can take the most beautiful plant you ever saw, go to the School of Agriculture, any country you want to, and find out the exact amount of nutrients it needs, correct? The perfect amount of fertilizer, the type of soil, the exact amount of water it needs, to where it has everything perfect, and put it in the plant and take care of it and put it in a cellar, and what will happen to it? Why? Because its life is dependent upon the sun. And the soul of man is absolutely dependent upon nourishment coming from God's Holy Spirit. And without it, that soul will atrophy and die. And no man can grow spiritually without it. I don't care how much intellect he has up here. This is the only religion that I know of that commands us to educate our families and our children, correct? Commands us to. But at the same time, knowledge feeds the intellect. It doesn't necessarily feed the soul. Baha'u'llah says in one place, knowledge is the greatest veil between man and his Creator. Abdu'l-Baha, in his own wonderful, funny way, one time said you can put a library on the back of a jackass and he is still a jackass. Now, that's not a put down for learning. We have some of the most learned people in the entire world is Baha'i. But it's to say it's not enough. My child's life does not depend on how much intellectual knowledge I have. How many of you have studied carefully that compilation from the House of Justice on teaching of our children? And Abdu'l-Baha's tablets in there about a child who knows very little and has good manners is preferable before God than the one who knows all of this but is rude and so forth. That's all I'm trying to say. We have to do something that the Master said in this country, and later the Guardian repeated. In some cases, you have to give up the important for the most important. That's all. For the most important. Now, be honest with us this morning. Which would you rather be? Around a loving, happy soul that's not so smart, or some brainy guy that's an arrogant guy, huh? Huh? And knowledge appeals to the ego of man. Why? Because he can manipulate and control others. It's a sense of power comes from it. This been as Christ said, it's harder for a rich man to go into the kingdom of God than for a camel to go through an eye of a needle. He's not always talking about just old greenbacks. He's talking about people rich in abilities, talking about people rich in knowledge, gifted in all types of things. He's rich in it. Why? Because there's a tendency in us to think we don't depend on God. And I love a sentence of Abdu'l-Baha. One time he said, every man, no matter how much ability he's got, is equally dependent on God. Equally dependent. In one place in Hidden Words, he talks about the bird on the bush, and the instant the fowler death throws his net. Well, that smart guy just as dead in the box as a dumb one. And what's he going to do if he did not develop any spiritual qualities? He says, I love you, and I like these type things. These are the qualities, right? We just say it just like a computer. We want everything instant love, instant forgiveness, instant patience, instant everything. Baloney, it's as hard to grow now as ever and maybe harder. And I get into the next world. Let me draw you a quick little diagram. I used to do this in the islands. Here's supposedly the man, right? We say man has two natures, correct? Okay, let's say this is the man. This is our target man, right? Okay, this is his physical side. Everybody knows all about that. But quickly, we say he has to develop his spiritual side, right? And suppose he doesn't and he dies, huh? What's left? Because this is going to rot. Or suppose the best he did was sort of like this, huh? Big deal. Or in most cases, it won't even be like that, because this part never did develop, huh? Just like that. Spiritually speaking, Abdu'l-Baha says what? Every faculty we have, we must develop in this world. Sight, insight. Hearing, spiritual hearing. Speech, spiritual speech. Taste for spiritual things. And he says very clearly it must be acquired. It's not natural. It must be acquired. And he gives us ways of doing it. Very specific ways of doing it. Now, what I really want to get into this morning is, what do we teach as Baha'is? Is it our job to go around and improve on the message of salvation given in the past? Baha'u'llah in the Hidden Word says it all. He says this is the distilled essence of everything that's been given in the past. So you don't know anything about Zoroaster. You don't have to. You know all he had to say it was worth saying because you got the hidden words. You don't know every Christian prophecy that was ever written. I can sit here and talk all day and night about it, but I don't have to know that. I got the hidden words, and that's the distilled essence of it. You know what essence is? That's something you and I can't really put into words, right? It's just the best. It's just like attar of rose, huh? It's the fragrance of it, the life of it. It's in my hands in that little book. I don't need all that other. Nobody wants. If I'm thirsty, or you're thirsty, and I come to you, huh? Now you are starving for water, and I'm going to give you a 30-minute lecture on what water is, huh? I don't think I'm going to wait you out. Give me some water, you know. If I'm hungry, I love Dr. Mahaja. God Almighty, what a wonderful man he was. If you're hungry, and you're a hungry man sitting there, you're going to lecture to him on the world order that's going to bring you great food later on. He fed them. And then he talked. That's where it is with me. Find out what the need is and don't play games with it. Those are basic needs, and then let's work from there and be happy if we can with it, and patient if we can, and pray to God. And then what's the message? In the Philippines, you can't imagine the devotion of the Baha'is there. I mean, someone becomes a Baha'i and he's instantly willing to fast for a week. I go out and meet him on some little island with a boat with several Baha'is, and he becomes a Baha'i. He's going to say more prayers in a month than you memorized in 15 years as a Baha'i. He'll know those hidden words, and I'm not exaggerating. Go there and try it yourself. But you try and organize it as far as the world order goes. Give that a spin on your high five. You're going to get lots of static. So I want to share with you some wonderful statements from Baha'i readings this morning, and hope that you will bear with me, because people get tired of reading and hearing people read. But sometimes it's a good thing to hear the Word of God and just let that soak in and bounce off of you, because it takes a lot of time to knock rust off of all of our hearts now and then. Now, you know what most people in this world are hungry for? It's my opinion. But no games played any country I've ever been. One simple word: justice. Come off this forgiveness bit. I want some justice in my life. I don't like living in a country where 5% of the money is in the hands of everybody and everybody else is poor. And the country's overpopulated. And I've been in lots of countries like that. Lots of them. There's no justice to that. There's no justice to it. So listen to these words of Baha'u'llah. You've heard all of this, but just let it right on in your heart. And for those of you who have the heart for it, listen to this. Listen to this. O Son of Spirit, the best beloved of all things in my sight is justice. Turn not away therefrom if thou desirest me, and neglect it not, that I may confide in thee. Verily, justice is my gift to thee, and the sign of my loving kindness. Set it then before thine eyes. Why? Why, friends? Baha'u'llah, the purpose of justice is the appearance of unity amongst men. We Baha'is like to mouth unity all the time. There is no such thing as unity. It cannot come into existence without justice, and never let your soul believe it. The purpose of justice is the appearance of unity amongst men. That's why it's the most precious thing in the eyes of God. God be praised. Listen, God be praised. The Son of Justice hath risen above the horizon of Baha'u'llah. For in his tablets the foundations of such a justice have been laid as no man hath from the beginning of creation conceived. Know thou of a truth, these great oppressions that have befallen the world are preparing it for the advent of the most great justice. So without a whole lot of philosophy, why are we having all this trouble? It's preparing the world for the most great justice. The light of men is justice. No radiance can compare with that of justice. Listen to this. The organization of the world and the tranquility of mankind depend upon it. Bestir yourselves, O people, in anticipation of the days of divine justice, for the promised hour is now come. Beware, lest ye fail to apprehend its import, and be accounted among the erring. Go back to the Christian scriptures. John says in the book of Revelation, and I, John, saw the holy city, New Jerusalem, coming down from God out of heaven. How many of you heard that song, Jerusalem, Jerusalem? What's he talking about? The law of God which descends from heaven. Abdu'l-Baha says the law of God is described as the holy city. The New Jerusalem. It is the law of God which descends from heaven and is called new. Now, this talk's going to get heavy. So if you can catch your second wind and can really concentrate, I want to share with you what I sincerely, with my whole soul, believe, rightly or wrongly, is the key problem of why we fall flat on our face on consolidation. Everybody got with me this far. But right here, I'm going to lose some of you, and I know that. So when I lose you, just sleep comfortably and don't snore, all right? Now here we go. Listen to this. The most great peace can rest on no other basis and can be preserved through no other agency except the divinely appointed ordinances that are implicit in the world order that stands associated with His holy name. Listen, the most great justice is indeed the justice upon which the structure of the most great peace can alone and must eventually rest, while the most great peace will in turn usher in the most great, that world civilization, which shall remain forever associated with Him who beareth the most great name. He, as well as Abdu'l-Baha after him, has clearly and specifically laid down a set of laws, established definite institutions, and provided for the essentials of a divine economy. These are destined to be a pattern for future society, a supreme instrument for the establishment of the most great peace, and the one agency for the unification of the world and the proclamation of the reign of righteousness and justice upon the earth. The Spirit breathed by Baha'u'llah upon the world can never, don't underweight that word, can never permeate and exercise an abiding influence upon mankind unless and until it incarnates itself in a visible order which would have His name, wholly identify itself with His principles and function in conformity with His laws. It is indubitably clear that the pivot of the oneness of mankind is nothing else but the power of the covenant. The oneness of mankind is nothing else but the power of the covenant. Now, the canopy of existence resteth upon the pole of justice and not of forgiveness. And people who are hung up on personal salvation have a rough pill to swallow right there. Don't play games with that, because the whole world is into the forgiveness bag and they want justice, but not for themselves. Now, the canopy of existence resteth upon the pole of justice and not of forgiveness, and the life of mankind dependeth on justice and not on forgiveness. Yes? Where is that from? That is from Advent of Divine Justice, page 24. O people of God, that which traineth the world is justice, for it is upheld by two pillars, reward and punishment. These pillars are the sources of life to the world. The great being saith, the structure of world stability and order hath been reared upon and will continue to be sustained by the twin pillars of reward and punishment. Now listen to this. This is funny, but it is really lively serious. I won't say it's deadly serious because it brings life to the world. Small wonder, therefore, that the author of the Baha'i Revelation should have chosen to associate the name and title of the house, which is the crowning glory of his administrative institution, not with forgiveness, but with justice. It's not the universal house of forgiveness. The universal house of justice. To have made justice the only basis and the permanent foundation of his most great peace, and to have proclaimed it in his hidden words as the best beloved of all things in his sight. Now, the assembly is a nascent house of justice and is supposed to administer according to the teachings the affairs of the community. But individuals toward each other are governed by love, unity, forgiveness, and a sin-covering eye. Now, a few comments on that. Suppose I can take any 9 people you want here or more, and you are sincere believers from any religion or denomination you want to play with. And you love God more than I do. And I admit it. I don't play games. You're almost a saint. Don't play games with that. You tell me you can establish peace on this planet, and I'll laugh in your face. You'll never do it. Your religion and your teachings weren't designed to do it. They were designed to prepare the way for the coming of Baha'u'llah's world order and his laws. Now, why is it so simple? Because you're different people with different temperaments, different tastes. Oh, we love our ways. French and Germans lived side by side for how long? What happened after World War II, huh? The Germans, the first thing they did, they ran around and rebuilt their factories and this, that, and the other. French, first thing they did is let the factories lay in dust and go around and build their art galleries, right? French, how do they drink even? They'll sip a little wine all day long. What the Germans do, they get together at night and they glug it down. It's a different temperament. Now, how are you going to harmonize it? You're filled with the Spirit, but the only way, now listen, this is a subtle argument. It's simple, but it's subtle. If, in your sincerity, you're going to bring peace to the planet, you know that the moment your love of God incarnates itself and you're going to try and impact the whole society, it has to express itself through what? Through laws, is it not so? It has to. If you're going to organize society, you make rules. Now, you're all motivated by the Spirit of God, and you get together and you consult and you talk and you're serious. You're not playing games, and you do love God. But we have different tastes and we have different understandings, and our concept and standard of justice is different, and because we're sincere, it will impact on the way we think when we decide what that law is going to be. And it will not be justice. Can't be, because the imperfections of the human that gave it will manifest itself there. I'm not perfect and you're not. So, how are you going to have justice on this planet? You can't have it that way. You can have law, but never, ever, young people particularly, confuse law with justice. God have mercy on you. The most sincere law in the world is imperfect, because the men that made it were imperfect. And it covers so much, and then there's limitation. But God Almighty knew that too, didn't He? And so, to create justice, He had to prepare the way with the spiritual new birth of the people. And let's don't deny the fact that there are a lot of people, we play games with this. He's born again Christian. I hope he is, because he'll recognize Baha'u'llah. You're twice the Christian he is. He accepted Christ once, you did the second time. You know. We don't have to play games with that. Be grateful that they're preparing the way for us and for our faith and for Baha'u'llah's world order. But now, we're Baha'is. How can we establish justice? Why? What makes justice? Laws that organizes the planet, right? Where did it come from? If man can't do it, who can give you just laws? Only God. Only God can make a just law to organize a planet. And it has to be fine-tuned every now and then, doesn't it? To keep up with the growth and the changes in the world. Is it not true? So He gives us a prophet, a manifestation of His Spirit to organize the planet. And He gives us just laws. Now suppose you have the just law. What do you have to implement it? You have to have someone to interpret it, don't you? A judge. Is it not true? The legislatures, the government pass laws. Someone has to sit up as a judge and say, what does it mean, right? Baha'u'llah didn't miss a lick, did he? He gave us Abul Bahar and Shoghi Effendi, and they spent 66 years interpreting the meaning of those teachings. 66 years of interpretations on everything you can dream of if you get into it. Just pages. I've seen stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks of letters of Shoghi Effendi that are not in print. How any living human did what he did, you and I will never understand. I heard a Baha'i once that worked there said Shoghi Effendi wore out secretaries like a hard-working man wears out gloves. Now we have all the interpretation and we have the law. Now once the law is interpreted, what do you have to do with it? You have to implement it. Who does the implementation? The local what? House of justice. Let's think ourselves down the line a little bit. Let's think ourselves down the line. You've got the law and it's perfect. You've got the perfect interpretation and the Spirit's flowing through it. Then on this level down here, you've got the local house of justice to implement it. And as times change, who does the fine-tuning of that law? Come on. Universal house of justice. Now, are they limited by anybody's ability to understand? Okay, I picked three of you. We've got a problem right here in Pembroke, right? You and you. You're on the committee of the local assembly. You do the fact-finding. You're sincere and you pray. And you write the facts as you understand it, and it eventually gets to the House of Justice for decision. And in your sincerity, you still didn't get the facts right. And the House of Justice doesn't have time to wait and ask for more information. They must make a decision. Will their infallibility be infected? Will it be affected by your inaccuracies? No. We're guaranteed it. And if I had time, I would stand here and tell you a story that for those of you who've got hair left, it'd make it stand up. I can tell you stories about the House of Justice with just blank knowledge and their decision. It's unbelievable, friends. I've served on more than one National Assembly and the secretary of one. And I've seen us in our efforts as hard as we could work with tears in our eyes and praying and crying and still make a mistake. And I mean by cable, the House of Justice turned it around. And then a lot of times we blundered along and made mistakes, and they didn't adjust it because they knew it was like a kid who fell down and skinned his shins. We had to learn on our own. It's training. A man and a child has to be given with God's love and encouragement the ability to make his mistakes and to do what? To develop his strengths. Because Abdu'l-Baha said, you must be tested. You've got that old ego in there. I got the heart in there too, but I got the ego. And if I'm not tested, my ego will say I'm perfect. I'm tested, you know, here I go there. And then he said, if God in His love did not test you again, you would never have any way of knowing that you have corrected your weakness. No way, no way. But you are tested again. And once you know you've corrected that weakness, what does it give you? Confidence in God's love for you and yourself and your community. Confidence. Now, we've got the law, we've got the interpretation, we've got the implementation, we've got the way to keep it update, and we've got justice, friends, and that's what everybody on this planet's crying for. We have a universal house of justice. We have a national house of justice. We have a local house of justice. And we, Baha'is, with God's help through those teachings, are going to remake this planet. There's not one doubt in our minds about it. God has prepared His way so clearly all over this planet. I can take any one of you and go with you today, 24 hours from now, anywhere on the planet you want to be, we're there. And unless you're in some really outlying place, you can find a Baha'i there now. When I, started out my pioneering days, that wasn't true. But you're going to have a hard time finding an island in the Pacific that's not somebody heard the Baha'i faith of Baha'i on it now. Do you know that? You've been out there, Ms. Ezel. That's true. That's true. This faith is spreading. And suppose, God forbid, but it can happen. We can get in a nuclear war, but what will happen? Big cities will all go up, so what? Millions and millions of people are still going to survive it. And where has this faith spread its most rapidly? You've been in Sweden, right? And you've been in Nigeria. Now, which one's ahead? Trying to make is Christ said what? Who's going to inherit the earth? And they're out in all of these countries all over the planet, and that's where the faith has grown the most. They've gone into places and grown so much because the people of the world didn't want those places because they didn't have anything they could grub out of them. And there are hundreds of Baha'is there, and spirituality is as real as, oh my God, it's so real. It's like absolutely perfect mirror with no dust on it. And many people a lot of times have some very, you might say, primitive habits, but they're sensitive to spiritual things. And they're sensitive to spiritual truth. And if a person like you and I can go to those places and establish the world order of Baha'u'llah, or right here in this country, we read some of the teachings yesterday about the future of it, we shouldn't have unrealistic expectations. I tell you what I believe. You better take this off the tape because I'll get cracked over the knuckles for it. But you give me 27 really devoted Baha'is, and I can go down, I don't know about North Carolina, I can go to South Carolina, and we'll take in 10,000 Baha'is next year. I didn't say we'd take in 10,000 people. Did I? Baha'is. But babies. Now, it's a struggle, man, because that means you got to nurse 10,000 babies. You got to change 10,000 dirty diapers. That's what it feels like, you know. Sometime, day and night. Well, that's a job to terrify anybody, isn't it? So you better be very careful about it. But don't think the babies aren't there waiting. When am I going to hear it, huh? Now, and some of you say, oh, that's dreaming. I'm not dreaming. And I can tell you stories about people like that and what they're doing. I have to tell you 2 or 3 stories because it brings it home. I was in Savannah, Georgia years ago teaching Baha'i faith down there with Joe Lewis's sister, Eulalia Barabobo, one of the greatest people I've ever known in my entire life. Only God can reward. You see that young man right there, Philip Abercrombie. He wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Eulalia. Listen, I was teaching this faith. Gene Scales could bear witness to it. When you couldn't get anybody to come out of the north down here, they were hiding up there. And we were desperate, and Eulalia came out of California. And my God, it was like a comet coming through. I traveled with her. God, what days I'll always remember. That old blazing sign on the back of her car, Baha'i Faith, Baha'u'llah. Riding along with that old coffee cup on the dashboard, you know, and smoking enough cigarettes to choke a mule. You think Eulalia didn't get used by God? My heavens, you can't imagine what that woman did. Down in Savannah, Georgia, and she was in some fancy lady's house talking with the lady of the house. The lady was listening with all of the most beautiful courtesy and manners in the world, but Eulalia got nowhere with her. But what was going on in God's world at that time? In the closet, hanging up the clothes, the lady who was the maid of the house, she was taking it in. She was taking it in. And she became a Baha'i before she got out of the closet. She became a Baha'i. And I sat down with that lady, and they were talking about going to the London Congress. You know, this is Eloise Sanders. She never had been further from Savannah, Georgia than Augusta in her whole life, and talking about going to London. Well, she couldn't think, oh my God, where is London? I'll never forget, you know, we sat down in the back of her little room, her house there. She was a hairdresser. She had her money tied up in handkerchiefs she had been saving for other things in her life. And they wanted, I think it was a $200 deposit or something like that. And we sat down and counted the nickels and dimes and quarters out of those tied up handkerchiefs. I took the money myself down to the post office, bought the money order, and mailed it. God almighty, she'd never been further than Augusta. Can you imagine it? Oh, you can't imagine what that was like. In London, my God, in 1963, sitting up there in the front of that great audience. The most great jubilee ever held on this planet. And there is Eloise Sanders right up in front. My God, you know where she is now? She came back home. She couldn't stand to just stay put anymore. She went on a pilgrimage, and she has been pioneering in Liberia ever since. Ever since. The woman who held the fort in that country I just met out in San Francisco at a meeting, Vivian Weston. God, I can't imagine the service Vivian Weston has given us, a black lady from Texarkana, Texas. There's a school in Liberia named after her. I had the great bounty of my life at the opening of the first 9-year plan in the Garden of Rizwan, the first one a House of Justice ever gave to the world. And Vivian Weston. I got to get a plug-in for Texas, both of us from Texas. God, we were over there, and they let Vivian and I and a little girl pioneer from Japan pray the opening prayers of the 9-year plan. Friends, you can't imagine who's sitting here waiting and what they can do for this faith. I was in Kenya in 1967, and we could not get to the greatest African leader of that day and age, Jomo Kenyatta. We couldn't get to him. And we had wonderful Baha'is. Aziz Yazdi, who's now counselor at the International Teaching Center, was there. He was there, and he couldn't get to him. He lived there. You know how we got to him? Guess how we got to him? Baha'u'llah wanted that book in his hands, right? How do you think he got to him? The man who's now president of Kenya, Moyes, president of it. He was the vice president. And his wife goes into a hairdresser to have her hair fixed. And she is a little lady from Trinidad. Little black Baha'i lady from Trinidad, sweet as just like the most beautiful flower you can imagine. And she attracts the heart of the vice president's wife and says, you know, what we'd like to do to get this message to Jomo Kenyatta. So a meeting was set up to where the vice president and his wife came to this big, nice celebration planned at the home of Aziz Yazdi. And I had the great bounty of being there that night and seeing it. Some wonderful Baha'is who were there. His heart was moved. He had only known Aziz from his business world. He was the head of a squib drug agency there, supplying medicines to East Africa. His heart was moved, and he set up that meeting with Jomo Kenyatta. And House of Justice sent that wonderful hand of the cause, Mr. Puritan. They put that book in his hands. But friends, he would never got in his hands had Baha'u'llah not had that little pioneer hairdresser. Wouldn't have been there. All of the brain power they had there couldn't have gotten it there. They didn't put that book in his hands. The lady from Trinidad did. The lady from Trinidad put it in his hands. We talk about Dizzy Gillespie and his gifts. His gifts. He's a Carolinian, right? Listen, Dizzy has given the Baha'i faith to more rulers than anybody else in the world except Rahia Kanu. He told me, I traveled with him a little while once, he said everywhere he goes, he carries, you know, he's often an ambassador of the United States government in a way, right? A gift from the government to some country. But he always carries a personal gift, and it's always a Baha'i gift. He spread the Baha'i teachings all over everywhere. And I know that most of you know how he became a Baha'i, which is just almost a miracle itself. But friends, what I'm trying to say is that we have so many wonderful souls out here waiting to respond. And it's a grave danger if you don't know what you're teaching. Now, if you're only going to teach individual salvation, we have it in our faith. I know more about individual salvation than any Christian walking this planet Earth intellectually, because Baha'u'llah revealed it, and Christ is limited in what he said. I can take all of the teachings Jesus Christ spoke on life after death and put it on 3 pages. We got books of what Baha'u'llah says about it. But if a person becomes a Baha'i, and all he can do is become a fancier Christian by praying more and becoming more developed himself spiritually, it's not going to change the world. Don't play that game with yourself. Now, I have 3 little children. God knows. I want them to live. I want them to live. I want them to live in a world at peace, and they don't have a chance in this world unless you and I do this work. There is no way this world is going to function with the power at the hand of a man with one thumb. Can blow up half the world that never had any say in it at all. God forgive the language, but they don't have a damn thing to do with it. I've lived in countries where the large powers of the world dictate everything that happens. They dictate life and death. And there's no justice in that, man. There is no justice in it if I'm living out somewhere in the Pacific and somebody can push a button and destroy my little children just because they can't breathe, that there's no justice in it. And suppose you're sincere, how are you going to have justice? There is no way in God's world you can have it. Because man must decide the law that's going to rule, and it will not be just. Now, you've got the law. You've got it in the palm of your hand. You've got the new birth in your heart. You've got the interpretation. You've got the institution to apply it. And when that happens, the greatest gift of all is given to the world, Shoghi Effendi said, was a new race of man. A new race of man. Most people on this planet are in trouble. And the only way a Baha'i can be in trouble, there's only one kind of trouble he can be in. And that is if he has this word and this knowledge in his heart and he doesn't use it. I don't know where in the world he's going to go for spiritual help. Listen, we got more than individual salvation. It's a call to the nations, a call to justice, a call to peace, a call to a new world order, a call to an order that says, my little child will get up in the morning and it will be peace on this planet. There won't be one dime going to build a nuclear bomb. There won't be 1 cent going in to destroy mankind. It'll be money being spent for educational institutions that'll make ours now look worse than the worst witchcraft of the Middle Ages. There will be money being poured in to make this planet, in the words of Shoghi Effendi, a faint image of the Abha kingdom. And thank God Almighty, some of you in this room are going to live and work in that kind of a world. You'll see, you know what it would feel like if you went to sleep tonight in that dormitory over there tonight, and in the morning, when you waked up, you knew. There's not going to be any headlines. Danger of a nuclear war is gone, man. Gone from the consciousness of mankind. You know how you would feel? God would have a hard time pulling me out of here till I was 120. You won't wear out like that. You know you're going to have continuity. You're going to have excitement. This young gentleman back here with his degree in education, I bet he lives to be 120. He'll have so many wonderful things to do in the field of education. He can't even believe now. And he won't have all these dad-burn constraints put on him, you know. You ever tried to get through a customs office, you know, and they go through everything? You got a photograph album with those fat, soft things. They rip it apart to see if you're carrying drugs. You get on an airplane, they search you like you just got out of Alcatraz, even though it's been closed down for years. All that's gone, swept aside. I'm going to build a new world. Why? Because I know, man, as the Christian said, I know in whom I have believed. I'll never forget you, Lady of Barabobo, in a meeting we had. My God, it was just wonderful. She did what everybody dreams of doing. What a great soul. My God, what a great soul. I was in a meeting with her and these 2 stuffy ministers. One of them with all his collars so tight he was choking him to death, you know. And here was you, Lady, up here. And he pontificated and introduced her, and she laid it out here. And when the Spirit was flowing through her, you know, some of us are not creative, but Eulalia is creative. She'll say things you never dreamed of. And it was so true and so wonderful. You get so happy you couldn't sit down hardly. You couldn't keep still. Because nobody ever heard of it before, and you knew it was true. And she had so many creative insights into Baha'u'llah's word. And she was talking, and this preacher at the end of the service invited the Baptist minister, he was Methodist, invited the Baptist minister to say the end of the benediction. And this Baptist minister, all his pontification, was a put down. He said, and we know in whom we have believed. Well, you know what Eulalia did after that talk? You got to take this off the tape, I'm sure. NSA, it's too late for them to remove her voting rights. Listen, she went up there and she got that old boy by the collar. And she lifted old Stuffy right up off the floor. And she said, what do you mean you know in whom you have believed? You're a blinder and a bat. Well, my God, wouldn't you love to have done it? I didn't have that courage if God reincarnated me 10 times. But here I am, a little Baha'i wandering around the South with someone like that. Joe Louis went down in history as a guy that could knock out anybody. Well, he wasn't even in the league with his sister, man. She had a haymaker that made God's whole kingdom crumble, man. She put fire in the believers from one corner of this old South to the other. And anybody who was down here struggling, he'll never forget it. And what was her reward? My God, the rewards of Baha'u'llah are unbelievable. Everybody in here knows Alex Haley, don't you? You don't know Eulalia, do you? She beat Alex. House of Justice rewarded her. What did they do? They sent her to Africa as a teacher, a traveling teacher for the Universal House of Justice. And what happened to Eulalia? She got back in some of those countries, and she found her roots, just like Alex Haley. You ought to hear her tell the story and what it meant to her. I wish she had written the book first. She would have been the one on TV. Oh, Baha'u'llah rewarded Eulalia. And he rewarded us because we got to know her. And I can talk all day long about people that I've known and come into this faith, just like Eloise Sanders, and what they've done since. Now, what I'm trying to say very simply is the heart knows a language that it takes a long time for the mind to catch up with. And if I sat here all day long and said I love you and I didn't, you'd know it. And if I really love you, I've got to know Baha'u'llah, because I won't have the courage and the strength to do it. The world's too frightened. I'll be cringing back in myself and afraid and insecure, and I will not risk myself in a relationship that I may get hurt. And believe me, friends, if you become a Baha'i, you're going to get hurt. Don't let anyone tell you other than that. If you become a Baha'i, Baha'u'llah will see that you get hurt, because he got hurt. Abul Baha got hurt. Shoghi Effendi got hurt. Everybody in Shoghi Effendi's family turned against him. Do you know that? Brothers, sisters, everybody was mom and daddy. I've thought about it many times since I have children, what it was like to him. Oh, God. The suffering they went through. Now, who are you and I to dodge it? Huh? Come on, the military man talks about biting a bullet. Who cares? Bite it in two. Spit it out. You got the law of God. And we're going to establish justice. And we got to know it, Abul Baha says, and see it clear as the sun. And someday, the historians of the schools that are going to come up in this world order, they're going to write the story of the Eloise Sanders. They're going to write the stories of the Eulalia Barabobos. They're going to write the stories of people just like you that said, my George, I might can do it too. And sort of stepped out here. And sure enough, they got knocked back 2 steps and they didn't quit. They crawled out again, And they're going to build a new world order because you got justice. And that's what the world wants. When I was in the Philippines, I went there for consolidation. Most of the Baha'is live in these little villages. Every night the communists are coming in saying, you got to go to a meeting, you got to give us a carabao or a chicken or a pig, or you got to run messages for them. And as a Baha'i, you can't do it, and they get killed. Now, I can sit here and tell you stories about it, because I was there. I saw it. I've had them with the rifles on me, not somebody else. But I will never forget the Baha'is in that country. I will never forget it. Man, you can't forget that. You can't forget it when you're little people and they don't have a thing, God Almighty, thing to hold to, but the Word of God. They got no money. They got no power. And if you're a Persian student, you don't even have a country. And I never knew one of them, as God is my witness, to wave the white flag. But friends, they desperately need the knowledge of what I tried to share with you this morning the most simple way I can if we're going to make a peaceful earth. The purpose of this faith is very simple. There is a difference in this faith in Christianity. You hear people say it's not. There is. I'll have to read the quote tomorrow. The emphasis of Christianity, the central theme of the Christian faith was the salvation of the individual, and that's still true. It hasn't changed a bit. The Spirit of God must be born into the hand of man, the heart of man, the soul of man. But in this day, the call is to the nations. The call is to take that Spirit and to channel it through these laws and these institutions and bring peace on this planet, to where this planet shall become, in the words of the old scripture, what? The kingdom of what? The kingdom of Baha'u'llah, the kingdom of the Father himself. Jesus Christ, returned in the glory of the Father, was about to ascend his throne and assume the scepter of a world-embracing, indestructible sovereignty. God, how fortunate you and I are. In the palm of our hand. In the palm of our hand, we've got it. And if you've got that, you've got everything. Because those of us who are getting older, we're already looking down to the end of the line. And you know what it's worth when you get that far. There's nothing in the world worth more than what we've got. They could throw all the money in this planet at my feet and I'd laugh at it and think they're the most stupid, silly people in the world. There's nothing in this world that we give for what you've got and I've got. Recognition of the Father. Because you want peace for your family and your children. You want peace to teach till you're 120. You remember that when you get 119. You're going to make it. I feel it in my heart. And help establish a new world on this planet. Because you got the tools. And Baha'u'llah's Spirit's going to flow through those brain cells. And it's going to make a planet and an earth like we never dreamed of. And we're going to be a new race of men. And in the meantime, while we've got time, let's teach. If you want to do a fireside, I'm going to pray for you and be the happiest guy in town when you enroll somebody. If you want to go out and proclaim on the radio, I'm going to be sitting there listening at it. If it's the most boring talk God ever heard, I'm going to say, Ya Baha'u'llah. If you're going to go out and develop new artwork, I'm going to praise it even if I don't understand it. It's modern art, you know. You're going to go out and do mass teaching, I'm going to be shouting, you know, praise the Lord. Yes, sirree, I'm going to do it. Ya Baha'u'llah. Allah. Because you know why? It's another great flower in a bouquet. And Abdul Baha said something very important. I'll close with this thought. Never forget it. This is a flower in God's garden. You don't know whether he's artificial or real if you're standing back here. And there's only way you can know if the flower is real, and that's how. That's when you get very close. It's so sweet. Allah. Allah Abha. Teaching. We discussed yesterday about the message, the mission of the Baha'i faith, the importance of knowing the difference between Baha'i faith and Christianity. It is a very distinct difference, and it's not just a difference of emphasis, but it's different. And let there be no mistake about it. And no apologies for it. If you're speaking or trying to share with a friend in your fireside at home or on the street or whatever, it's different. No point in saying it's just the same thing warmed over with a little different organization. It's different. How did Shoghi Effendi put it? He said, let there be no mistake. No mistake. The principle of the oneness of mankind, the pivot round which all the teachings of Baha'u'llah revolve, is no mere outburst of ignorant emotionalism or an expression of vague and pious hope. Many people look upon all religion as an expression of vague and pious hope, or vague hope. In this day, it's not so much pious left. Its appeal is not to be merely identified with a reawakening of the spirit of brotherhood and goodwill among men, nor does it aim solely at the fostering of harmonious cooperation among individual peoples and nations. Its implications are deeper. Its claims greater than any which the prophets of old were allowed to advance. Its message is applicable not only to the individual, but concerns itself primarily with the nature of those essential relationships that must bind all the states and nations as members of one human family. A new gospel, fundamentally different from and infinitely superior to what the world has already conceived. A new gospel, fundamentally different. How? Well, easy to know how. The difference between forgiveness and justice. Individuals must forgive, but society must have justice. And we talked about that yesterday, didn't we? The laws and how they've been interpreted and how to be applied to humanity, and upon the establishment of the most great justice will depend the coming of the most great peace. And the most great justice can only be built through the following of the laws of Baha'u'llah. That's so simple, but that's our message, friends. My experience has been, and so it's, as any individual experience, very small. But I can only share with you what I've experienced. A person can't talk about something he doesn't know from his experience. Now, he might give you a lot of nomenclature, but he doesn't know from his experience what he's talking about. My experience is oftentimes we bring people into the Baha'i faith and they don't have the slightest idea of what the primary message and mission of the Baha'i faith is. And it takes them a long time to catch up with it. And we do it sincerely. We pray, and we do what? Because we're most intimately familiar. And it makes no difference what country you're coming from either on this. If you're in India or wherever you are, we know individual salvation. Whether we got it from Buddha or Christ or Mohammed, we know that. But we do not know how to establish peace on this earth. We do not know how to establish justice on this earth. We do not realize that the primary purpose of justice is to create unity among men. That is the mission and the message of Baha'u'llah. And my feeling is we would save ourselves an awful lot of heartache and frustration and sadness if in the very beginning we made as clear and concise a presentation of this reality as we can. Otherwise, why should you become a Baha'i? Just because you're disappointed in your church or in your mosque or in your synagogue? Or in your floundering around looking for God and not finding Him? If so, and we get stuck on high center there, I can memorize all of the hidden words and quote them forever, and it's not going to build a new world order if that's as far as I'm going to get with it. I won't see the need for it. How many of you know hundreds of Baha'is that are not organized and functioning as assembly? Huh? You bet. You bet. And there's no need of blaming them. And if you're really honest, there's no need of blaming ourselves. Don't blame anyone. Just start changing diapers. Just start changing diapers and loving people. This morning I was sitting eating. I had finished eating, though Hal was telling me I never finished eating, but I was finished eating. And this little child came up and just looked at me. Well, that was like a gift of God. Abu Baha said, you know, if you look, the eye is the mirror of the soul. And there's nothing more beautiful than to look in a pure soul. There's nothing in the world more stimulating to your heart, and a child's soul is pure. And if you work in the business world, you don't look in many pure souls. You get so tired of looking at garbage. God forgive, but it's true. People so hung up on what they can see and hang on to, you know. You can almost see them hanging on to it as they're dropping in their grave, you know. And it's sad, and you look in the eye of these little children, and they're so trusting and complete and pure, and my God, it's so wonderful. It's a gift of God. Now, I found out, I'll share with you a little song I wrote some years back in the Caroline Islands, because sometimes you have to figure ways to get to people who are not going to listen to you. Children are teachable. They're teachable. We went into the islands and tried to figure how you're going to reach people that are immersed in a culture of their own, a religion of their own. Well, they got hundreds of children because penicillin has cut down the death rate, mortality rate, so they live now. How are you going to teach the children, huh? Children like to sing, don't they? Now, what we want to teach them? Well, you'd sure like to teach them about the Bab, wouldn't you? Baha'u'llah, how to pronounce it. We've still got hundreds of Baha'i records running around the world. Baha'u'llah, sound like a cow with a sore throat. Ooh-la. Mispronouncing. There's a letter of Shoghi Effendi and his letters to Australia and New Zealand where he says almost like blasphemy to mispronounce the names of the central teachers of the faith. And though I'm sure most Persian Baha'is say, well, we'll never learn. At least we can try a little bit more. Well, teach them to pronounce Baha'u'llah, Abul Baha. Teach them about the Master, his station, about Shoghi Effendi, House of Justice, purpose of Baha'i faith, how to say the greatest name. That sounds like a lot, isn't it? I'll teach it to every one of you in 5 minutes, and every kid can learn it in 5 minutes. We had them teaching all over the island in 5 minutes. You want to learn it? Okay, hang on to your hat. This is classical music. Okay, you follow me along. The Bab is the gate. The Bab is the gate. Ya Baha'u'llah, Baha, the Bab is the gate. All right, try it. The Bab is the gate. The Bab is the gate. Ya Baha'u'llah, Baha, the Bab is the gate. Baha'u'llah is king. Baha'u'llah is king. Ya Baha'u'llah, Baha, Baha'u'llah is king. Baha'u'llah is king. Baha'u'llah is king. Ya Baha'u'llah, Baha, Baha'u'llah is king. The Master is the way. The Master is the way. Ya Baha'u'llah, Baha, the Master is the way. The Master is the way. The Master is the way. Ya Baha'u'llah, Baha, the Master is the way. The guardian built the house. The guardian built the house. Ya Baha'u'llah, Baha, the guardian built the house. The guardian built the house. The guardian built the house. Ya Baha'u'llah, Baha, the guardian built the house. The house is supreme. The house is supreme. Ya Baha'u'llah, Baha, the house is supreme. The house is supreme. The house is supreme. Ya Baha'u'llah, Baha, the house is supreme. The kingdom is come. The kingdom is come. Ya Baha'u'llah, Baha, the kingdom is come. How about that? Now, you've got something to build on. They've learned the greatest name. They've learned how to pronounce the central figures of the faith, what the faith's all about. Children run around the island singing that song, and parents wonder where it came from. And one of the parents went up to this village chief, who was also the preacher. He had it made, you know. And I was complaining about it, and he said, what song are you complaining about? And they said, well, this song about the Bab is the gate. And he said, well, I like it myself. I like it myself, you know. It's wonderful, isn't it? You know. But somehow we have to find ways to reach people just like we were reached where we were. And talk the language of whatever the heart is listening to. And I know Dr. Mahaja told us one time in Japan that analyze what the people of a country like. He said, for instance, Japan likes 3 things. They like to read, they like books, they like music, and they like sports. And if you're going to reach them, you got to go through the channels they like. I love to come down here to a Southern Baha'i summer school because they like grits. You know, we need a little grits in the Baha'i teaching. You know, I told Hal the other day, you know, if they fed a little grits to every Baha'i summer school, we'd have a new world order a little quicker, you know. So, it's wonderful to be here and share with you some of the teachings and talk about them and listen to them. Listen to what Shoghi Effendi says. 4 different places I found where he said, ours is the duty to ponder these things in our heart, to strive to widen our vision, and to deepen our comprehension of this cause, and to arise resolutely and unreservedly to play our part, however small, in this greatest drama of the world's spiritual history. He said, unfold to your eyes a new vision of his glorious mission on earth, and give you an insight into the character and meanings of his divine teachings. If we but maintain consistently before our eyes a broad and noble vision of its significance and vital necessity in these days, and above all of its universality and all-conquering power, with this vision set before us and fortified by the gracious aid of Baha'u'llah and the repeated assurances of Abul Baha, let us strive to live the life and then arise with one heart, one mind, one voice to reinforce our numbers and achieve our end. To me, however simplistic it may sound, that's where we fail in consolidation. You've got to tell that new Baha'i in some way. Give him a vision of what the faith's all about. It's not just individual salvation. We have to have that vision. What are we in business for? Serving God in this day means what? establishing the kingdom of God on earth. Now I can sit down in my little village hut or in my fancy penthouse, and I can pray the paint off the walls, and if I don't help establish functioning local spiritual assemblies, you're not going to change the world. And you're not obedient to God. So who are you praying to? Chalk one up, that's correct. Let's read it. It's nice to say it's in the book, right? They can argue with you, but they can't argue with Shoghi Effendi. If they do, they're going to lose. They're going to lose big. Listen to this. I love this quote. It is clear. It is clear. Most things are not clear, are they? Most things are foggy. How would you like it if Shoghi Effendi said, it is foggy? He wouldn't like it at all. Like it better if he said, it is blurred. Yeah, it's blurred. We don't know what we're about. No. It is clear that in this day, confirmations from the unseen world are encompassing all those who deliver the divine message. Should the work of teaching lapse, these confirmations would be what? Just sort of like Ben's talk yesterday about the Ten Commandments of teaching children, huh? Nullified. He says be entirely cut off. All would be cut off. Should the work of teaching lapse, these confirmations would be entirely cut off, since it is impossible for the loved ones of God to receive assistance unless they teach. How about that? You know that? You know that. Sure, you know that. The trouble is that getting it from here to here. Abdu'l-Baha said the longest road in the world is from the head to the heart. And then he used to laugh and say, and I have a very short neck. Yeah. You know. The sustaining strength of Baha'u'llah himself, the founder of the faith, will be withheld from every and each individual who fails in the long run to arise and play his part. When the friends do not endeavor to spread the message, they fail to remember God befittingly, and will not witness the tokens of assistance and confirmation from the Abha kingdom, nor comprehend the divine mysteries. How about that? How about that? Gee, I'm going to go home and I'm going to study and read my books from now till I die, but I'm not going to teach nobody, but I'm going to understand the mysteries. You're not going to understand nothing. You missed the first mystery. That's get up and teach. You know, that's the first page. You missed it. The teaching work should under all conditions be actively pursued by the believers because divine confirmations are dependent on it. Should a Baha'i refrain from being fully, vigorously, and wholeheartedly involved in the teaching work, he will undoubtedly, that's a pretty strong one, isn't it? Undoubtedly be deprived of the blessings of the Abha kingdom. Service is the magnet which draws the divine confirmation. Thus, when a person is active, they are blessed by the Holy Spirit. When they are inactive, the Holy Spirit cannot find a repository in their being, and thus they are deprived of its healing and quickening rays. When a person becomes a Baha'i, no matter how he became a Baha'i, you ever met these Baha'is who became a Baha'i through a vision? The tendency of other Baha'is is sort of to elevate them to a higher spiritual station or something, when the reality is oftentimes they're so hard-headed that's the only way God could get to them. You know. I mean, it don't make any difference how you heard of Baha'i faith and accepted it, whether you got it in a vision, you heard it over a TV station, you stumbled in a mud puddle and looked in a paper, who cares? You heard about it, and then we respond to it. Okay, the most important thing we know from the teachings is to serve. Isn't that the fact? And service is the magnet which draws the divine confirmations. Now, when they are inactive, the Holy Spirit cannot find a repository in their being, and thus they are deprived of its healing and quickening rays. Teaching is the source of divine confirmation. It is not sufficient. Chalk up one. It is not sufficient to pray diligently for guidance. How many times you just prayed and prayed and prayed for guidance and sat down? Oh, God, help me. But what I'm really praying, if I'm honest, is, oh, God, do it all for me. Right? Oh, thou most holy bellhop. Do everything for me. You know, I knew a guy once that said he had trouble in his community. This is a joke in a way, but it's true, too. It really happened. And he said, you know, we're going to have a meeting and go pray for remover of difficulties. And they did. And God removed him. I see, you folks must have known the same guy in there, huh? It is not sufficient to pray diligently for guidance, but this prayer must be followed by meditation as to the best methods of action, and then action itself. And then this quote is important. It's the only place I know where we have it, so I hope you have read it. If not, can remember this. Even if the action should not immediately produce results, or perhaps not be entirely correct. How about that? Not be entirely correct, that does not make so much difference. Because prayers can only be answered through action. And if someone's action is wrong, God can use that method of showing the pathway which is right. Isn't that beautiful? First time I went to a Baha'i convention. First one I ever went to. I drove all the way up there and came back. It was late at night, came back going to Dallas from Wilmette. And I got to St. Louis and I was half asleep, you know. And I got turned around when I got out from the service station, went all the way back to Wilmette, boy. Had to turn around and come all the way back, you know. And we do that in our spiritual life sometimes. We start out just thinking we know where we're going and not really looking at the road signs, you know, and just losing time. But I paid that tuition to learn the lesson. You know, sometimes the most religious thing a tired person can do is sleep. You ever think of that? Nobody but the devil never quits work. Right? Sure. The meanest people you know are always at it. Even when you go to sleep, they're nagging at you to get up and do something, right? You know, sometimes it pays us to withdraw back to ourselves and let God move our hearts. Let Him move our hearts. Because, friends, listen to this quote. And it's important because we're building the world order of Baha'u'llah. And we like schemes. Americans are great organizers, and we are. And I love that quality in my fellow countrymen. I've been around the world, and I've seen the most organized disorganization, and it's frustrating to work with disorganization, you know. And people pay an awful penalty for it, too. There has to be, as the Master said, a blend between the East and the West. This wonderful blend. And when you see that blend work, it's just intoxicating. It's so wonderful. And every now and then, haven't you all had glimpses of it where everything worked right? And it's enough you sort of to keep you going. I'll give you an example. A new couple became behind this little island in Hawaii. And I was over there and visiting. 9 people at this little feast in a house. As God is my witness, the whole house was no more bigger than from here to there square. And they had a kid. And they're having their first feast. And the teachings say what? First part of the feast, the Word of God, right? The prayers, second part, the business, and then social life. How do you think they had it? These poor, ignorant Baha'is. Now try this on for size, right? All of us sitting there comfortable. We walk in, no shoes on. That's a wonderful thing about the islands. I didn't wear shoes for 8 years. I loved every minute of it. My God, it was wonderful. Prime Minister of Samoa a lot of times doesn't even wear shoes. That's the kind of civilization I like. We entered that little house that night. We sat down, and they were playing a tape. Everybody's got tapes wherever I go. You can't get away from it. I used to think I'd go to these outer islands and get away from all this hard rock music. No way in the world. They got that little $3 Japanese receiver. Well, they were playing some very sweet rendition of Remover of Difficulties song. It was wonderful. And then they said, let's go outside. And we went outside and we all joined hands right on the ocean. Right here was the ocean coming in. Beautiful moonlight night, few clouds floating by. Cool temperature, holding hands. And you know that statement in the Epistle of the Son of the Wolf that Baha'u'llah quotes about count 40 waves and recite a verse as each wave comes in? Well, we couldn't go to Haifa. So they had taken that verse, and each one of us, as we stood there, we recited that verse 40 times. A wave would come in, we'd recite it. Another wave, we'd recite it. Another wave, we'd recite it. At the end of the time, all 9 of us had recited that verse 9 times. We went back in and had a prayer, and that was the spiritual part of the feast, and we floated off into the Allah kingdom. You know, And I think God accepted those waves of the ocean. What do you think? Isn't that beautiful? But it was creative. It was creative. It was really teaching our heart. And listen to what Shoghi Effendi says about this. He says, more vital than any scheme. Look at how smart our schemes are. More vital than any scheme is the realization down in the innermost heart of every true believer, and I love these powerful three words, of the regenerating power, the supreme necessity, the unfailing efficacy of the message he bears. Man, lay it on us. I love it. The regenerating power. I like it. I don't want any of this non-regenerating power. You know, my battery's been tuned down so much I can barely live. How many hours of each day do you live just half alive, just sort of coasting like, you don't know where we are, you know. Oh boy, I want that regenerating power. I assure you that, dear friends, that nothing short of such an immovable conviction could have in days past enabled our beloved cause to weather the blackest storms in its history, and not today. Naught else can today vitalize the manifold activities in which unnumbered disciples of the faith are engaged. Naught else can provide that driving force and sustaining power that are both so essential to the success of vast and enduring achievements. Listen, the regenerating power, the supreme necessity, the unfailing efficacy of the message he bears. What in the last resort is most essential to every believer is a conscious and unwavering faith in the mission which the cause has been called upon to fulfill. The revelation of Baha'u'llah, whose supreme mission is none other but this achievement of this organic and spiritual unity of the whole body of nations. The will and testament of Abul Baha, which together with the Kitab-i-Aqdas constitutes the chief depository wherein are enshrined those priceless elements of that divine civilization, the establishment of which is the primary mission of the Baha'i faith. And we need to teach that. We need to teach it because then people are targeted right off in the beginning. Why are you a Baha'i? Why am I a Baha'i? Because I want to establish God's kingdom on earth. Oh, you got one of those vague and pious hopes. I got something that'll work, and here's the way it goes. Boom, 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 and you start beating on a new drum, you know. You'd be surprised how many people can dance to that drum beat if you give it to them. Listen, it's wonderful to live in this day. You know one of the most unsold teachings in the Baha'i faith to Christian people? I'll share it with you. A person who is a real Christian, and there is such a thing in this world, a person with born-again Christian is convinced of the saving grace of Jesus Christ, isn't he? Of the atonement of Jesus Christ, isn't he? Now how are you going to talk to him about the Baha'i faith? That's his bridge to heaven. Now what you got to say to that? Listen to this, and we don't even talk about it. I won't embarrass you, but I'll bet 9/10 of you never talked about it in the far side in your life. And I had it rubbed in my face. I wouldn't know nothing about it. I'll tell you that story. And I loved it. I loved that, rubbing it and rub some more, you know. In a highly significant prayer revealed by Baha'u'llah in memory of his son, a prayer that exalts his death, the purest branch, that exalts his death to the rank of those great acts of atonement associated with Abraham's intended sacrifice of his son, with the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. Did you know that? Mm-hmm.
Rub that in our face again, please.
Oh, thank you. God bless you. God, most blessed man in here. I didn't put him up to asking that question. Oh, I love that man already. In a highly significant prayer revealed by Baha'u'llah in memory of his son, a prayer that exalts his death to the rank of those great acts of atonement associated with Abraham's intended sacrifice of his son, with the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. How about that? God passes by. Page 188.
Mm-hmm. You mean we should tell Christians that?
Why, no, keep it secret. Don't dare tell them.
Right off, but if you tell them right off the first thing, what's going to happen?
I can answer your question and it'll work. I'll tell you what Mr. Qadim, page 188. What Mr. Qadim told me, and it's the best advice I'll ever hope to get, so I don't have to have any more. He said, you do what the Holy Spirit of God prompts your heart today. And He never put any constraints on that. And if you're really praying, Shoghi Effendi told Leroy Iris, when you're teaching someone, you say the greatest name. All the time you're talking to them, you're saying the greatest name yourself so that you'll be moved to say something that can touch their heart. You and I don't know what's in another man's heart. Yes, sir.
Didn't Baha'u'llah say that when Jesus was crucified, the whole universe was in a great weeping?
Yes. Listen to this. The purest branch, the martyred son of Baha'u'llah, created of the light of Baha, the trust of God in His treasure in the Holy Land, offered up by His Father as a ransom for the regeneration of the world. That sounds like old Christian talk, doesn't it? Treasure, a ransom for the regeneration of the world. Not just to let somebody come to Akka. Offered up as a ransom for the regeneration of the world and the unification of its peoples. How about that? How about that? I have, O my Lord, offered up that which Thou hast given me, that Thy servants may be quickened, and all that dwell on earth be united. Offered up as a ransom by Baha'u'llah for the quickening of the world and its unification. How about that?
What's that quote from?
Those quotes I just read you are from God Passes By, page 188, 348, Messages to the Baha'i World, page 7475, and Guidance for Today and Tomorrow, page 7274. But there's a summary of all of them in this little book, Baha'i Holy Places. And how about this? He gave us a prayer to pray to the purest branch. How many of you use that prayer? That's what I thought. I knew a man once. I loved him with all my heart, and maybe some of you met him. He was from Canada. He was an auxiliary board member a long time before that on the NSF Canada. His name was Fred Grimm. First time I was ever with Fred, really, I was in a big meeting in Hamilton, Ontario. It's a nice sized city down a little bit south of Toronto. And Mr. Sears introduced Fred this way. And here's what he said. How would you like to be introduced by hand of the cause with this introduction? Every time I think of Fred Grimm, I think of Baha'u'llah's hidden word, possess a pure, kind, and radiant heart. Listen, if I thought the rest of my life I could never describe Fred any better than that. He was light himself and the best teacher of the administration that I've ever known because he's so filled with the Spirit. And I was traveling with him once and we came back to his home and he said, you know, every day I commune with the purest branch. Every day. Get that prayer. It's in Baha'i Holy Places and look at it. Baha'u'llah says, draw you nearer to God through this prayer. I was telling this story one time down in Hal and Doty's house. There was a Baha'i lady down there who was having trouble with her child. She was heartbroken, shedding tears. And I told this story, and then the next week she came back all happy. This is what happened. She said, you know, last week you told us that story about the purest branch and what Baha'u'llah said about him. And I went home and I was so desperate I found that prayer and I prayed it. And that night, now I'm not saying for you to do it. I'm not trying to start in the Baha'i faith a little cult like the Virgin Mary. I'm just saying this is the teaching of the faith and sometimes it's helpful. She went home and she prayed. And the purest branch came to her that night in a dream. And he looked at her with a lot of compassion. He said, what can I do to help you? And she said, well, the thing I want to do is be a teacher. I want to teach the faith, and I'm afraid to. I'm shy. I just can't do it. And the purest branch smiled at her, and he kicked a rock on the ground. Said God can cause that rock to teach the faith if He wants to. And as she looked at that rock in her dream, she saw there were some words on that rock. Next morning when she got up, she went to a little stream, got some smooth white rocks, and she was an artist. And she painted on that rock these beautiful lines outlined in black and gold, these hidden words of Baha'u'llah, and she started giving them to people. And she called them her talking rocks. And, you know, she found a way she could teach and was comfortable with it. Now, I'll be honest with you, if you went home from this summer school and someone here gave you one of them, 5 years from now, that's all you're going to remember about it probably. You got that rock. You'll be laying up on a mantle someday and you're unhappy and don't know what to do and maybe a little dusty. You'll pick up that rock and something's going to happen. It's a wonderful thing. But sometimes we forget. We forget what Baha'u'llah has given us, or someone never called our attention to it. I've always been grateful to Fred Graham for having told me about that. And in the islands, I was trying to find some way to find a bridge to the Christian background people in the Philippines. And I drew these two little tents to try and find some way to where we could have something to sit down and talk about, okay, to share. Now look at this. Suppose, we read the quote yesterday about reward and so forth, the two poles of existence. Now if you're drawing the tent of humanity under the real message of Christ, you've got repentance here. That's one pole of his religion, and forgiveness here. And how? How did they find it? Through the love and mercy of God and the atonement of Christ. That's his tent. That's the tent of Christianity. Repentance and forgiveness through the atonement of Jesus Christ. Now, what is the Baha'i tent? Very simple. As I understand it, reward and punishment. Why? Because the basic mission is what? Justice through what? The atonement of the purest branch. That's it. Baha'u'llah sacrificed him as an atonement, his treasure in the Holy Land, to bring about the unification of mankind. And Doug is right on target where he talks about what happened when Christ died. It breathed the Spirit into this world. It breathed it into it, and all things wept at it. But this energy was released. Now, if you read, and I could, because the books that get reprinted and their pages change, but there, I believe it's page 243 in God Passes By, talks about the passing of Baha'u'llah, doesn't it? Talks about the passing of Baha'u'llah. And it says in there, and I have the quote there, I can take time to look it up, but it talks about when his body was freed. It says something else in there interesting enough. It said he had chosen to come to this world. You know, soul of a prophet has pre-existence. Yours and I do not. He chose to come to this world. Nobody shoved it off on him. It says so in that quote. You can read it for yourself. And when he was freed, his body was freed of this, then what happened? That soul, not that mystical, vague, pious thing off in the sky, that soul of Baha'u'llah was free to do what? To energize the world to a degree unparalleled in all its history. That soul of Baha'u'llah. Energizing the soul with the regenerating power of God's Holy Spirit. That's Baha'u'llah's work right now. And we need to talk about that and think about it. Because it's happening. And sensitive souls, I don't care what religion they're from or not from, when they are praying, where do you think they're getting their power from? Huh? They're getting the power from the soul of the manifestation of God that's energizing the entire world. And those of you who like to read quotes and meditate on them, when the class is over, I can give you that quote. I have it with me. You can go look it up and think about it. It's a powerful quotation. But now we have to talk about and build a bridge to someone where he's coming from, don't we? We have to. For a long time, when I first became a Baha'i, in Baha'i feast, they said, oh, you can only say prayers of Bab Baha'u'llah, Abu Baha, and read the words of the leaders of our faith, and that's it. Cut it off. And that's not accurate. We've got the new compilation from the House of Justice on the letters of Shoghi Effendi, if you want to. But they said don't do it as a regular practice because people need to be weaned from that. But if you want to, I'm from that background, right? You can read in a feast after you've read from the central figures of the faith and Abu Baha. After that, if you want to, you can read from the Bible and the Quran because they're the only two that we know that have some accurate statements left in them. And if you want to, you can read some statements of Shoghi Effendi before you close out the feast, but never intersperse them with the Word of God because he would not have wanted it so. But they didn't advise to do it often. But I have found sometimes people coming from this background or that, it's a helpful bridge. It's a helpful bridge to consider and then gradually do just what they say. Wean them away from that, right? Now, what is the bridge of Christianity? They talk atonement. You ask a real serious question. I didn't mean to turn you off. I don't talk it to many people. I've never talked to many people at all about it, but I say it's there if you need it. It's another one of these weapons that we have, the spiritual reality, and it is dynamite. You don't play around with dynamite. People can misuse it and hurt themselves. I don't think it's wise to just go around and proclaim this everywhere, but it's reality. It's reality. And if you don't think it's reality, there's a sure way you can find out. You pray to the purest branch every day for 19 days and see what happens to you. Just give it a shot. It is reality, and he does assist in this work of unification of the world. He did have a function in our faith, and we don't even talk about it, do we? It's the most great secret. Don't tell anybody. You know, Mr. Sears says the only person you can teach is yourself. You're boss as to what you do and what you teach. And I gave up almost a long time ago teaching on me. You know, it's hard to get me to listen. If it's hard to get me to listen, how about somebody else? But now our job in this day is to teach, is it not? That's so. How many of you know Hetty Amadeus? You know Hetty, don't you? You don't know Hetty? Well, let me tell you about Hetty Amadeus. I think it's, you know, I think we need a few heroes. You believe that? I don't have any means to say we need somebody to replace central figures of the faith. But we need a few people to respect and admire in this world. He's a counselor down in Belize. And when the United States could, I know I'm going to get my ears wrapped on this, but when we fell flat of our fanny in the 5-year plan, the House of Justice sent him up here, didn't it? Not a fact of life. When he didn't come up here with a bunch of volumes that thick, he came up here with a little bitty green book. Met with the NSA up in Rochester and got them to change the way of enrolling people, simplified it. Came down here and scurried around in South Carolina and Georgia and Texas. 3 months' time, he won the 5-year plan. Now, you think that's easy to do? Let me tell you his life. I lived with Hetty a while in Nashville, Tennessee. He's a brilliant doctor, medical doctor. He's a pediatrician, graduate, did his residency up at this big hospital in St. Louis. Came down for no fanfare to be a physician at Meharry Medical College in Nashville, Tennessee. And I don't know how familiar you are with the way physicians get their board certification, but no matter what medical school you graduated from and where you did your residency, your specialty each year, when you take the test, all the people come for that specialty to one place to take it. The year he took it, he made the highest grade of any physician in the United States of America. Mr. Tadim told me many times he was deeper in his knowledge of the Baha'i faith of any Persian Baha'i in the Western Hemisphere. He told me that several times. Long before anybody even knew he existed. He knows Arabic fluently. Most Persians don't. Well, he fell desperately in love with a beautiful girl that you and I know. One we talking about this morning. She came through Texas and she pioneered down to Belize. And she was just, well, she is. She is just light upon light. And Hetty was a young warrior, lots of life, handsome young man, doctor, on fire with the faith. And good old matchmaker me, I introduced him. Boy, it was just like the bees to the honey. He was pioneering in Belize, and Hetty went off pioneering to Belize. Drove his old Chevrolet down there. Got down there, the first thing that happened, they charged him as much tax to get his old car into the country as a car cost. 100%, right? A lot of countries even charge more than that. He got down there. Here is a board-certified pediatrician. There was no such thing in the whole little old country. That little old hospital down there, I went down to visit him, got tropical fever. It was just totally out of my head for 3 days, and later he told me I almost lost him. He saved my life. I owe him my life. 2.5 years they wouldn't let him work in that place. 2.5 years they wouldn't let him work because they were jealous of his ability, felt there was not much money in that little poor country, they're not going to let him in. And here he is, pouring his heart out, in love with this girl, and what did she do? She married another man. And he's a wonderful soul, made all kinds of contributions to the faith, but she didn't marry Hetty, and it like to kill him. Now, I'm serious about that. Hetty loved her with all his heart, mind, soul, and strength. It just like to kill him. He was active in teaching, and he got Bell's palsy. Any of you know what that is? Half of his face paralyzed, this eyelid hanging down here like this, lip drip. If you see him now, you can see a little of the remnant of it, just like that. Handsome young man, all of a sudden, and he's been rejected by the girl he loved, been rejected by his profession, and now his faith's gone. How about that? Top grade here in this country when he takes his examination. 2.5 years, no. Didn't know what to do. Rahia Khanum went to Panama to lay the stone. The foundation stone of the temple, and he went over there and talked with her. And she said, well, he wanted to know whether he should leave there. 2.5 years, man. If we try on 2.5 weeks, we feel like God's deserted me and the whole world. 2.5 years with that kind of ability. In Baha'i knowledge and in professional knowledge, that kind of ability. 2.5 years in a stinking, hot, humid little climate. And he talks to Rahia Khanum. She says, well, you write the House of Justice and ask them, what to do, to give guidance, to pray for you, and I will pray for you. And she got in her car. Someone was driving her chauffeur, and started to drive off. And Hetty said he was standing there, and in his heart, she said he was thinking and feeling in his heart, she says that to everybody. She's not going to pray for me. People. Pray for myself, because I know I need it. And Hetty said as soon as his thought hit his heart, he saw Rahia Khanum reach over, tap her driver on the shoulder, and told him to back up. She stuck her head out the door and said, I said I would pray for you, and I will pray for you. How about that? So you'd think, well, by George, we're going to get all these prayers and everything going to go clear up. No. God was purifying that man. He went back a couple of months. The hospital authorities told he and 2 Mexican physicians that were trying to get jobs there that they would let them work as interns. How about that? You know what an intern does, all the dirty work. As interns for 2 years, and if they liked his work, they may let him stay. 2.5 years, nothing. 2 years intern, and at the end of it, 5.5 years, they put the 2 Mexican doctors out and let him stay. Now, 5.5 years, him teaching. He writes me these letters. I'm off down in Western tomorrow. God's going to forgive me. But you get impatient sometimes. He was lonely, heartbroken, and he was wanting to find someone to marry to help him in his life. And I wrote him, I said, Hetty, for God's sake, go to some of these big Baha'i conferences, find you a Baha'i girl and marry. Well, you're not going to find anybody down there. God's mercy is not going to do it to you. You've had 5 years to prove that. Well, he wouldn't do it. He just wouldn't do it. And he was just like that with his father, very close, and his father died in Iran. And he didn't want to go back, but because he knew if he did, they're going to throw him in the military. That was before the overthrow of the Shah. But his mama cabled him and said, you've got to come home and help with our father's business. And he went, and sure enough, they clapped him in the military. But while he was there, Yahweh, God in His mercy, introduced him to Rizvani. And he fell in love again. And he began to get happy, and he asked her to marry him, and she said, nope. Woo, how about that, huh? Nope, I'm on one of the Dr. Maharaj's teaching teams in India, and I can't give that up. I love you, but I got to do this. Well, Hetty by that time had paid enough tuition and suffering to learn, Man schemes and God schemes, but verily God's the greatest of schemers, right? He said, well, Dr. Maharaj is coming to Iran. Let's ask him. I love it. Don't you love that? Oh boy. Dr. Mahajer came and he blessed them and sent them to Bailey's. She's been secretary of the NSA down there almost ever since. Got pregnant, and they wanted their baby so much so, a few months of pregnancy, and she's about to lose the baby. They took her to this big hospital over in Miami, and they lost the baby. Just like to kill them again. Both of them. But now they have two beautiful children. His oldest little boy is really a genius. Tested so. And spiritually so. He was on this NSA chairman of it, made auxiliary board member, and then in time he's now counselor. Everything he knows, he paid for. Shoghi Effendi told Mr. Sears when he was on his pilgrimage, there's no bargains in this faith for anybody. No shortcuts, no bargains. No bargains. These are the immutable laws of God from which there is no mistake. No mistake. So, I tell the story of Hetty. Perhaps he'll be upset if he knows I did. But you need to know that when a soul is able to influence other hearts, it didn't just happen. It didn't just happen. If the truth will be known someday, I'm sure Doug knows more about this than I do, but I know enough about it, so. There's not one member of the House of Justice that hadn't had an awful test in his life, even since he's been in Haifa. And not a one of them. I wouldn't embarrass them nor saying what I know about each one of them's test, but I know enough about it. Everybody's tested. And the higher you climb the mountain, the steeper it gets. It's harder to breathe that air up there than it is down here. It's harder to keep on top. But we have some wonderful souls in this faith. And I have had the great bounty in my life to meet and travel with many of them. And I always sit down myself and write a book about it. I could sit down for a week and just talk about people I've known, what I've seen happen. And God answers prayers, friend, and there's no need of trying to teach without praying. It's like expecting an effect without a cause. You're already out of the ballgame. And the danger of an American is to do it. Why? Because our whole system of education rewards brain power. You could be the most spiritual, lovely soul in the world, and if you flunk your test, you're a cuckoo bird. No rank in the class at all, and no reward system except to say you're a loser. And that's hell. That's an unbalanced system. That's academic instruction. It's not education. Because a man can have a beautiful, highly developed mind, and be a monster. It's like a hothouse flower with no fragrance, right? Give me a little bitty wildflower with lots of fragrance. Or give me the hothouse flower with great fragrance. It's even better. But think about these things and the people we have in the faith and what they're doing and what can be done to you. One time I was out in the Plowing Islands, the Western Carolina Islands, and there was a little island off the coast of Babelthorpe, their larger island. There's a little atoll named Kyangle, and nobody had been there. And it's always fun to be the first guy into an island, Oh, it's fun. Because, nobody's messed up or goofed up, and you can go mess up and goof up, You can be the first one to foul up everything. So I arranged, I schemed around, was in public health work, and got this trip arranged where I could get out there, 32 miles offshore. We started out in this little boat, 18 feet long, across the Pacific. That's audacious. It's also stupid. And this native guy with this one little outboard motor behind back here, and a nurse and her little boy in the middle seat, and me in front. Beautiful day. Got out there to Kyangle Island and met the people, went to the men's house and so forth. And then the guy decided he wanted to hurry back. I tried to talk him into staying overnight. He wouldn't do it. Got us out, started back, and one of these storms hit. Fog settled in. I'm not exaggerating. You couldn't see forest from here to the back row back there. Raining so hard it felt like BBs picking on you. Waves came up 7, 8, 10, 12 feet high. That little old boat, and I was in the front little old seat hanging on. Hanging on. You come up the top of that wave and you come down the trough of that wave. Just nearly knock your teeth out. And I was praying. Yeah. I mean, you get serious, right? Tried to, after about, an hour and a half or 2 hours of that, the fog lifts a little bit, and look over, and there's, after all that riding, there's the island we just left. And I said to that man, come on, let's go back. No, his pride was involved. He had no more compass than a flea. Flea got a better compass. He knows where he's hopping to. He wouldn't go back. He wouldn't go. And the fog came right back down, and here we were, another 2 hours. Now, I tell you, I began to realize that my life was not going to last very long. And that's the truth. And this prayer that we've been given says, pray this prayer in times of great peril. Y'all almost to go. Y'all almost to go. It's the only time we're supposed to use it in times of great peril. Dr. Mahaja had us using it all the time in the Philippines. Y'all almost to go. Man, I was praying. Y'all almost to go. Y'all almost to go. Now this is true. Fog lifted, and another little old boat was coming toward us. Where it came from, God himself only knows. You know how far it was from that island? If we didn't find we're back, it's 7,000 miles to the nearest place that we could land. Unless we went back to the Philippines, I was comfortably close, 1,567 miles. And this little boat was coming, and I grabbed the guy and said, hey, call that man. He may know where we are. And then the fog settled down, then it lifted a little bit, we could see him. And he didn't want to, and then the woman began to get to him, and he called him over. Well, it turned out that we were going exactly opposite the way we should have been going. And he pointed us back the other way where we ought to be going. And when we got back at dark, and just as we coasted in, the last of the gas went out of the motor. Now, haven't you ever had in your life's experience, your teaching experience, where you've been lost in the fog like that, and somehow God in His mercy sent somebody along in a little boat and said, look, what you're doing is fine, but you're going to go way off out there, and you ought to be going back here. It's a wonderful thing. And we have all of these bounties of prayers that we have. First pioneer post I went to, I was sitting out there, and I contracted for a job before I ever left, and setting up the first mental health program ever set up in the Marianas Islands. Hired a few staff, and one day this big, arrogant old whatever came on the floor, and he asked, well, what qualifications you people got for these jobs? And we told him. And then he mentioned his qualification, which had nothing to do with that kind of work, nothing about, but he knew the governor. Had a signed contract replacing me. Well, I gave up a lot to go there. I didn't want to throw it away. I didn't know what to do. I mean, it was a coup. I was out. But I had made friends with the people that I had hired. 3 social workers, clinical psychologists, and a psychiatrist. And they decided, well, if that's the way they're going to run it, we'll all cash in our chips. So I sent a long letter to Mr. Fazy. God bless Mr. Fazy. He saved my life so many times. When it looked to me like every door was closed. And he wrote back, and I had a problem in my personal life, and he said, I prayed for you very hard. And I felt the problem in your personal life was resolved, but the problem about your work, I couldn't resolve it. I took the request to the House of Justice, and they will pray for you in the morning at 9 o'clock. I didn't know that. I got that letter 2 weeks later. But later on, I got that letter, and the morning that they went there, because I synchronized the time with their time with ours, at that morning we had a meeting with the Director of Public Health. And they backed right off the board like a doodle bug. I set up that program. The guy wrote a letter and relinquished his contract, signed by the governor of Guam. I set up that program. Only because of those prayers. There wasn't a thing in the world I could do. Nothing I could do. We were in Western Samoa. My wife was about to give birth to our first child. We had no inkling of any problem in the world. They don't even have medical doctors there. They have medical officers, and they have a training about equal with a physician's assistant here, and they're very good up to a certain level. But my wife had a medical problem that at the last minute they couldn't resolve. And there's a real cultural hang-up that still exists in many Pacific islands that if a woman doesn't have 8, 10 kids, you just don't count in their society. Not really. And this physician that was attending my wife, she went in on a Friday night. Saturday and Sunday were holidays, so no one came. She sort of stuck her head in the door and left. And here's my wife losing a pint of blood a day. Pint of blood a day. Couldn't get any blood transfusion. Had to go out, and finally a member of the NSA, Polico, God bless him, he's in New Zealand now. He finally got 2 friends of his working on a place there to come, and we got the blood. They would do nothing. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday was Independence Day. Nobody, nothing. My wife laying there dying. Boy, I was desperate. And I cabled Mr. Sears, and I cabled Mr. Fazy. Next day on Friday, I got their cables back, praying for you. Well, my wife has a very dear friend, Marianne Gorski, in Haifa, secretary over there, and she asked me to cable her. I cabled her. She cabled back. Later on, I never knew this, but later on, she said she wrote, she had gotten that cable, Mr. Gibson. Asked her what it was, and she told him the cable. You know what he did? He didn't know me. He didn't know my wife. He dropped everything he was doing, got in his car, and drove to Baji, went to the Shrine of Baha'u'llah. It saved her life. My second son's named after Amos Gibson. God, you can't imagine knowing what that kind of support is like when you're desperate. It's nothing like the world. Next morning, I went to that hospital. This old lady that wouldn't do a thing for my wife, she didn't show up. Another doctor was there. Wasn't assigned to the maternity ward at all. Turned out someone in this lady's family had died, and she'd asked him to fill in. He called me in. He said, your wife is going to die, and you're going to lose your child, too. Can I operate? I said, I've been trying all week long to get that woman to operate. They operated, had to replace half my wife's blood. I tease, I say, you're half Samoan now. And we named our son William Fazy after Mr. Sears and Mr. Fazy. Our second boy's named after Mr. Gibson. Our little girl in the Philippines, named after Martha Root and Queen Marie, Martha Marie. My wife almost lost her life there. And all the nurses gathered around the table, and the doctor said, there's nothing left to do but pray. She called the other doctor in the ward, all the nurses, and they stood around the operating table and prayed. I tell you, God can help when you're desperate. Really, I could talk all day long about the kind of support like that. You know, I had a failed marriage, and I met my wife in Taiwan. She was auxiliary board member for 5.5 years in the Philippines. There's not a tribe in the Philippines she hasn't visited. 5.5 years every day travel teaching that country. You'd never go anywhere there they don't know my wife. In Japan a year, Taiwan a year, and I met her, came back, we're going to get married, everything all set, I thought. Her father is a very wonderful man, but a devout Catholic. He wouldn't give permission because I had had a broken marriage against Catholic teaching. He said, well, you know, he went to see the priest. Priest said, under no circumstances can you do that. I went to see the priest in Honolulu where I was. I had an office traveling out of there to those islands. He said he was even enjoying our misery. No, you can't get married. His father wrote this long letter, said, you know, even though she has joined this other religion, she was born a Catholic, baptized a Catholic, confirmed a Catholic, and if I give permission, it's consigning her soul to hell, and I might end up there too for doing it. I won't do it. I cable the House of Justice. You know, wasn't a big problem to them, but boy, it was all my little circuit could handle, huh? And they cabled back and said, if they don't give permission, you can't get married. We'll pray for you. A friend of ours, a lovely lady who's auxiliary board member now over in Taiwan, Roxanne Terrell, came and she knew my wife's father, so she called him over here in Florida, down there in Leesburg, Florida, and begged him to, at least before he just cut it all off, ask one more time. He goes to the bishop. How about that? Don't play with the little boys, get with the big ones. How about that? Don't play with the little boys. Baha'u'llah says to leave the frogs to croak and die in the shallow water. Goes to the bishop. The House of Justice said they'd pray. What do you think Bishop said? He didn't just say it was all right. He told him to approve it. He told him to approve it. And you know how we were married? Mr. Sears, Mr. Fazy, and Mr. Featherstone married us with 3 counselors over in Hawaii. At that youth conference. Never seen anything like it in my life. We cut out to the St. Louis conference. I didn't know Boracavlin from a flea. You know, he always seemed sort of austere and a little remote to me, because I'd only seen him once or twice at a distance. I went up, we weren't staying there, but I happened to go up to this Jefferson Hotel with my wife, all those people crowding around, and you know, Bora wasn't supposed to be at that conference, was he? Wasn't supposed to be there. We were standing off because my wife didn't know any of the people here. Her whole Baha'i experience has been out in the Pacific and in Asia. And there was a man up there at the desk registering. And he turned around. You can't imagine how, you know, you can talk forever, but these kind of things never leave you. He turned around and looked at me, and he smiled just like the whole world. He said, "Did you get our cable? Did you get our cable?" And I said, "Yes, it's all resolved." And I told him the story. You know, there's no end to God's help. There's no end to it if we'll serve Him. But there's no hope for us if we won't. He didn't say you had to be perfect. He didn't say you had to be brilliant. He just said, arise. Arise. That's all we have to do. So, I'm 5 minutes over, but I started about 10 minutes late. So I'm going to close with this little song. I tried to sing it to you the other day. I couldn't sing it. But it's this business of arise. Arise, the call has come from God's mountain. The hour is very dear. The world's last chance is awaiting. It's time for mankind to hear. Awake, awake while we're singing. Arise, arise while you can. Awake, awake while we're singing. Come serve in God's 7-year plan. Come serve in God's 7-year plan. Allow Abba. The country and without the country, you learn that people are very, very diverse in their temperaments and their tastes. Very extremely so. If you were to go to Ireland, for instance, now, Don here's just been in Ireland. You know, the Irish, they can be articulate about almost anything, nothing at all. And you go just across the water there a little way to Britain, and they'd be inarticulate about the end of the world. It's just, you go out into islands, you almost have to speak your mind to prove you have one. People are very different in their ways they expect to communicate with each other. And we, for that reason, have to have many ways to teach and to be effective. And Shoghi Effendi knew that far better than we did. And in his writings, he made a very simple statement. And then you all have read it. There are innumerable ways of teaching the cause. You should choose the one that suits best your nature and capacity. I mean, if you feel like a volcano, don't put yourself in a bushel basket. You know, it's, but if you're a potato, go ahead. Potatoes feed half the people of the world, you know. And lots of times, We Baha'is want to make everybody over the way we are, right? Because we haven't been made over ourselves, so we wouldn't want to do that, right? But people around the world are seeking. Even if they're not seeking consciously, they are looking in their heart because they know what they got's falling apart, you know. You imagine yourself out on a raft out on the ocean and parts of it going over here and going over there, you know. Pretty soon you wish you'd become how to stand up on a surfboard because you're going to sink, you know. And if here comes a person in a nice big boat and offers you a hand, you can bet you're going to be glad to see him, right? And somewhere in this seeking world, we have something to say to anybody. You can't bring up a subject in this room, hardly, that you want to talk about that a Baha'i can't say honestly, if he wants to strike up a conversation. Just as a general rule, you can say, well, that's one reason I became a Baha'i. What do you mean? That's what you mean I became a Baha'i? Well, and you start talking about some principle that applies to what he's interested in, right? If this man over here is interested in agriculture, you can say, well, that's one reason I became Baha'i. Why? Why? Because Baha'i faith begins to teach. And start talking about Baha'i teaching on agriculture, right? Sure. You can almost anything you want to talk about. Music, art, business, science, world order, economics, whatever the subject. You in on the know, and he's just playing around in the shallow water, right? Or at least you know somebody that knows something about those teachings, and you can invite him over. And a lot of times we can find wonderful receptive souls if we look. For instance, I was reading a book the other day. How would you like to read the man that wrote this? You've heard of him, this book, The Shoes of the Fisherman, Morris West. He's a good writer. He's got a new book out. You might want to read it sometime, called The Clowns of God. It's in paperback. And it's about his concept of the meaning of the return of Christ. It's interesting. Shows how frustrated he is, but how seeking he is. Listen to this quotation. The knowledge that is necessary to make an act of faith is not enough to found a Christian society or create a religious climate. In the last 20 years, men have been projected into a new and terrifying dimension of existence. The graph of human science from the invention of the wheel to the internal combustion engine is a long, gradual slope. It covers what, 5, 10, 15,000 years. From the internal combustion engine to this moment, the line leaps almost vertically, pointing to the moon. Times change. Man changes with them. If our mission means anything, it means that each new enlargement of the human mind should be an enlargement of man's capacity to know, love, and serve God. He goes on in that book and he quotes one of his characters as saying this. Jean Telemon seemed suddenly withdrawn into a private world of his own. He said absently, we're living in a new world, but we do not know it. Deep ideas are fermenting in the human mass. Man, for all his frailness, is being subjected to monstrous tensions, political, economic, mechanical. Knowledge is reaching like a rocket toward the galaxies. I've seen machines that make calculations beyond the mind of Einstein. There are those who fear that we are exploding ourselves into a new chaos. I dare not contemplate it. I do not believe it. I know that this is only a time of preparation of something infinitely wonderful in God's design for His creatures. I wish so much I could stay to see it. And wouldn't you like to talk with it? Yeah. You know, but a lot of times, you know, we draw wrong conclusions. And you have to start out and be very basic, really, in what we base our lives on. It has to be based on the very fundamental verities of the faith. I'm sure most of you heard the story they tell about the scientists got together and they decided that they wanted to find out how far a grasshopper could jump. And they discussed, a group of scientists got together and they worked out a little methodology to test it, got a lot of grasshoppers and followed this procedure. They pull first the big back leg off the first they punch the grasshopper and say jump, and they very carefully measure it, right? And then they pull one of the big back legs off, punch him, say jump. And he jumped, but invariably a little bit less than he did with all his legs, right? And they keep taking off leg at a time, push him, say jump. And till finally take off the last leg and punch him and say jump. He didn't move. Well, they did that with a lot of grasshoppers, and they drew this profound conclusion: if you take all the legs off a grasshopper, he goes deaf. Now, spiritually, we can be deaf. We can be spiritually blind. There was a lady that wrote Abel Baha, and she felt so wonderful. She described her community, how much harmony and peace and contentment was in her community. And the master, in all of his kindness, wrote her back a one-sentence tablet. Said, yes, you have great peace and contentment in a graveyard. You know, it's so peaceful now. And a lot of times, we're fortunate in the faith in much of the world that so many young people have become Baha'is. But we're not necessarily fortunate that in the last 5-6 years, so I've been told, and I don't know the statistics, I'm sure there are many of you in this room much more informed on it than I am, that even though we've taken in, say, 500, 600 more assemblies than they had some years back, we have no more active assemblies now than you had before we took in the people. And we're the champion builders of what? Boy, God help if we're the champions, though, they're the losers, huh? Because why? The world order has to function on assemblies. Is that not true? Sure it is. And it's important. Shoghi Effendi was a practical person. Listen what Rahir Khanum has to say. Shoghi Effendi was the keenest observer of political events and kept abreast of all happenings. His intelligence and analytical faculties did not permit him to lull himself into any false complacency, induced by the rather childish idea people sometimes have of what faith means. He well knew that to have faith in God does not mean one should not use one's mind, appraise dangers, anticipate moves, make the right decisions during a crisis. Now that's important to know that. It's important to know that we have minds and God has given to them to each of us to function. And here is something you've all read, and we don't like to talk about it because it upsets us. She writes this. She says, tonight Shoghi Effendi told me some very interesting things. Yeah, I think they're interesting too. Listen to what she told me. Roughly, he said that to say there was not going to be another war in the light of present conditions was foolish. And to say that if there was another war, the atom bomb would not be used was also foolish. So we must believe there probably will be a war, and it will be used, and there will be terrific destruction. But the Baha'is, he felt, will emerge to form a nucleus of the future world civilization. Now, you know, that's the positive side of it. He said it was not right to say the good would perish with the bad, because in a sense all are bad. All humanity is to blame for ignoring and repudiating Baha'u'llah after he has repeatedly trumpeted to everyone his message. He said the saints in the monasteries and the sinners in the worst flesh pots of Europe are all wicked because they have rejected the truth. He said it was wrong to think, as some of the Baha'is do, that the good would perish with the evil. All men are evil because they have repudiated God in this day and turned from him. He said we can only believe that in some mysterious way, in spite of all the terrible destruction, enough will be left over to build the future. Now, in light of that rather grim statement, look what he wrote here. It's a fascinating way she has of writing some of these things. On that one I just read, it's on page 190 in Priceless Pearl. I don't know if I can find there it is. Quote I'm fishing on. Now I like the way she looks at this. She says, alarmed we should be. So don't let some Baha'i say don't get alarmed. Yeah, it's good to have an alarm. If there's a fire alarm going off, you might not get burned. Alarmed we should be, but not paralyzed. Not paralyzed. In one of his last letters to a European National Assembly in August 1957, his secretary wrote on his behalf, quote, "He does not want the friends to be fearful or to dwell upon the unpleasant possibilities of the future. They must have the attitude that if they do their part, which is to accomplish the goals of the plan, they can be sure that God will do his part and watch over them." And then in the last year of his life, in July, before he went on into the next world in November, he wrote this. His secretary wrote on his behalf. "As the situation in the world and in your part of it is steadily worsening, no time can be lost by the friends in rising to higher levels of devotion and service, and particularly of spiritual awareness. It is our duty to redeem as many of our fellow men as we possibly can, whose hearts are enlightened, before some great catastrophe overtakes them, in which they will either be hopelessly swallowed up or come out purified and strengthened and ready to serve. The more believers there are to stand forth as beacons in the darkness, whenever that time does come, the better. Hence the supreme importance of the teaching work at this time." You know, we have to look at the positive end of this business, you know. The supreme importance. It's selfish to just say, well, gee, I want to be, if we're going to get in a war right under the bomb and I'm gone. You are gone, boy. You're in bad shape spiritually. Because my job is to want to make it through it if I can. Shoghi Effendi wrote so many letters about getting out of the big cities, you know. And many of the Baha'is have been obedient to it. It's been wonderful. But a lot haven't. And many cannot. You know, I was in large cities a long time myself, and I didn't want to be there. I'd given anything in the world to have gotten out of them. But I had a mother in a nursing home. I had responsibilities. The only place I could get work at that time to meet that big expense, and I had to be there. But just the moment Baha'u'llah gave me a half a crack, I got out of it. And Shoghi Effendi promised any Baha'i, if he will get out of them and disperse, that they'll be happier. And the faith will grow quicker, because it's easier to teach out of them. If I walked out here on that sidewalk and you saw me throwing wheat around on the sidewalk, you knew I'm not sowing wheat, I'm feeding birds. You know. And it's hard to find receptive people in a world that's the most materialistic place is the big city, because you're fighting for survival all the time. And all of the whole world is in some degree caught up in it. I've been over a heck of a lot of this world. You know, I've seen tin cans floating out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, you know. The world is like a big old sink and it's all stopped up. But we have opportunity. And if we seize it to build the world order of Baha'u'llah, you got a nice place to survive in, you know. And if you're in the city, you got a rougher ball game. And so the only thing I can say to any Baha'i with a clear heart and an open mind is, in all seriousness, what Shoghi Effendi said and what the Guardian said, nobody else can tell you what you should do. And no Baha'i should have a guilt trip laid on him because he's in some city or he's somewhere else. That's a sin. But you can say, Shoghi Effendi said, if possible. If you can disperse and go into these smaller places, the faith will grow faster and you'll be happier. And in case war breaks out, you got a better chance of surviving to build a new world order. You can say that. And if you can find a few more audacious ones and they want to launch out beyond the confines of this country, you can help encouraging them, knowing that you don't know that's the best thing for them either. I've seen lots of people just miserable at a pioneer post. And there's nobody in the world who wants to be around a miserable pioneer. You know, they can't even attract, sometimes you think they can't even attract the help of God, much less people, you know. Because they were so unhappy. And Mr. Fazey, I brought the question to him. You know, I have had one, it's sort of a double-edged sword for me. It's almost like a blessing and a curse at the same time. But I have had the ability in my life to go to the heart of something. It just runs me crazy to fiddle around with stuff. And I went to Mr. Fazey with my question. I said, you know, I've been placed to pioneer, and I didn't like it. And I've been other places pioneering, and I liked it a little bit, and I got in a third place to pioneer, and it like to kill me when I had to leave. I loved it so much. And he said, yes, he says, 2 things to consider, those of you who are thinking of teaching and pioneering. In the World Crusade, when we had so few people had to go places they wouldn't have dreamed of wanting to go to. But now we have millions of Baha'is, literally thousands of Baha'is. And the very place you don't want to go to, somebody else would think it is wonderful. So he said, choose a climate you think you would really like and a people you think you just naturally be comfortable with, huh? You don't have to. Listen, when I got off the plane in the Caroline Islands, it was just like God had put me in heaven. Man, I didn't have to make myself like everything they did. I liked. I never had eaten dog before, but it's pretty good. You know. Man, I know how to cook dog you would love, Carlotta. Yeah. Now listen, you can find a place if you're the pioneer type of person that you can love. But all people are not pioneer type people. Be fair with ourselves. There's no reason why they should be. We believe in diversity. But I can say this with all my heart. If you are that type person, and your wife's that type person, your husband that type person, then think about Mr. Faye's advice. Pick a place that you really think the climate and the people you'd like, and consult with the assemblies involved. And see if you have the ability to go there, and see if you like it, and give it a shot, you know. Why not? Live dangerously, right? Live dangerously. You're going to whether you want to or not. But suppose that's not for you. Suppose that's really not for you. And you are a champion builder. How many of you got up this morning in your heart of hearts, you went in and looked in the mirror and said, you lovely champion builder, you. You champion builder. Huh? How many of you think of yourselves as a champion builder? Huh? Or do you think of yourself as a fumbler? You know, we're champion builders. Guardian called us that. It's our birthright, he said. How about that? Any of you know what a birthright is, right? That's your birthright. It's mine. And God didn't pick the United States of America to be the champion builders because we were so great, did he? He picked us because we were so lousy. He wanted to prove his strength. He said, if I can take this lady here, I'm not picking on you. I could be picking on me, right? If I could take you and send you off to some country, and out of that create a whole new national community, then the soul there going to believe that you did it. Only God could have done it, because not her. She didn't have the ability, right? I think it's wonderful. It's magnificent. It's fantastic. What other great words can you think of? Listen, you meet these people all over the planet, and you just wonder, you know, you could take this gentleman that backed over the telephone booth, and he could, listen, he could build a whole new world order somewhere. You know, we need a few people like him. We're building the foundation, right? What do you do when you're building foundations? You get a bulldozer. Now, he's proven he can knock down telephone booths. That man needs a bulldozer to help lay out the foundation. But I tell you, haven't you found yourself, not somebody else, you don't have to point the finger at somebody else, because every time you do, your thumb's staring you right in the face, right? There's no point in pointing the finger at anybody. But a lot of times we know that today is the day of foundation building, don't we? Everybody knows that. But how many times would you like to be the architect, sitting back up in a nice, cool building, listening to the stereo playing, drawing the plans and say, you go do it, you go do it? Because you know when you go out there, some places you don't even have trucks. You only got wheelbarrows or a little basket to carry the stuff on the top of your head. And it's sweaty and it's dirty. And it's hard. It is hard. Man, it's hard. Now, how many of you people really think you like to teach kindergarten all your life? And that the best you can ever hope for is to be the first grade teacher. Every day of your life. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Did you wash in your ear, behind your ear? Huh? Well, that's where we are. Nobody is interested in your plans for a new roof, Philip. You know that? Nobody. Because it's not roof building time. We're laying foundations. It is hard, dirty work. And as soon as I get this community saying the ABCs a little bit, I got to run over here. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And if I'm way out in the Pacific or somewhere, they never send a teacher around to see me. And I just desperately want somebody to talk with about these deep spiritual things you're talking about here, and I'm all by myself. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Isn't it true, those of you who've been out pioneering? And you just say, oh, God, if I got to get up one more morning and go out and do this thing again, and sure enough, next morning, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And that's where we are. The basic verities of the faith. Oneness of mankind. I have sung God is one in so many languages, you know. I know when I go in the next world, probably first thing I'm going to hear is a new version of it, you know. Really. And it's wonderful. Now, here's a professional musician. Most professional musicians, they don't like singing these little songs that most of the rest of us can sing. They like to sing something that's beautiful to them because they're highly developed, right? But you go off into some of these pioneer places, God is one, here we go again. Because that's all we can sing, and I'm one of them. I'm the first in the line, you know. You heard my classical music the other day, right? But I guarantee you, if you sing those little songs, everybody else can sing them with you. They can walk right on down the line with it, and they think it's great. I think it's great. And it is great. It's wonderful, because today is foundation time. And we have one tremendous thing that the Baha'is of the past never had. We have the Universal House of Justice. We don't have to worry about NSA goofing up on a plan, you know. It's easy to say, the National Assembly is not infallible, but. Well, they don't have to be. They don't decide anything of great importance anyway. You know, I don't care if that goes to Wilmette or anywhere else. I've been on too many NSA. Everything that's of real importance is given to them right on the platter by the Universal House of Justice. They decide where you're going to put the temple in the next plan. They decide how many goals you're going to have here and all these main things. And then all they do is come over here and say, okay, there it is, go to work. And you sit around and try and get the thing to work. You know, you decide the lesser important things, and it takes all your energies to do it, right? So the things that are really important, there is never any mistake on it. Now that's where we get certitude. I mean, I don't have to wonder that a temple ought to be built down there in Apia, Western Samoa. That's where God Almighty picked it. And after He picked it, I can think of a dozen good reasons why He did. You know, because I was down there. First place, it's the best place in the world. And every Samoan I ever saw in my life is convinced of that, you know. But it's wonderful to know that. Isn't it wonderful, honestly? To know that every really important thing is decided by a body that is absolutely infallible. And listen, I know they're infallible. Because I've never had a friend in my life, Baha'i or otherwise, on a committee, on an NSA, on a local assembly, that somewhere along the line didn't let me down. And I have never experienced anybody, individual or community, let down by House of Justice. I've been on assemblies where we did the very best we could to make a good decision, and it was no good at all. And you know, you write up the minutes and send them off, even before the next meeting, before you have time to correct them. And if it's anything really off base, you got to cable back. Turn it around. Turn it around. Or they send somebody, you know. Well, as long as you know that, because we are so weak, you know, we're in the foundation building, and they have this infallibility conferred upon them, and you and I don't have it. And if you knew what they suffered in heaven to give it to us, you wouldn't want it, you know. Because it's a whole lot of suffering goes into being a clear channel, right, to God. And they're inspired by both manifestations of God. And that is flowing every minute of every day. And you and I are sitting here right now, and you know somewhere around the planet you have hundreds of Baha'is saying the noonday prayer. Every tick of the clock, it's noonday somewhere, all the time. These prayers going forth. In this country, we're here in North Carolina in a summer school. 10 years ago, what'd you have? 5, 6 summer schools. Now, I mean, you got 35, 40. Faith growing, it's expanding. Constantly growing, more and more people coming in, more and more teachers becoming active. Baha'u'llah is accomplishing his miracle in a very, very quiet way. But there are thousands of people waiting to be found, and we must, I don't even like to use the word, but I have to use it. We must consolidate, And I hate the idea of saying, well, you've got teaching and consolidation. Teaching and consolidation. Usually the guardian never said that anywhere in his writing. He usually said had expansion and consolidation, because both of them are teaching, right? Making a difference what you're doing. Anytime you even open your mouth, even not open your mouth, you're teaching, And so when we go out, he's my baby right here. Now, he might weigh 350 pounds, but he's my baby. You gained since you got here, right? But we're going to go out here. Now, how many assemblies you have in North Carolina that do not so-called function? Remember, think of it in terms of you're a champion builder. Champion builder. Well, automatically, without anybody pushing you to embarrass you, you've got a lot, because everywhere else has. You got work that you just, gee whiz, how can I handle it? But how about being a little creative about it? How many of you were so absolutely thrilled at your last piece that you can hardly wait to go to the next one? Most of you were so bored that you almost fell out of your chair. Well, pass me the book. I want to read it again. About as much creativity as a doodlebug trying to go forward, right? His whole nature is to go backwards. Listen, what we can do is become creative. We have all kinds of creative people in this faith. I'll bet you more than half the people that are active in Baha'i faith in this country are under 30 years old. They're filled with energy. And we're losing them. We're losing them because oftentimes we got straitjackets on Baha'u'llah. I never had. Let people be creative on what they can do and bring into the faith and encourage people as long as they are within the guideline of the principles. That's all. Let me tell you something we did in Samoa as an example, and it was fun, and people enjoyed it. Because look at the temperament of people. No, I got to look at you, and I got to tell another story. Listen. It's wonderful. Dr. Maharja came to Philippines, and many of the Baha'is there from Persia were suffering. Their heart was so broken. It's when the first waves of the real shock of recognition set in that they couldn't go home. Home was gone. And it was awful. And there was no one they could talk to. There's so many of them out in these small little colleges around the country. And NSA in Philippines didn't know how to really do, what do you do with it? You know what his solution was? And it just worked like a charm. And I went to the meeting, and I'll never forget it as long as I live. He said, you go out and find a place out pretty far out in the country where they can make all the noise they want. And nobody's going to bother them. And you get a lot of flowers and a lot of food and get some Baha'i books and put there and invite them from everywhere. And don't have any agenda. No agenda at all. Just invite them and let them do anything their heart wants to do. Well, it was heaven on earth, boy. It was wonderful. They came in, they talked. If one wanted to make a talk, he got up and he did his thing. Or they got up and they danced. Or they bid on everything and got a lot of money. And, at 3 o'clock in the morning, you could have heard them a half mile going at it, Well, after 2 days, their hearts were happy in the midst of all that misery because nobody put them in a little thing and said, do it, do. Just let the Spirit flow. And they were desperate for that communion with themselves to bring it to bear, right? Well, that was creative. Where in the world did he get that idea? I don't know. Maybe Baha'u'llah had something to do with it. But listen, down in Samoa one time, Samoans are wonderful people. God knows they're wonderful people. When I got down there, I was trying to fish around and say, listen, which one of the teachings, are they really interested in? Well, there's no need to talk about world peace down there. They're way off out in the middle of the Pacific. I take an oath. I met dozens of people, never been even to the other end of their island, much less across to the next island, and then didn't want to go. They just worried about the village around here and Samoa and so. But man, were they interested in Baha'i teaching on life after death. Whew. Boy, oh boy, because all they had was a few little Christian teachings and some other things mixed in with it. And they had never seen or heard of this long prayer for the dead. Never had heard of it. So, consulted with the NSA, and we got it printed. That assembly has more nice literature printed in their languages of any small assembly I've ever been in. It's wonderful what they've done in that area. But we got it printed, and we had this meeting, and all these people came from all over the islands, you know. It was wonderful. We explained the purpose of that tablet, and then I thought, well, how can I say something in some way to where, you know, you got to involve the person in it, huh? Well, I said, you think of someone that you love, really love, who's died in the last year or two, or maybe 3 years. You didn't have this prayer you could say for them at that time. And we will all stand and face east, though you don't have to. And we'll read this prayer. Well, boy, you asked my wife. You go phone her now. It was just, oh. Well, from then on, boy, instant use of that prayer. Instant use of that prayer. Because they loved it. They loved it. Another time I was trying to explain this concept in the Tablet of Ahmad. You know that Baha'u'llah is the tree of life. This comes from the book of Revelation. Same concept. You see a lot of it in Persian art. The tree of life. Well, what does it mean? Well, fishing around, you know, they like beauty. Don't be very sterile in your analogies of stuff with Samoans. You're going to lose them off instantly. So, not just a tree, like a Christmas tree, how are you going to dress it up, you know? So what they did, the lady who's now in the NSA down there now, they split off some little strings off of coconut palms, long little sticks. And on the end they put a hibiscus blossom, if you know what that is. And each one of them then that was like a twig off the tree of life. And we tied to each one of those twigs a teaching of the Baha'i faith, like independent auxiliary languages. Like Farabi's book said, all things made new, right? Well, listen, we had a list of 200 and something teachings that's all new. And so every one of them had its own little teaching on there. And have to add a little southern touch to this, you see. There were a couple old Baha'i boys there from New Zealand. One had his trombone and one his trumpet. Got them in the back of the building. It's open on all sides, playing When the Saints Go Marching In, you know, with that magnificent verse. Oh, when the gate is open wide, you know that verse? Well, that's the Baha'i verse to it, you see. Well, they were playing that song and people were clapping and they were marching up there, and each one of them takes his twig out, right? With this flower on it and his teaching, and we're all standing in this huge circle, and then following that, everybody had to make a 3 to 5 minute talk on his new teaching. And you were amazed how many new teachings in the Baha'i faith. And then right after that, so they wouldn't forget it, we had a beautiful picture made of everybody standing where they could be seen holding their flower. They never forgot. If you go down there today, they can tell you what they talked about. You know, it's a matter of knowing consciously that, you know, try and find the person where he is and what he likes, right? Now, you and I know yourself. If you're going to go up north and teach Eskimos, there's not much need of talking about roses, you know. If you want to talk about the blood of a walrus, they got some understanding, right? But don't go talking about roses. They don't have it. They never saw any. So we have to find out where they are and what's their means of communication and start this communion back and forth. Now, it's always wise to know that there is no communion if you don't love the person, is it? Right? There is none. There's none at all. In fact, Shoghi Effendi is a letter of his in that book, Dawn of a New Day, those letters to India, where he said in the next life, there is no communion with any other soul unless you love them. How about that? If you don't really love them, there's no communion between you. How about a person who dies and doesn't love anybody? He's got a lonely time. And that's what Shoghi Effendi said. That communion is conditioned by a selfless, disinterested love for the person. In other words, really a love for their welfare and well-being in the next life. Well, the more a person can attain to that in his teaching effort, and you can't attain to it unless you almost make yourself instantly say, what is it that I like about that person. The first thing I ask, what do I like about you? I'll never forget you because you reminded me of that story of Dr. Mahaji. That's why I like you. Now, instantly, I've got a bridge, you've got a bridge, because there's no such thing as a person you can't find something about him you don't like. You know. I never met Oscar before I came here. I'll always remember how well organized he is, how hard working he is. You know, they're qualities of God. Most Baha'is haven't developed those qualities as well as he has, right? He works all the time. He's always doing something. That's a wonderful quality. You don't forget the qualities a person has, you know. I love the quality Jay Scales has. He comes way out of his way, picks me up at the airport, and didn't complain about it. You know, I've been picked up lots of times, and people spent the first 30 minutes complaining about it. You know. And then I've been places where I didn't get picked up, and I spent 30 minutes complaining about it. You know. But if I go or you go, and you say yourself, listen, I'm going out here, and this assembly is going to be mine. They don't function at all. And I say, that's wonderful, because they don't know how to function, so I'm going to do my best to teach them right. And what am I going to teach them? Huh? I'm not going to teach them all these fancy things. I'm going to teach them A, B, C, D, E, F, G, Do, Re, Mi, Fa, Sol, La, Ti, Do. And I'm going to every morning say, oh, God, you know, help me do this. I really, for myself, I'd like to be doing something else sometime, but it's not going to do any good. Why? Because I believe it's the only chance we've got. Don't you? Listen, if you're in some big city, now you think through this, and you can throw all the verbal brickbats you want about it, but if you're in a city, and you have to get out of it in the next 3 or 4 years or so, and it's possible, where are you going to go? Now suppose you're in a city, and every single weekend you've been coming down here to Pembroke or somewhere else around here and working with that assembly down there, and not only the Baha'is know you and love you, but everybody else in town see you all the time. You've become known. They trust you. You know already where you're going. You got a family to go to, haven't you? You've got an ark, and they're going to take you in. That's just common sense. It's just common sense. And if you think you're going to sneak in as a refugee at the last minute, you better examine what happened in other countries all over the planet. People get conservative and shut you out, but they accept the people they know and love. And that could happen here, may not happen, but could happen. And if I'm teaching, that community is going to be functioning, and 9 heads are better than 1 when it comes to just surviving. For what purpose? Just so I can save my hide? No. What? To come out purged, purified, and ready to serve, to build a new world order. Right? And we're going to have to work together like that. It doesn't take, this assembly over here, this assembly here. And keep in mind, Shoghi Effendi's statement I just read, some people were going to be washed away. We won't all make it. Won't all make it. Now, I don't know what in the world I could say to inspire you to make a decision to take on the load of consolidating assembly. If I knew what it is, I certainly would say it. And I know very well, better than most of you in all humility, how hard it is. Boy, it's hard. It is hard. It is hard to do it. And you can't do it unless you love the people. Unless you love every single one of them. And as sure as you try it, there will be 1 or 2 of them you don't like too much. You know. I remember when I was a young Baha'i down in Florida, I was praying so hard that God would send me a contact. And have mercy on me, he did. And I couldn't stand the guy. I mean, every time I'd come home from work, there that old boy would be. And I just wish I could have run and hide, you know. That's the truth. I don't tell a lie, it's the truth. You know. And I prayed, and he became a very good, devoted Baha'i, led all kinds of people to the faith. And I have accepted the fact that I'll never have a great personal love for him, but I'll always have that universal love that we must have. Shoghi Effendi says, you can't have a personal love for every person. It's impossible. We're too different. But I can have that universal love of the qualities of God I see in every living human. And it can be spontaneous. How many times you walk down the streets in the cities and everybody's looking down at the ground or somewhere else, they don't ever look you in the eye. It's almost as if it is an absolute sin to look you in the eye, huh? And particularly, we've been talking to business about race. If it's somebody of a different race, and it depends on where you are and what country you're in, as to whether you have that problem with this group or that group, the quickest thing to do, don't look them in the eye. That's the first sin of life, you know. The eye is the mirror of the soul. The eye is where you see the qualities of God so quickly in another person. And it's a wonderful thing just to learn that when we meet people, to look them in the eye. To really look a person in the eye and to look and see, what did Abdu'l-Baha say? I love the analogy. You've heard it so many times, not as many times as God is one, but almost that many. Listen, what did he say? Baha'u'llah said, in every human face, see my face, stand abashed in my presence. And Abdu'l-Baha said, when you meet a person, he's a message from God to you. Read it. How about that? I see this message from God to me. It's in a beautiful envelope, but it's in a Persian language. It's got a Persian stamp on it. Yeah, I don't want to read that. It's got the wrong stamp on it. Or I'll read this this letter here, and it's an old crummy one of these envelopes, you know, that's 50 for 50 cents or something, you know. It's cheap one. I'll shove it aside because over here's this nice, fancy embossed one, huh? It's like meeting a person that's so immaculately groomed or something. Nowhere in the world. Nowhere in the world. You read your mail, don't you? You read your mail. And every time we meet a person, if we really take Abdu'l-Baha's simple little statement, so simple, it's a message from God for you. It's good for eternity. It's there. You have no idea, really, until we learn to listen to each other, what the other person is going to bestow upon you that's going to be surprising and, as Bill was saying, delectable. I like that. It's a wonderful thing to know as we travel around this world, there are a lot of delectable Baha'is. And there are a lot of neglected Baha'is. Neglected Baha'is. And the lady was speaking in the class just before this and about the fear of God. I asked Faizi about that one time, what it meant. I passed on to you what he said. I told a story that since that time I've read where Abdu'l-Baha wrote the story. He was not used to traveling in a desert. And he had a donkey with him that he was carrying his load of things, and that night he tied the donkey up and took his sleep, and it got very cold that night, and he waked up and there were just little patches of snow that had blown in where he was. And he went over and he saw something he had never seen before. It was a small snake, and he had never seen one. Where he came from, they didn't have snakes. And he took it and he thought, well, you know, he loved God. This is an animal, a creature of God, and he blew on it to try and warm it up and held it close to him to bring it back to life. And there was just a little stirring of movement because, you know, they're cold-blooded. And so he wrapped it in a piece of woolen cloth and put it on the back of his donkey and started to go. And as they started walking, the donkey got a little warmer and began to perspire. And the snake came to. Donkey started choking, fell down, died. Now, Abdu'l-Baha said the fear of God is like that. Because that snake's our ego. That's these desires we often have. And the Word of God is like the snow. It keeps it dormant, if we're obedient to it. But if in our mistaken wisdom, out of compassion for ourselves, right, we blow on ourselves and get tied up in materialistic things, and so you follow the analogy. What happens? Ego destroys us. We're lost. The Word of God is given to us to do what? Save us, right? I love Abdu'l-Baha's statement. No man's faith is conditioned by any other man. Nothing my mama, my daddy, my teacher, anybody else did to me is going to condition whether I believe in Baha'u'llah. Now, it may condition a lot of other things, but not that. And my growth and development depends only on one thing. My response to that Word. My response to the Holy Spirit of God. Abdu'l-Baha defined it as that sanctified reality surrounding all phenomena. The faith of Baha'u'llah, that priceless gem of divine revelation, enshrining the Spirit of God and incarnating His purpose for mankind in this age. How about that? Huh? My faith's not conditioned by you, no one but me. It can be helped. You can pray for me, and I may respond, but it's up to me. I have that choice, and if I didn't have it, this business of individuality and love and all of these wonderful qualities, they would be lost, wouldn't they? They would be lost forever. Now, I don't want to be lost, to use old religious terms. Do you want to be lost? I don't want to be lost. But I don't want to be cringing in fear of God either. I want to think of God as a God that's just. I love justice. You like justice? I love it so much I can't stand it sometimes. Because I know that I'm always running into things that are unjust, and it runs me up the wall. And when I see a person that's just and fair in his dealings, I just almost feel like going up and embracing the guy, because it's so seldom, It'll be wonderful to live in a world that's just, where everybody has a chance to develop his qualities and to worship God and to enjoy His work. And that's what we're laying the foundation for. But I'm old enough, and a lot of you are old enough to remember when they first started a lot of teaching down here in the South, there was all this great hope of other groups who's going to sort of really save the issue, and the Baha'i thing was, we're going to sort of help it along. That's the biggest bunch of mess in the world, man. There's no hope. I've got lots of quotes there saying that. There's no hope out there. There is hope there saying, and I can read the quote, I have it right there, that says specifically that this government, even though it's not known consciously, is under the motivating direction and guidance of Baha'u'llah Himself. And more every year that passes, our policies fall more and more in line with what Baha'u'llah wants it to do. You know that quote. If you don't, after the class, I'll be glad to share it with you. It's there. And it's happening more and more. I remember when I went, Jimmy Carter got to be president of these United States, and he got off on a tangent, and he got his knuckles rapped, just because he started talking about human rights. Where do you think he got the idea from? That assembly down there in Georgia, just about a month before he got out of office, I got a picture of him. Went up and gave him, hey. They gave him the book. It was in the book, Human Rights. He told old Jack Perry, and many of you know Jack, he said, I don't know anything about the Baha'i faith, but I give you my word. I'll read every word of it. Now, he might wish he hadn't by now, but he did. Now, old LBJ, now what did he do worth in his whole life? What did he ever do any good? Huh? I'll tell you what he did good. He's the only major leader on this planet that ever wrote a letter like that. And that letter got me in so many countries and places showing people that letter. I had that thing, was in plastic and showed people. All of a sudden, doors open, well, the President of the United States of America says that you're good people. You're good people. Well, I don't know what he may be being punished for in the next world, but I know what he's being patted on the back for. He may not have known it, but I thank God Almighty for that letter, and it's in the Baha'i World Book, Well, he didn't know what he was doing. You know that. But boy, he did something to help God's kingdom. He really did something wonderful. And we live in a country where we're the champion builders, right? Now, do you really feel like a champion builder? Do you really honestly feel like one? Because I honestly don't think you can be a champion builder till you feel one. I do feel like one. I mean, in the ground of my being, I am one. I am a champion builder. And I am proud to be one. Because Shoghi Effendi said I was. I can do it. But what can I do? I can go somewhere and serve anybody that I come into contact with. And that's a champion builder. Somebody that's willing to serve. Someone that can go in there and appreciate any living human he comes into contact with and look for the qualities and attributes of God in that person and learn to like what they like and learn to love what they love. I can eat eel with the best of them. I didn't start out that way. But you can go into a place and find your place, and if it's in North Carolina, why not be a champion builder? Why not you yourself, before you leave here today, say, all right, I'm going to the DTC. I'm not going to make it public, I'm not going to parade myself up and get a lot of adulation. I'm going to say, look, I'm one of these shy Baha'is. I'm going to creep into the kingdom, But while I'm creeping in, I'm going to bring a completed assembly with me. That's the most wonderful thing in the world, because you have helped the world recover from what we're going through. We're going to go through, Shoghi Effendi said, the greatest suffering in the history of humanity. That the fall of Rome was nothing compared to it. Suffering unparalleled in the annals of humanity. He wrote it twice. You got any idea what that means? God Almighty, people, wake up, wake up, wake up. It's right on top of us. The banking industry in this country is scared to death, even economically. And we only hope in the world is to work with our Baha'is and know in the depth of your soul that that is the ark of salvation, and this is going to happen. So what? As for me and my family, I am going to build. I don't care what they do. They can drop all of the damn bombs they want to. I am going to build assemblies. I'm going to build this world order, and you can too. Anybody can do it, man. You can do it. You can build an assembly. Make it function. Those feasts, make them creative. There's no sense in being dull and boring. We can do it. Anyone can do it. Anybody can do it. All he has to do is pray that prayer that'll just scare you to death. Oh, God, send me. Watch it, because you've already got your ticket, and here he comes. And you remember, it's not always us. Sometimes you say, oh, God, send me. And they don't send you. They sent Oscar, and you sit there. Oh, my God, Oscar, he got to go, and I didn't get to go. And jealousy is the most awful thing in the world. Dr. Mahaja said, look, he said, when you go through your basic class in biology in high school or college, you take a little frog and dissect it, don't you? You cut the heart out of a living frog, and you put it over here in a little dish, and that heart beats, doesn't it? Just like that. All by itself. And he said, because we're so weak in this day, you've got to be like the heart of a frog. You can't wait for everybody to give you the big send-off. You can't do it. You got to be like the heart of that frog. You go in and get it done. You pick it up, something to do. Is there a need for a deepening class in your community? You don't have to have the approval of the Universal House of Justice to give it. There is nothing in the Akdas saying that you have to do that. There is nothing in the world saying you have to go and be at the next meeting of the National Assembly to go down here and serve in a deepening class. These are the simple things that are hard to do. And really, everybody likes to catch fish. Even women sometimes don't like fishing. You take them along, and pretty soon, they got a hook in the water. And I don't know why, but inevitably, they always catch the biggest fish. It is something else. And then they come back, sir. It's the same way you go out teaching, Oh, they didn't want to go along, and then they come back and they caught the biggest fish in the community, Now, who do you know likes to clean those fish? Every time a fisherman comes home, he's got all of his fish and going around and give them his friends because he don't want to clean them. Nobody does. And we Baha'is love to go on these teaching teams. Woo, sign right here. Sign right here. Just sign right here. Sign right here. And then when they come back, we start looking around for people to give those cards to, don't we? And those people who take them are few and far between. But now, let's get down to the hard brass tacks of it. Suppose we don't do it. Have you ever thought about that? What will happen? Shoghi Effendi said it in one sentence, straight to the shoulder. He said, never let us think that we cannot retard the growth of the faith. Regardless of what has been ordained in this revelation, we can retard the growth of the faith by our inaction, our unwillingness to accept the opportunities that we have. Do you want that laid on you when you cross over into the next world? I don't. I like that statement, Baha'u'llah, where he says, nothing will ever be mentioned in his presence except what you have suffered in his pathway. And if it means I suffered teaching A, B, C, D, E, F, G, he's going to love me for that. Listen, how would you feel? The Christian talks about, read this quote, and this old boy dies, and he said, well done, thou good and faithful servant. You've been faithful in a little, I'll make you faithful in a lot. How would you like it if you passed off tonight? You wouldn't like that, are you? But if you did and you were met and greeted, well done, well done. That's intoxicating. I envy Baha'is who even have a letter from Shoghi Effendi with their name on it. You know, I just like to look at it and say, look at that, he wrote his name. I'd give anything for something like that. And you would too, wouldn't you? Sure you will. There's not a Baha'i in this room. I never met a dead Baha'i. I really never have. I met some Baha'is that thought they were burned out Baha'is, but they weren't. They were just sort of, the fire was a little backed up, but they weren't dead. I never met a bad Baha'i. I hear people say, well, he's a bad Baha'i. There is no such thing. Baha'is are either sleeping or they're a little bit sick or something, but they're not bad. Because when they become bad, they become a covenant breaker and they're not a Baha'i. Isn't there such thing? But we are a little bit timid and complacent and apathetic. I could have some fun because I can go show it to you in the book. It's in the book. Apathy, timidity, complacency, and it applies to all of us, to me and to you. And I'm fat with it, so that's even worse, right? Fat, apathetic, timid, complacent. But now, really, seriously, what can we say so that when you go down to convention next year, you don't have one single inactive assembly in North Carolina? Is that an impossible goal? Is that an absolute impossible goal? That you cannot have every assembly here having feast and assembly meetings? Is that hopeless? Is it? Well, I don't know, and really you can't answer that, but you can say, with the help of Baha'u'llah, they're going to have one more active assembly. With the help of Baha'u'llah, I am going to see to it. I'm a champion builder. Now, for many people, even the thought of saying, I'm a champion builder scares them to death. It's sort of like, well, he's tooting his own horn. No, Baha'u'llah tooted it. He gave me the horn to toot, you know. I'm a champion builder. I have to think a lot about what it means. But we're not the people that's crawling around with this kind of humility, you know, saying, oh, don't look at me, I'm so humble. You know that long obligatory prayer where he says, get up and stand erect. Why doesn't he say, get up and sort of crouch down? You know, no, sir. We're champion builders. We're Baha'is. We're building a new world order, and the world hasn't got a hope in the whole world unless we do it. You do it, and I do it. See, he can teach all about the family. You can teach about race relations. You can teach about music. You can feed people. You can be a potato. Makes no difference. You're going to build a world order Baha'u'llah. And the only thing we're worried about right now with all these institutions is building the foundation. You're going to put the brick in there. I'm going to mix the concrete. Somebody's going to bring the dirt. This person's going to feed the troops. But we're going to build a foundation. And if they don't have concrete and they don't have bricks, we'll get something else. Need every kind of thing in the world, and we're in North Carolina, so we needn't think, well, gee whiz, I'm going to go do it off out there. Now, is it hard to make a decision? Be honest. Come on. You know why it's hard? Because it's a commitment. And a commitment means work, and it means you got to give up something. I close with this story. I had a dream one time. And Shoghi Effendi has clearly said dreams are only for the person having them. But I needed the dream at the time. I desperately needed it. And I dreamed this. I was off in the middle of the ocean somewhere. And I went to this place, and they were having a big conference. And they had a break in the conference for lunch. And I went outside, and people were going this way and there to get their lunch. And there were 2 or 3 men down on the ground. They had this plan, looked like a house plan or something laid out down there that a draftsman had drawn. And they were planning something and building something. And I looked up, people over there, people were working. And the man looked at me and smiled at me. And I realized it was 3 members of the House of Justice there. And he said, would you like to be a part of this? And I was intrigued. I liked the plans. I looked them over. And what they were doing, it was fascinating to me. You know how your dreams can symbolize things. They were building this huge ark. And on the ark were these mobile units made out of sort of plastic domes. And under each one was going to be housed the national community, you see. And the frame of the dome was the most interesting thing. That was the National Assembly, the frame for each one of these. And he said, would you like to take part? And as I looked back, and as I looked back, I saw a lot of other things I wanted to do, and I felt my heart attracted to them. I thought, well, if I do this, I can't do that. And then I looked back, and as I looked back, I saw these people coming from everywhere. And my heart was so filled with love for those people that were coming. I was so attracted, I couldn't resist it. I just couldn't resist it. Now, the first thing I had to do to take part was to turn my back on the world. I couldn't do that. And I didn't turn my back because somebody made me. I was so attracted to it, I turned my back. Now, this is where it gets interesting. I need 2 or 3 people up here to help me real quick. Let's show you how this happened. Just a few. Don't need 9, but I need a few. They formed us in a circle, and they asked us to join hands. Now, if you join hands, you join hands, right? Okay, now, everybody join hands and join your feet together. But we formed a circle doing it, you see. We were in a complete circle, and we made the framework for that module that was going on that ship. And then I noticed as we joined together, you see, now you put your feet right here, but there were 9 of us, you see. Our feet and our hands began to grow together. And I said, I can't get out of it. That's right. I can't get out of it, Our feet and hands were joining together. The bones grew together. And then the funniest thing happened where we had joined our feet and hands together. Little wings grew out right here. 2 little wings, 2 little wings, 2 little wings. All right, now, then they came to put the skin on this module, And we were the framework. We were the rafters, whatever you want to call it. And they had these little guns. They riveted it to you, Ooh, it hurt, They putting this thing on. Every time they popped a hot rivet in, and I couldn't get out of it. But then, and it was sort of a little opening at the top, and this is the funniest part to me, then the people began to pour in on it. They fixed us on the boat, and we had our place on the big ark, the big ship, and the people began to come in, and it was noisy. All kinds of people coming in. And in order for us to consult, to give guidance to, these little wings could fly. And we'd sort of fly up a little bit above them, And in this atmosphere, we could consult and fly. It was magnificent. And the final scene is something that I wish I could put on a screen and just show you. But I never saw anything like it. The mind is really, really something. It was the scene changed, and this great ship had been launched, and it was on the ocean. And I never saw a storm like it in my whole life. The waves were higher than this building. Just unbelievable, these waves. And birds were just like seagulls, just being blown out of the air. Everywhere you look, boats were sinking, people go. And this one ship was going through those waves. And the ship had been covered, like a statue or a monument that's going to be unveiled, it has a veil over it. Well, the ship had this covering over all these modules and everything. No one knew what that ship was. But the storm began to rip off this covering. And other people began to see it. And I wish to heavens I could give you the feeling of being on that boat. Man, it was just the power in that boat. That old ocean giving it everything it had, and the power in that boat just going. Nothing going to stop that boat. Boy, I'm a champion builder. How about you? Allow power. Let me tell you a story. A spiritual problem I had with a very wonderful person one time. We oftentimes have difficulties with each other. And I had a problem. It's a very human problem. This is not a confession of sin. It's a confession of growth. So, when I became a new Baha'i, everywhere I went, I heard of this wonderful Baha'i teacher, Mr. Faizi, Hand of the Cause. And as I traveled around, I was traveling, all these states down here from Texas to Virginia, and everybody said, well, have you seen Mr. Faizi? Have you met Mr. Faizi? Have you, on and all these unbelievable, wonderful statements about it. Bill Washington, some of you may have met Bill. He's from down in Australia and pioneered for a while, and it's really wonderful. He was auxiliary board member in Australia and married a Japanese lady. Then they moved to Japan. She became the board member, and he became doing work over there as secretary for Mumtazi, counselor over there. And anyway, he went on his pilgrimage, and earlier before Mr. Faizi was the Hand of the Cause, Mr. Puritan preceded him in attaining that station. Shoghi Effendi sent Mr. Puritan down to Australia and New Zealand, that area, to make lectures, and Mr. Faizi was asked to go along to do the translating. And so the Baha'is knew him there, and Bill had met him and really loved him. And so Bill made his pilgrimage in the middle 50s, and when he started to leave Haifa, Shoghi Effendi, as he sometimes did, asked the pilgrims, where are you going from here? And Bill said he was going to Bahrain, where Mr. Faizi was pioneering. And Shoghi Effendi, you know what he said? He said, now you'll make your second pilgrimage. How many of you ever met and were in the presence of Mr. Faizi? Well, you know what I'm talking about. So, I heard all these stories, and I wanted to meet Mr. Faizi so badly. And we went to the London Congress and hoped Mr. Faizi was going to be there, and he was delayed getting there. But he came. And when he came, I was so excited going to get to meet this great Baha'i teacher, this saintly man, Hand of the Cause, trained by Shoghi Effendi himself in his summer vacations, coming down from American University in Beirut. He and Mr. Baliuzi used to go down there, and Guardian would use their services. But when I walked into the hotel, it turned out he was staying at the same hotel I was in, and he was standing there talking to some Baha'is, and I waited, to shake hands with him and thought I could talk with him, and I introduced myself, and just that, and that was it. That didn't exactly turn me on. I tell you, boy, I felt just like that. Anyway, we went on up to the Congress, and Mr. Faizi made that remarkable talk that many of you have heard on tape. Just beauty personified in his talk at that conference. And he left his hat behind. The people had stayed there in Prince Albert Hall. Albert Hall, I don't know if it's Prince Albert or not. I'm thinking of tobacco, I guess. Albert Hall. Anyway, Albert Hall. And he had gone on to his hotel, which was a hotel I was staying in. And someone said, oh, Mr. Faizi left his hat. And I said, there's my chance. Oh, boy. Sacrifice, I ran up and said, he's in my hotel where I am. I'll take it to him, Oh, here I am trotting down. I can just remember just like it yesterday, just walking down that street. Here I go. And I walked in. Sure enough, Mr. Faizi was standing in the lobby there talking with some friends. And I said, oh, Mr. Faizi, you left your hat here. He said, thank you. That's it. Oh, boy. That was it. And I came back to the good old USA, and I had a problem. And David Rue came to Atlanta, and I was up there, and he encouraged people to go on a pilgrimage. And at that time, not so many people were going. I never dreamed of going on a pilgrimage. But anyway, he encouraged us to go, and I rode, and I did go, and that's another story. But on the way there, I knew I had a problem. My feelings were hurt. I couldn't help it. That's a very small thing, but I felt rejected. It made me wonder about my own self, my own sense of self-worth. You know what I'm trying to say. He hadn't meant a thing by it, but I was asking, and crying out for something that I didn't feel I had gotten from him. And so I prayed. Did it in a weird way, too. In the Epistle of the Son of the Wolf, Baha'u'llah, in just a passing statement, one of his tablets says, go and peer into the tombs of these dead rulers that he had written to. And I did. On my way to Haifa, I made the tour. I went to all their graves. And it was a revealing experience because it had a lot of meaning for me. And, the Pope that he had written to is buried outside of the walls in Rome. They wouldn't even bury him in Rome. It's another story, but it's interesting. And so when I got to Haifa, I had prayed and prayed about this because I wanted to feel. I didn't want anything in my heart when I got to those holy shrines. And because I had heard so many times people say and had read where Abdu'l-Baha had said, there are many people who come to Haifa and don't really make a spiritual pilgrimage. And I didn't want that. So when I got there, oh boy, it was like heaven on earth, right? And at that time, thank God, I got in under the wire. You could sleep over in Baji at night, and you stay down there in the Western Pilgrim House. And I was there, and Mr. Fazey came and took us to the shrine of Abdu'l-Baha and to the shrine of the Bab. And it was just so wonderful. Well, those of you who've been there know what it's like, and those of you who have not, you can't imagine what it's like. And that's no put down or that's not condescension, and that is you just don't know. For very good reason, because Shoghi Effendi said the power of the Holy Spirit, because of his intimate association with the atoms of the prophets, that even where those atoms have been laid to rest, even though they're atoms like any other physical body, those atoms of that physical body were so intimately associated with the power of the Holy Spirit for so long that they continue to exercise an effect on any person going into the presence of it. And to use an analogy, it's much like a rose that has been pressed for a long time, but you open up the book where it's pressed, you can still smell the fragrance of that. Well, it was so overwhelming. And then they said you can go to the shrine at night by yourself and pray. And most of us have a very low self-esteem, I guess you could call it. I mean, we know who we are. No one needs to tell us we're sinners. I mean, we know that, We fail so many times, we almost feel sometimes impossible we can do anything but be a success at failure, And I certainly felt it there. I had some idea about where I was, Here I was, billions of people on this planet, and here is this little old guy from Texas, over there, and they're telling me I can go to the shrine of the Bab anytime at night I want to. And they give you that old big key, it's that long, you open the door, and you go in there, and here's this beautiful chandelier with all of that light. Such a contrast to the people, that sit around praying with a little candle, all this light and the beauty of it, and go up there at night. Well, I was afraid to do it. That's just flat fact. I was afraid to go up there by myself. And now don't forget, I'm leading you around here, but there's a catch to this. There's meaning to this. How God forgives you and heals you. So, Fazey and the group started back walking down that pathway to the pilgrim house, around the shrine of the Bab. We got down there, and I wasn't going back that night, even though they had encouraged us. I don't think anyone was going. And I still had that problem of a little bit of that rejection, right? And remember the hat, right? I take him his hat, hello and bye. So when I get down to the gate, Mr. Fazey, I turn and he turns and he says, I wish I could in any way talk like he talks. So much spirit. He says, Jack, so much love in one word. Jack, he says, if perchance you're going to go back to the shrines tonight to say prayers, I left my hat there. Would you bring it to me? friends, that's the greatest experience. It's not the greatest, but it's one of the greatest experiences of my life. I went back there that night and turned those lights on. I'd never gone back to that shrine. Really? I'd have never made it back there. And all of that, just swept away. All that. Now, how did he know that? Huh? Who knows? I don't know. And no guesswork on it. But I know that the hands of the cause live in a world that you and I have not yet attained to. I do know that. And I can stand here today, if I want to, and I can talk for 4 hours and never tell you the same story twice of experiences I've had of that type of power and experience. But I do want to tell you one story to illustrate it, because it's one that most of you have not heard and will never have a chance to hear. And so I will pass it on to you. This story was taped, actually, by Mr. Iwas when he came on his last trip to this country, stayed briefly at the home of his sister, Florence Ulrich, down in Bradenton, Florida. Curtis Kelsey came over that night and taped this story, but the tape didn't take good. But here was the story. And I just want to share it with you because it's so beautiful and remarkable. You know, Leroy Iwas was a young man when Abdu'l-Baha came and laid the cornerstone of the temple. You know, and he had been raised in a Baha'i family, mother and father Baha'i. He served in this country. I think he was on the NSA over 20 years. Worked for years and years as on the National Teaching Committee. So many years he worked on the National Teaching Committee. Treasurer of the Baha'is of the United States. And Shoghi Effendi called him to Haifa. And you know the difficulties he had in making that transition, and he was not quite ready for retirement. But that's not what I want to share with you. Here was a man been teaching the faith for years and years and years. And he was a wonderful Baha'i teacher in Baha'i. And he's going to Haifa to serve Shoghi Effendi as his secretary, the world administrative and spiritual center of our faith. But before he goes, he has to go by Wilmette as a member of the National Assembly, the last time he was to serve as a member of the NSA before his resignation went into effect. The last meeting he's to attend and then go from there to Haifa. So he goes. Now, who's on that NSA at that time, huh? I mean, those great warriors, man. I mean, you had Paul Haney and Horace Holly and Elsie Alston and Dorothy Baker and Matthew Bullock. I mean, these great people. What I'm trying to say is there wasn't a milquetoast on it, huh? I mean, there were no weak guys on there, no weak women. They were all strong people. And I say it to emphasize a point. The point being they got in a discussion on the fund, the Baha'i fund, and he was the treasurer. And it was a head-knocking discussion like that, man. And he said so. And finally he said it was such a hot discussion that they reached a decision, and he agreed with it just to sort of keep the peace, to keep the unity. He went along with it, but he wasn't particularly happy with it, huh? But, you know, to get along, and it was his last meeting. He goes to Haifa. He's met by Shoghi Effendi, embraced by the guardian, seated at, front of the table as he did the new arrivals in Haifa. First thing Shoghi Effendi asked him, right off the bat, what did he ask him? Asked him about that consultation on the Baha'i Fund, the very thing he didn't want to talk about, the very subject. And Leroy said, I've been an American Baha'i all my life. I didn't want to say anything at all to put the American Baha'i community in any bad light with Shoghi Effendi. So he sort of answered the guardian's questions by talking around the subject, right? And in the middle of Mr. I was trying to, present the best view he possibly could of the discussion, Shoghi Effendi held up his hand like that and said, "Just a minute, Leroy. I'll tell you what was said in that consultation." And he told him word for word what every member had said. And he said, "Leroy, I just want you to know who your guardian is before you go to work here." How about that? Now, that's something that's helpful for us to know, because that type of power is the power of the Holy Spirit that surrounds all phenomena. And that power is flowing through our universal house of justice. And it's a loving power. It's not a dictatorial power that pushes us around. And it gives us great confidence and happiness in our heart to know that power is guiding our faith today. There was a wonderful Baha'i named Edward Struven, who's now passed on, who for many years was caretaker at the Baha'i Temple in Wilmette. Now, Ed was a poor man when Abdu'l-Baha came to this country, although he was well educated. His spiritual mother was Lua Getzinger. She had taught him the faith. And I tell this story because it's in no book, so I just want to pass it on. It's too rich to lose. He said when Abdu'l-Baha was in New York City, he wanted so badly to see him, and Ed was in his mid-30s when he came. And he was newly married. He had no money. The way he put it, he said, I just had a few coins in my jeans. And so he caught the train from Baltimore to New York City and got there, and he knew they were having a meeting for Abdu'l-Baha at one of those beautiful brownstone mansions there in New York City at that time. And he was dressed very humbly. And you've seen pictures how some of the meetings that Abdu'l-Baha attended, how they were so richly clothed, some of the people who came. And this happened to be a meeting that was of that type of individuals coming, and he didn't want to be an embarrassment to anyone. Ed was a very, very, I can never tell you what a wonderful man he was. And so he went there, and instead of going upstairs, it was an upstairs apartment, he waited downstairs till 3 o'clock, thinking they would be through with dinner. They were having lunch upstairs. I'm sorry, it was lunch. And he thought, well, now they'll be through, and I will go up the stairs, and I will just look through the door and peek in and look at Abdu'l-Baha and go home. That would be enough. Well, now he didn't know what was going on upstairs. Came 12:30, 1:30, and the hostess came and encouraged the master to bring the guest in to the beautiful laid table and all the wonderful food. No, he wouldn't go in. He wouldn't go in. And the food was getting cold, and then the hostess was getting more anxious about it. But Abdu'l-Baha waited. Oh, boy, I love this. God knows. Abdu'l-Baha loved the poor people. There's a wonderful talk of his. I wish it was framed in every home in the country. His talk to the Salvation Army in Christmas in Britain. You should read it. He said, I love the poor. I consider myself one of you. I've been poor most of my life. And here's Ed standing down there. And he comes up and he sticks his head around the corner, and here comes Abdu'l-Baha. Where do you think he sat Ed? Oh, better than that. Sat him in his own chair. And Abdu'l-Baha served the meal. Place of honor, he served the meal. Ed said he hadn't had a good full meal to eat in months. His stomach has shrunk up. And had one of these big plates. You know, these plates you get now usually are small, right? It was a dinner plate. I mean, you got something on it, you know. I can appreciate that. Now, I tell you, Ed sat out and Abdu'l-Baha came around and smiled at him, and you have to forgive me. I don't know how to pronounce your term, but pillow. What do you call this? Pillow. All right. It's close enough. He piled it up like that. Ed said, really? He piled it just like this. And Ed looked at it, you know, his eyes got that big. And he started to eat, you know, how comfortable and loved he felt. And he ate and ate. I can just think of it, so it's wonderful. He's just eating and feeling so happy. And when he finished, you know, he's sitting back smiling, you know. Oh! And Abdu'l-Baha came around again and looked at him and filled it up again. Just like that. And Ed said, you know, I must eat it. Abdu'l-Baha, you know, he wants me to eat. He wouldn't give it to me. I must eat it. And he said he ate it, you know, he was getting so full. And he just got so full, and then he pushed back, and he finally finished it, and he was sort of looking around, you know, and Abdu'l-Baha came around. and the third time. Ed said he was never that full in his entire life. And Abdu'l-Baha, he said in his own heart that day, Abdu'l-Baha, in the best way possible, was teaching him that the bounty of God is without limit to meet his needs. And those of you in the room, if you, I'm sure Ben knew Ed Struve, and some of you may have known him, he had a pretty difficult life, and he needed that teaching. He needed that teaching. But Abdu'l-Baha knew how to teach in ways that people never forgot. Now, Ed's spiritual mother, Lua Getzinger, I know you read the stories about how she went on her pilgrimage, but a lot of these stories aren't written about some of the things that happened. You know, they sort of snipped off some of these funny things that are a little embarrassing. Lua's sister, Hebe Struven, passed away just a few years ago, told me this story. I want to pass it on. It's too rich to miss either. She went on her pilgrimage. Lua Getzinger, mother teacher of the West, right? And her husband was who? Dr. Edward Getzinger, very distinguished person. And so Lua had some realistic idea of the station of Abdu'l-Baha. She really did, even in those early days. And she went and got herself this beautiful dress, but with a train that flowing 20 feet behind her, because she was going to go into the presence of the king, Abdu'l-Baha, and she was going, to curtsy. And Edward, he got caught up in it. What can he do? You folks read the quotes about the women dominating the men, right? Well, she goes and she gets old Edward all stretched out in a Prince Albert coat and striped pants and the whole thing. Can you imagine this? And they get to Akka, and for the first time it really hits Lua. They're in a prison. Well, the people wore, prison garments. But Lua was a strong-willed lady. You get to know more about her. She was strong-willed. She couldn't quite give up the deal, So instead of letting the train, this is funny, letting the train go all the way back behind her, she rolled it up over her arm, But she went into the presence of Abdu'l-Baha, and Edward comes in with her, to bow with his, and he had never tried on the trousers before. And he went to bow. This happens, the truth. He went to bow, and when he did, the whole seat went out of him, and for 3 days, here's old Edward Getzinger walking around pinned up pants, And, I could tell more stories like that some of these early believers who've now passed on have told me. But the point I want to make is those things were never important to Abdu'l-Baha. There's a lady, she may still be alive, I don't know. I've been out of the country, Mrs. Volts, down here in Sarasota, Florida. She was living in Kenosha, Wisconsin. She and her husband, newly married, and Abdu'l-Baha was coming through there that afternoon to be there that day. And they had arranged a beautiful place for the master to stay. And she was in her house, and she had just one of these little sinks with one pipe coming through, just a black pipe, iron pipe, with a spigot to turn it off. And she looked up and she saw Abdu'l-Baha coming down the street. How'd you like to do that? Look up and see Abdu'l-Baha coming with his Persian secretaries behind him down the street, and she got petrified. And Abdu'l-Baha turned right in her, coming up her house, and the first thing hit her mind, oh Lord, don't let him go in my kitchen. God help me. And they didn't have any glasses. All she had was the jelly jars, And she said, and she first thing popped in mind, that old black iron spigot, And she didn't want him to see it, and she was ashamed of it. Abdu'l-Baha came into her house, you know how he walked, just looked at her, smiled, went straight to the kitchen, got him a jelly jar, and drank water out of that spigot, and came back and laughed at it. First thing right off the bat, huh? Now, that tells us something, doesn't it? If we think of these stories and experience these stories and realize that only the power of God can change the human heart. You can know all the principles, you can know all the history of the faith, You can know all of the psychological gimmicks you want to, but won't change your heart. It's only when we come to the knowledge of the source of those principles that our heart is touched and is changed, the source of it. And the only job, really, that you and I really have in our life that gives it meaning is to beg Baha'u'llah to help us introduce someone to Him. That's all. And friends, the other side is true too. You can't introduce anyone to Baha'u'llah if you don't know it. I've been in comparative religion classes with professors that know more about the Baha'i faith than I do, and they don't believe a word of it. Knowledge is essential, but it's not enough. It's not enough. It takes more than that to change the heart of a man. It takes the power of the Holy Spirit of the living God to change a man. And a man has to be in a position to be changed before he can change. Abul Baha once was talking to a woman who was talking about this business of repentance is necessary before forgiveness is given, and then a man must be firm in his repentance. Firm in his repentance. Because then the power of the Holy Spirit begins to flow through us and to change our hearts. If you and I want to love anybody in this room or in the world, regardless of race, creed, color, class, education, political persuasion, nationality, or whether they blow their nose or pick their teeth, the only way you can do it is through the power of the Holy Spirit of God in your life. We have to be sensitized by the living energy of God in our hearts. And that comes through prayer and action. And if I pray and don't move, it's not going to do any good. We read these quotations, but we overlook the obvious. We overlook the obvious. And someone said this morning in the class, you have to start where you are. If you wait until you become an angel before you start, you're never going to become one. It's the statement Mr. Sears makes so many times, the one-eyed man is king in the world of the blind. You know. And it's true. It's true. Oh, is it so true? If we had everybody in here, and you had the most beautiful candle in the world, you bought it at the finest candle shop in San Francisco, if you've ever been out there, you know, you can bankrupt yourself for 10 pilgrimages buying one pinky candle, you know. These beautiful candles, right? And you got this candle, and you got, everybody there got a candle, and nobody got any matches. What the heck good are they? Unless you like to eat wax. Huh? But if a little bitty kid comes in here with a birthday candle and it's lighted, he can light every candle in this room, can't he? Right? Now, that's the point I'm trying to make. The point of faith. Abul Baha said something so beautiful. As your faith is... Oh my God, let's hear that. As your faith is... Yeah, a lot of us don't have much faith sometimes. We don't have much power and blessing. Baha'u'llah said the essence of faith is what? Fewness of words and... Abul Baha said faith is conscious knowledge plus action. Shoghi Effendi said faith is but another word for obedience. Faith. Oh God, give me faith. Give it to me. I can't get it. How many of you read this wonderful book by Adib Taherzadeh on where he described the struggle of Mirza Abul Fazl in getting faith? You remember reading that? And I don't think our intellect's where his was, and he didn't come to faith that way. He knew all these arguments. The finest Baha'i teachers laid them on him, and he knew them. He respected it. He was trying to have faith. He wanted faith. How many of you want more faith, huh? I want more. You want more. I have some. I feel just exactly like the blind guy. The man who came to Christ, and he wanted his child to be healed. And Christ said, do you have faith? And he said, yes, Lord, I believe. Help my unbelief. It's this tension between the now and the not yet, you know. I have knowledge of God, but I'm thirsting for more. I'm not satisfied with that. Closer near to the Spirit of God that rends these veils asunder, right? And this grievous veil of knowledge is shutting me out. I love some of these teachings of Abdu'l-Baha. They're so simple, but you don't run across them anymore. Now, those of you who've got glasses, take them off a minute. Because I want everybody to participate in the most simplistic experiment that you ever heard of, and no one ever asked you to do it before, so you're excited and just waiting in great anticipation for this, right? Now, everybody just catch your upper eyelid with both fingers, all right? Come on, play the game with me. Now pull down on it, huh? Now let go. Open your eyes. Abdu'l-Baha said, this is the most sensitive, wonderful part of the physical anatomy, and a little bitty piece of skin no thicker than that can make you blind. Man, in all his pride and glory, and a little mosquito can kill him like that, huh? A little mosquito can kill him so easily. Now, it's the simple things that we're struggling to find. I imagine those of you who knew this wonderful hand of the cause, Mr. Fazey, he didn't talk wealth up here, did he? But he so smothered you in love and awareness. And so many times, in very difficult times for me, I'd get a letter from Mr. Fazey. You know, and it was this constant nourishing. It seemed like somehow he knew when I needed it. You know, it might not come a letter for a year. Or might come in two weeks or something. But it came when I needed it. You know, this business of being in tune with the Spirit of God. In tune with the need of people. I've met, and you have met, hands of the cause who hadn't seen you but one time, talked with you, and maybe 5, 6, 7, 8 years later, they see you across the world in some other part of the world. How many times have you had the experience they recognize you, call your name? Any of you ever had that experience? Come on. Now, how'd they do it? You can't remember somebody if you don't love them. You can't do it. If you love somebody, you can't forget them. You can't forget somebody you love. And I've had that experience over and over when I was down in Georgia down there, and I'll never forget it. The Spirit of God is powerful. I'd seen Mr. Samandari from a distance, not up close. That little man was like a lion roaring in the forest of wisdom, right? Whale in the ocean of life. And he was in poor health. His son, the counselor, Mehdi Samandari, is in Africa now, was with him. It was the most beautiful relationship between father and son I've ever seen in my life between those two men. I've never seen anything like it. More lesson to be learned from that than 1,000 lectures just to watch those two together. The love between them, the respect between them. And they had him in a Holiday Inn up in Perry, Georgia. And he was speaking down here in Fort Valley. How many of you were there when he was down there? Look at that. How about that? Aren't you glad you have that memory? That's a treasure. Well, we had been told, don't bother Mr. Samandari, he's in poor health, and the Baha'is were obedient. They were very obedient. And I'd had another problem that night. They'd put me in a room with a guy that snored, and I couldn't sleep all night, you know. And I was praying, oh, God, help me not to hate this man, you know. You know, I had a class that morning, supposed to go up there and talk spiritual thing, and here I'm so annoyed this old guy was snoring me off the kingdom, you know. So I crept me, it was cold, too. And I went up there to Perry, Georgia early that morning to get me something to eat and try and get my own soul right. And I went into that motel dining room, and I walked back there in the corner, and I noticed Mr. Samandari and his son seated off over the table near the cash register. I didn't, ogle him or nothing. I noticed, and I knew he didn't want to be bothered, so I went on over here, I ordered my breakfast, and I ate, and I left. This man never saw me before in my life. I started by, to go pay my bill. Mr. Samandari gets up from his table, comes over and smiles at me and embraces me and kisses me on both cheeks. Now, you tell me how he knew I was a Baha'i or whatever. I don't know what you want to say, but that's what happened. And I could have gone home then. I didn't need nothing else. That was the most gentle embrace I've ever had in my life. I'll never in my life forget two embraces I had. Once by A gentleman who's now passed on, Dr. Latfula Hakim, member of the House of Justice, when I went on my pilgrimage, and that embraced by Mr. Samandari. There was so much love and energy, and it was the power of the Holy Spirit flowing through those men that just changed my whole being at that moment in time. That energy was flowing, you know. And you don't forget that. That's not some kind of intellectual story. But it's the type of thing that when it happens to you, it changes the people you're with. Have you read these stories? We've all read these stories where Abdu'l-Baha talks about those people who loved Baha'u'llah, and later the guardian about the people who loved Abdu'l-Baha, that when both of them passed away, they sent all these tributes. And although they didn't really recognize him, many didn't recognize him as a manifestation of God, but they recognized one thing: they never met anybody in the world like it that loved like that. That sweetness and that gentleness and that tenderness and that full acceptance. I asked Curtis Kelsey the first time I ever met him. I said, Kurt, because I came from really Christian background, I said, Kurt, did Abdu'l-Baha really practice this business of looking at one good quality and overlooking 10 bad ones? And I wasn't playing games, and he wasn't playing games. We're game players everywhere in the world. And I wanted to know. I really wanted to know. Because when you come in the presence of another person, you can look for shortcomings or not. And Kurt, to him, it was amusing. He just laughed. It was absurd to him because he had lived with Abdu'l-Baha so much. He said Abdu'l-Baha never saw them. He said, he was aware of the whole person, but he was constantly looking at the good qualities in a person. And Abdu'l-Baha's sense of humor kept him going. I don't know if the story's in his book or not. I haven't read it, but I know when he used to tell the story of every day he would go and wash up to eat in this little house outside from where he was working on putting lighting in the shrine of the Bab. And the master would come over there to have lunch with he and Fujita. And while he had been in this country, he had gotten used to, in 1912, this American expression, let the cat out of the bag. And they had a big old fat white cat. And every day, Fujita and Kurt would get that old big fat cat and put him in the bag. And Abdu'l-Baha would come in and sit down at the head of the table. He always had a lot of mail with him, and start to eat, and he wouldn't look up, say, let the cat out of the bag. And he'd be sitting there, and he said, Kurt said he'd be eating, and feeding the cat right from here, right from the table, And these kinds of things were heartwarming to me. And I said, well, what about this business of sin? We're all attached to the materialistic world in which we live. We all have egos we struggle with. And he said this story, and you may have read it. I hadn't read it at the time. I've read it since in one of these old pilgrim note type books that's now out of print. But here's what Abdu'l-Baha told him. He said, this man came to him while Kurt was there, and Abdu'l-Baha had talked with him. And the man said he would like to be a Baha'i. He told the master that. He said, and they were walking down here on that seashore, and he said, Master, my sins are like the grains of sand on this beach. And the master looked at him, and he said, if you will humble yourself and place yourself as this sand does, the waves will wash you as clean as this sand. The waves of God's covenant and His love. And then he went on with this analogy. The reason the ocean is greater than the river and the lake is because it places itself at the foot of the rivers and the streams, and they all flow unto it and bring in this life. And Abdu'l-Baha's way was never, ever, that I've ever read in my life, to put down anybody. Now, he had times where the effect of his statement awakened people to their pomposity and their false view of themselves. For instance, when he had the big meeting in Washington, D.C., we read about, and Admiral Perry was there, returned hero from discovering the North Pole, right? And old Admiral Perry was just puffed up, he was a great discoverer of the North Pole. And they introduced Abdu'l-Baha to him, and he praised him and said to Admiral Perry, that it was wonderful what he had done. So many people had been concerned about what was to be found at the North Pole, and since nothing was there, he had relieved the public mind. You can imagine a deflated bird he was, right? I mean, it's so wonderful. Oh, it's so wonderful the way Abdu'l-Baha taught. It's true and tells me this story. You can read part of it, but you want to know this, I'll pass it on to you. He was over in Washington the day that Abdu'l-Baha spoke at the Jewish synagogue. Remember what great acceptance he had at the synagogue in San Francisco? Well, he didn't get that in Washington. And he had got there with 2 or 3 Baha'is before the master arrived. Someone was bringing him in an automobile. And in the meantime, remember, the master had been to Washington and then back to New York and then made his trip. But he'd already been there one time. Now he was coming for the second trip. And the fundamentalist Christian group had got on to him, so they labeled him the Antichrist, just like that. This is the most fantastic story. Standing by a Jewish synagogue, of all things, here were these 2 men, one on each side with a stack of handbills this high, by a Jewish synagogue, of all things, giving to everybody that went into the synagogue this tract accusing Abdu'l-Baha of being the Antichrist at a Jewish synagogue. And Abdu'l-Baha said, and the friends were so concerned about it, they didn't know what to do. They were so embarrassed, and the master was coming. What is he going to do with this kind of a reception, right? What's he going to do? Well, what he did, I just love. He walked up, he got out of his car, he saw these 2 men, and they had their handbills. He thanked them. He took all of them, put one on this arm, and thanked them in and took them on inside. Left them standing with nothing, and when he got inside, he just gave them to a Baha'i. But he solved the problem, right? Now, there's an interesting sidelight of history that needs to be passed on that you don't realize unless you've talked to some of those older believers that were there. If you read Promulgation of Universal Peace, you'll read the talk. And then you'll read later where he met the rabbi in charge of that service that day. And the story I'm going to tell you will help you understand the background of that talk where the master is consulting with him about the attitude of his congregation. Because there's sort of a story that goes around that Abdu'l-Baha never talked over 20 minutes or something. That's absurd. He talked what needed to be said. Read his talk at Stanford. It's a long talk and had to be translated. Now, when he made this talk, you read it. It's a long talk. Basically, he makes the points that were made at the synagogue in San Francisco. He not only proves the function of Moses, which they wanted to hear, but the function of Muhammad, the function of Christ, then the station of Baha'u'llah, all in one talk. And the people in the front row, they didn't want to hear it. And some of they have these watches that go in your pocket here, and Ed was in the meeting. And he said they stood up with their watches right in front of Abdu'l-Baha and pointed. In other words, your time's up. Your time's up. Sit down. He didn't stop. He didn't stop at all. He went right on. He completed his entire talk. He didn't just cool it. Now, we talk about being discreet, right? And being wise. But we have to pray to God to teach us what's best. You see. And then later, the rabbi was so ashamed of the action of his congregation, you read that in Promulgation, where he comes and is apologetic about it, and the master consoles him and encourages him and talks to him about it. But Abdu'l-Baha, he turned down many opportunities to speak. He turned them down because he did not feel it was best way to present the faith. But his humor was always there. He never lost his sense of humor. It seems like if a person loses a sense of humor, he gets a distorted vision of life. It's like you don't really see, what's happening. Now, you and I are faced with the most, if we believe what our writings say, the most difficult time in human history that any group of people have ever been chosen to live through. Now, if we're honest sitting in this room, we don't feel that. We talk about people being spiritually dead, right? You know why a dead man is dead? Because he doesn't feel anything. If he felt it, he wouldn't be dead. Now, to the degree we feel the sensitivity of what's happening in the world, we're alive. But if I'm comfortable and it doesn't bother me when I find out, hundreds of people are dying in countries, and I read thousands of people are marching in the streets of New York and other places worried about nuclear bombs, and they're doing this and doing that, I'm dead spiritually, man. You're talking about human life. We're talking about something that is the roughest time in history between now and the year 2000, according to our teachings. And that's where it is. And Shoghi Effendi, we read the quotation together about arising to higher levels of spiritual awareness and devotion if we're going to make the grade. This bond of the Holy Spirit that surrounds all phenomena, that which we know in prayer. Now, we face this together, don't we? We face it. And if we're honest, it's hard to feel it. It's too big a thing. Nobody ever faced this kind of thing before. I mean, the fact that Hitler killed 6 million Jews, that's a joke. They can do it in 5 seconds in New York City. 120 megaton bomb can wipe it out. Gone. We've got 41 nuclear subs wandering around the ocean ourselves, each of them armed with 16 missiles. Each of them got more or less a 5 megaton warhead on it, and that's a multiple warhead. Can land within 10 feet of a 2,500-mile target. Now, that's a lot of explosive power. We're living in that crazy, insane world now. Not next week. Not next week. I was in charge of the Civil Defense Program in Buffalo, New York. It was one of my responsibilities, over the man in charge of it. I saw the CIA first point of attack, their viewpoint of where Russia would hit in case we got in a nuclear war. And it's frightening. But it's just not the whole story. It's not the whole story. The whole story is that the world is asleep or it's sick. And people are desperate. People are desperate. You've got millions of Chinese people over there. Millions of people in India and Indonesia, the Philippines. Where are they going to go? Shoghi Effendi said something in a set of pilgrim notes that I have. And it bears the examination of your intellect, even though he may never have said it. I don't know. It's a pilgrim note. But someone asked him about the white race. And he drew to their attention that if we get into an atomic war, where most of white people live? Where do they live? They live in Europe. They live in the Soviet Union, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, the United States. Who's going to get caught in the heart of this kind of destruction? And Shoghi Effendi said, if it happens when it's over, the white race for the rest of history will be a minority. They're gone. That's a pilgrim note. I don't know whether he ever said it or not, but you don't have to know he said it to know it makes common sense, doesn't it? Most of the people in this world are not walking around with a white skin. You know? I love what Shoghi Effendi said about the brown-skinned races out in the Pacific. He said, when this is over, they will go throughout the world pollinating the hearts of mankind. They're great travelers, great speakers. See, she's been there. She knows. It's fantastic. But it's something to think about, isn't it? It's something to think about right now, not next year, not the year after. It's something to think about in setting our priorities. I don't know anything Baha'is do that's not important. But Abdu'l-Baha said, Shoghi Effendi said, later hands of the cause have said, but Abdu'l-Baha, as far as recorded writings, the first to say, you give up the important for the most important. And there's nothing more important in your life than rising to higher levels of spiritual awareness and devotion. And nobody in this whole world is in a position to tell you what you should do. Nobody is in a position to lay a guilt trip on you. That is between you and God. House of Justice, and before House of Justice, Shoghi Effendi said, the concourse on high hovers between heaven and earth, waiting to rush to the aid of any potential teacher of this faith who will but arise. But they are helpless until that person reaches his decision. Helpless. There's nothing they can do to help. God will never transgress my right of decision. I have that. It's not unlimited, but I have this right. Now, knowing that, and this power is here, it's waiting today. I'm not going to make a call for you to come up on an altar like Billy Graham or something, but I will with my heart beg myself, beg you, or anyone else. It is the hour of decision. If not now, when? When? Now, I'm going to ask you to do something, and you probably will get annoyed with me, but it's all right. If you make somebody annoyed, at least you know you got to them a little bit. Do me a favor and get your billfold and open your purse and put your billfold out here. Put it out. Put it out. And put your credit cards out and your driver's license out and your Social Security out. Not after your money, okay? Not after your money. Just want you to experience something. This is an interesting type of an experience a person can have for himself. Just put it out and look at it. For yourself. And feel, oh, I love that. Feel how much of your identity is tied up with what you've got out there. How much of your identity and what motivates you is tied up with what you've got there in front of you? Now, some of you, God bless, some of you have that behind membership card in there. I'm just trying to use this as a gimmick to get you to think. That's all. How much of yourself is tied up there? How much is it going to be worth if they blow your city all to hell? See there? He's investigating the faith. He knows what I'm talking about, right? Amen. Right on. Come on. We live in the world we live in. We live in this world, and every big city in the whole world's in danger. Shoghi Effendi told Mr. Featherstone, sitting at the table of his pilgrimage with his wife Madge by his side, he was talking about these things, and Mr. Featherstone said himself he wasn't so caught up in it, and Shoghi Effendi stopped and turned to him. He said, no. Cities in Australia and New Zealand are also in grave danger. You know, we live in one world. There's nowhere I'm going to go and get away from these problems. I might not be blown all to pieces, but I'm going to be around to pick up the pieces. And I need to think something about it. Mr. Sears, when he came to our home in Western Samoa, stayed 5 days, and before leaving, at that time I thought we were staying in Samoa, he said, Jack, give some thought, some heavy thought on what you can do to help the people here recover when this mess is over. Now, what's the greatest thought I can give? I can teach right now. Shoghi Effendi said, go find these receptive souls. Why? Because, okay, I get bumped off, Billy gets bumped off, Hal gets bumped off, Ben makes it maybe. All right? But he said the more souls they come through it that are behind, the quicker the world's going to recover. We want to build a new world. Well, we don't want to sit around and muddy ourselves with all of this fear business about what can happen. Big deal. I can get killed just walking out of this building, you know. I'm not worried about that. What I'm worried about is that when come time for me to pass into the next world, I won't be ashamed of myself. Really. That's what I don't want to be ashamed. I'd at least like to go there and be able to say, you know, I did nothing, but at least let the power of God work through me a little bit. And I like to encourage any behind the whole world, don't deprive yourself of the opportunity, for God's sake, to make your contribution. Don't hold yourself back. Let them forge ahead into the future serenely confident that the hour of their mightiest exertion and the supreme opportunity for their greatest exploits must coincide with the apocalyptic upheaval marking the lowest ebb in mankind's fast declining fortune. I know most of you in here have done some wonderful things to serve the faith, but you haven't made your greatest contribution yet. He said, make the best of it. We've got a few years left, in my opinion, and I label it as that. You can still move around a little bit. Make the best of it. God knows. Don't say, well, I've been planning on doing this for so long. Don't do it anymore. Come on. Rear back and make that decision. And then hang on to it. Persevere in it. Pray about it. Make the decision and say, Bahala, I'm going to make the best shot at it that I think I can make. I'm going to sit down with my wife, my family, if I want to consult with my assembly or whoever, and I'm going to look through this plan. And I'm going to decide what's the best, in my opinion, being as objective as I can, what's the best thing I can do. I despise second-rate people's thinking. It runs me nuts. What's the best thing you can do? What's the most you can do? Well, you got to set your eye, well, I can't do it. I can do it. You can do it. Anybody in here can do it. The only thing Bahala said to do was arise. It's the hardest thing to get into the Abha kingdom on your bottom. Get up, get up, get up, and move, because as we move, the Spirit of God begins to flow in us. We meet Baha'is we never met before. They open doors for us. They share with us. We start moving. A chain starts to work. Right? He knows. See, he's just now. Look at this gentleman. Light itself, huh? Come up here with me, huh? Come on. You won't be embarrassed, I hope. This is the first day you heard of Baha'i faith, huh?
No.
No? Long time Baha'i?
1974.
Oh, God bless. Now look at this gentleman, huh? You look at him. What do you see in his face? You see light. You see the Spirit of God. That's all any of us see, right?
Right.
That's all we need to see. And I'm not using this as a gimmick. The more we can get close to God, the more we depend on each other, this fear of what's happening in this world is not so much important anymore. The more we trust each other and love each other, love gives you confidence. It gives you something that enables you to walk a little happier, hold your head a little more proud, because you know you've got brothers and sisters, and if this is tough, it's tough on them. They tell a little story out in the Pacific about a man with one little bamboo. It can break. But you tie 15 or 20 of them together, you can't break it with a hurricane. Now, if I have Baha'i brothers and sisters any part of this country and I get wiped out in some city somewhere, I know if I love them and they love me, I've got a security that nobody else has got on this planet. I can drop myself down in I don't know how many countries. You know, and I was interested this morning in the conversation about what people pass between people. You know, I never met a man that I didn't feel like in some ways a whole lot smarter than me. I never have been impressed by academic degrees. That's the truth. Because in the islands, my life is hung by threads on people that couldn't read and write. Over and over it hung. He may know how to fix a car. I'll die trying to fix it. You know? He may know whether there's a blackberry patch that I need desperately to make the ends meet, you know. And I may, if God is merciful, I may know something outside of my knowledge of Baha'i teachings that help him, but I don't know what in the world it would be. I learned so little in the academic instruction I had in school. Never impressed me much, because it wasn't centered in the kind of world I've had to live with ever since. And so when I look at a person, I think, you know, this man's going to survive. He's going to be around the year 2000. I don't think I will. Maybe. He has what it takes. He's a survivor. Now, if there's a white man in this room that wants to survive, he better get associated with some survivors. Now, I'm not trying to offend anybody. I'm just sharing with every one of you my experience. The native people in the islands, you know, I learned to trust their wisdom with my life. I've been out across that ocean. There's no way in the world I could have made it without their help. They never went to any school to learn it. Now, I have some things that I can share. I can teach school if I had to. You know, when I was in Samoa, I was thinking, what can I do? I can make wagon wheels. I know how to do that. And it might come a time where they need them. It's unimportant. The important thing I'm trying to say is that, you know, you and I are brothers. We'll be brothers through all eternity. Now, suppose I'm your brother, and you enter the Abha kingdom for me, and suppose I don't recognize you when I get up there. I looked in your eyes here. I didn't know who to look for. If I can't do it here, what in the name of heaven makes me think I'm going to do it there? Have you ever thought of that? That's so silly it hurts, man. I want to know you now. Because, I might not make it. At least I got the joy of knowing you're here, right? Thank you. God bless you. You're merciful. But there is a richness in every human that I ever met. And I want to add my little bit to Billy's class this morning. If we pray enough to get our big eye out of the way, to where we can really, and not be fake about it, man, to be spontaneous and then trying to figure, this man knows a lot I don't know. You know a lot I don't know about how to cope with this, how to cope with that. If you're off somewhere, suppose you get your pharmaceutical industries knocked in the head here. Who's going to take care of you? Where are you going to get your medicine? How many of you know anything about old family remedies? Huh? A few people. And everybody else depending on you. I've been out in the islands where that's the only thing saved my hide. And everybody has something in their heart that's a treasure. That's not just talk, that's the truth. It is God's truth for us. Isn't it the truth? God blesses the truth. And we have to find it. We have to be so close to each other that there's no way you can get them apart. Have you ever laminated a picture and then tried to get the picture out and you're so stuck on it? I got a picture of Mr. Sears and myself at home that's laminated, and I tried to take it out one day and it won't come away from the glass. I'll carry it with me. I'll probably put it in my box with me someday or something. It's so precious. But there's no breaking them apart, Now, that's the most simple kind of talk in the world, isn't it? But we talk about teaching. But we have to teach what is the basic quality of all qualities, friends. Number one. What is it? Attribute of God. What is it?
Truthfulness.
Say it.
Truthfulness.
Honesty, truthfulness. Why? Baha'u'llah himself said, upon it depend all other qualities. Now, if I shake your hand like this, what do you think? You cannot feel I was overwhelmed with joy in meeting you, can you? Or how about shaking hands with you like this? There's no love in that. There's nothing in it. It's dead. Now, suppose I and my soul say here in this room this afternoon, Baha'u'llah, I'm half dead. I got enough life in me to know I'm half dead. And I would like to be, I'm not very audacious, so I'm not going to say I'd like to be fully alive, but 2/3 alive. How about that? All right? But I really want to be alive. How many of you feel like every day you're alive all day long? I can see some of you have been in the same boat I've been in myself. But to feel fully alive and fully vigorous, we have to be in touch with the Spirit of God. The flow of that Spirit, and it flows when we're active. It flows when we're active. Now, suppose you take seriously this afternoon, we are in these famous old religious times, the end times. And fine, we're almost to the last page at this end of it, you see. We're fixing to open up the new book. Now, suppose you and I don't make it 3 years from now. He don't like that idea, I can tell. You ought to see that look in his eyes, The same thing he said, apply that to you, not me, Well, now, I tell you, I would like to be able to say, gee whiz, sitting there in North Carolina, that old fat guy walking up and down, he got me to thinking. And I started to do something I've been thinking about doing a long time, putting off doing. Now, if I could do one thing to each of you, if I could offer you the greatest gift I could offer anybody in the world, what do you think I would offer you? You're already behind, so I can't introduce you to Baha'u'llah. What do you think I would offer you? I mean, if I had the power, I don't have the power. But what do you think I would offer you? Out of all of the things I would offer you, what it would be? The gift of teaching. It's the greatest gift in the whole world. There's nothing like it. There's nothing in the whole world, because it will bring you into relationship with souls that are your brothers and sisters through all eternity. You know, I wake up in the morning, I think of so many people when I'm driving to work. I'm praying for this soul and that soul and this soul, some passed on, some here, some there. But the greatest gift anyone can say, look, don't feel guilty. Forget the past. Don't feel like you don't know enough. You know enough. You know Baha'u'llah. You know the basic teachings. Don't feel like you're too old. That's the biggest joke in the world. You're not too old. You're just the right age. Because the only age required is the age to love. To love the Holy Spirit of God. But there's no way you and I are going to make it unless we pray together and work together and sweat together and love together and get our eyes off of the troubles here and start really disciplining our minds to look with spiritual eyes at the spiritual qualities in every soul we come into contact with. And you can't do it by yourself. You can't make yourself. You can't get inside and sort of screw yourself up and make yourself do it. Can't do it. Only God can do it. And a very simple reason. Because, that's another subject. The big question is, are you going to do it today? Huh? You want to do it? How many of you would like, really, seriously like, before you leave this school, seriously, no games, God have mercy. I hate game players. I've got to where I can't tolerate them. I just back off and go somewhere else. I can really appreciate that scripture, and the Christian scripture was to shake the dust off your feet, you know. And I liked it in the Pacific, because that's all I had was feet, with no shoes, you know. Shake the dust off your feet and go to find somebody you can talk with. Now, can you make a decision today to do something you've been thinking about doing a long time, putting off? Can you do it? Can you grapple with it? I mean something that your heart's attracted to. I'm not saying, go do something that's going to make you feel miserable, because you make everybody else miserable too. But something your heart's been attracted to do for a long time, and you say, I'm going to do it next year, the next year, next year. I don't think you got all those years. That's personal opinion. I've said so. I don't believe a word of it. I don't believe you got all those years left. Be really honest with you, Celeste, I never told her this. She called me out there 2 or 3 times about coming over here, and I waffled on it, didn't I? Yeah. I wasn't thinking about coming here, not so much, until I saw the title of that class, While There's Yet Time. While there's yet time. You don't have a lot left. A lot of you Persian guys were sitting in Iran, and House of Justice sent Mr. Pourtan over there, Mr. Faizi over there. They sent Bora Kaplan there and said, come on, get up and move out of here. Bad days are coming. And he didn't move. Now that, I'm not making you feel bad, it's just objective fact. Shoghi Effendi has written, House of Justice has told us to do certain things, and we're not bad Baha'is, and you weren't either. It's just that, you know, hard to hear. Hard to hear. Hard to see. But you had the opportunity this week to be exposed to this new material. It was brought here by Billy from the House of Justice. You read these quotations. David Rue had brought with him that he must have spent hours and years really researching to put that together. You've heard Ben share experiences that he's garnered over 40 years of being a Baha'i. You've been talking with each other. We've met friends from old times, made new friends, and time's running out. Now, I'm not... They wrote The Guardian once and said, why are you saying these things, you know? And Shoghi Effendi said, I consider it my duty to warn every devout Baha'i. Why? Because the pressure of events are moving us into this position. You know? The pressure of events are sort of getting our back to the wall. And if I'm going to have my back to the wall, if they're going to put me in a Sia Chow, I want to be yoked with some Baha'is. The saving grace of those Baha'is that went into the Sia Chow is they weren't yoked. with the assassins and robbers and criminals. They were yoked to Baha'u'llah. The old boy that had prayed so hard that he could follow in the footsteps of his Lord. The day came, right? The day came. They never knew who was going to be killed the next day till the jailer came in, correct? Correct me if I'm wrong. And he would come in and pick one. And the day he came in and picked this old boy that had always prayed to follow in the footsteps of his Lord, he was yoked there to Baha'u'llah. He didn't just walk in the footsteps of his Lord. Baha'u'llah gave him his shoes to put on, right? That's the truth. You know, if you become a Baha'i after a while, it's hard to talk about some things. I can't talk about some things because I just can't. You know, you can't control the tears. I saw Baha'is give their life for each other in the Philippines. I've never seen it here yet. I know this happened, but I haven't seen it. You don't ever forget that man. There's nothing in the world stronger than when someone's willing to give his life for you. And nothing in the world but the power of God made that possible. And it's coming on us. If you, by any means in God's world, think that this country has some kind of sacred protection over it, then you are the most deluded human on the planet Earth. The only protection we have in this country as Baha'is is to teach the faith. It's the only protection I've got. I don't have any protection in the world that I won't suffer from teaching this faith, but I've already suffered from teaching it. I've suffered an awful lot. But boy, I'll tell you one thing. The rest of them are going to suffer a whole lot more because they're not teaching it. And there's nowhere in the world they're going to find an answer. Some of your relatives, your brothers and sisters are waiting for Jesus to come on a cloud. And he's not coming on that cloud. And when going gets tough, and they got nowhere to turn to, and the suffering begins to get hard, and they start to praying, as the Scripture said, for the mountains to fall on them, Jesus is not going to come on the cloud. Now, you talk about some disillusioned people. I've seen it. I've seen what it can do to a person when he loses meaning in his life. Friends, you cannot stand suffering when your life loses meaning. It's got to have something worth suffering for. And the greatest thing to suffer for is to build a new world order. Is to find that seeking soul out here, not lose your chance. God have mercy, don't lose your chance. Pray I don't lose mine. Nobody's got a corner on it. No man knoweth what his own end shall be. We need to get up every morning and pray for each other as hard as we can. And every time we start to gripe about our National Assembly, pray for them. I used to tell somebody, I'm glad the NSA never heard about it. It'd probably remove my voting rights. It wasn't in this country anyway, but I said, you know, Christ himself prophesied about the National Assembly. And this Baha'i said, what do you mean? I said, get me the Bible, I'll show you. And I gave him the Bible. He read a little verse and laughed. And he said, well, I guess you're right. You know what it was? Pray for those who persecute you. How many times? See, Billy read that same verse. You see there? But a lot of time we have these distorted ideas, you know, and we feel so put upon and this, that, and the other. All we need to do is pray and arise and act with what we've got. Oh, Lord God, have mercy on all of us. One long story, not quick story, but I have to tell it because so many of you are up in your years. And you've heard it before so many times, but I have to tell it. My heart will never be easy if I don't tell this one more story. There was an old lady in her 80s in California in the 10-year crusade. She'd already sent every penny she had to the Baha'i Fund. Leroy Iwas was begging for money for the treasure of the National Assembly, and this old lady sent all she had. and wrote Leroy and said, bury my body in Potter's Ground. Retired school teacher. Had met Abel Baha in 1912. Devoted all her life. In her 80s, man. Rahia Khanum comes over here in 1953, and she's sitting back there in that audience, and hears Rahia Khanum say, no matter how old you are, no matter how moldering your bones, take them and bury them in a foreign ground. Well, she thought, and she looked around, a very practical person. And she said, she's talking to me. I got the oldest molderness bones in here. And she went all the way back to California, and she met together with her assembly out there on the West Coast, and said she was going pioneering. And the Baha'is loved her very much. And they said, Ella is Ella Bailey. Ella, don't go there. Come on, Ella. Come on, we've got to have moderation. Moderation. We don't be a fanatic. Don't be a fanatic. She's not talking about you. You've given your whole life to serving the faith. Come on. And then they started that great Baha'i pastime I call murmuring. Murmur, 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 murmur. Not quite to the courageous stance of a backbiter, just a murmur. Murmur, murmur, murmur. They wouldn't dare. They loved her so much, and they were concerned about her. Ella, you'll get over there. You'll get sick. You'll be a burden. You'll have no one to take care of you. Come back here and be reasonable. Be balanced about this, right? I'm going pioneering. I'm leaving the country. Nothing they can do about it. Nothing they can do about it. 80-something years old. Old lady, all by herself, going off to a foreign country. Well, she started out. Couldn't change her. Got over to New York City, and what happened to her? Feet went out from under, hit the ice, broke her hip, in the hospital. Oh, Lord God, the people out there on the West Coast, see, I told you. Oh, I told you. God in His mercy saved Ella because she was sincere. Saved her from going. Isn't it wonderful the way God protects us? We're sincere. Well, this beautiful soul's come there from Arizona on their way to North Africa. Bob Ulick and his wife, and they dropped by to see Ella. They've known her. They're from Arizona. They've known her in California. And they say, well, Ella, come go with us. Hot dog, how you like that? She's laying up in the hospital, old hip bone connected to the thigh bone, and it's not even working right. And they put her in a wheelchair, wheel her out of the hospital, and you can hear the clicking tongue. Put her on the boat, over to North Africa, off the boat. 7 days later, she's dead and gone. Dead and gone. They notify the guardian. Mr. Iwas is already over there. He's secretary of the guardian. He comes in. He tells Shoghi Effendi the whole story about how she sent her money to the Baha'i Fund and what the Baha'is had thought about it and how the Baha'is felt a little nervous about her leaving. You know what Shoghi Effendi said? He helped design her burial place. She had no burial place. She gave all of her money. Shoghi Effendi helped design it. And he said, not only will Ella Bailey teach the faith in this world crusade, the world crusade, the inception of the kingdom of God on earth, not only will she teach the faith, but he will make her burial place a shrine where for the entire dispensation of Baha'u'llah, visitors to the shores of North Africa will visit that place and pray in her name. And later in the crusade, he listed these wonderful accomplishments. And he said, you know how the guardian loved the crusade? And he said the 10-year world-embracing crusade, sanctified by the death of Ella Bailey. Huh? You think you're too old? No. You're not too old and you're too young. The only thing required is a spirit that says, oh God, I'll go and I'll do anything you want me to do. Unconditioned surrender of the will. No bargaining. Mr. Sears, on his pilgrimage, several times asked Shoghi Effendi, could he stay a little longer? Could he do this, that? Every time Shoghi Effendi gave him one answer. And I'd like to close with it because it's a little stern, but it's positive, and it's loving, and it's ground zero. It's ground zero time to hear it. He told Bill, there's no bargains in this faith for anyone. We all are going to walk the same path. And friends, you and I both know we ought to walk it together. Hand in hand and arm in arm and heart in heart. Nothing between us except the love of God. That's the only thing in the world that's going to get us through it. When Shoghi Effendi Rabbani, who never mistranslated a word in his entire life, says to you and me in the last message he wrote to the Baha'i Conventions of the World in April 1957, the second paragraph of that message under the heading they have in the book, Portentous Prophecies Foretold, a period of time, a period of suffering unparalleled in the annals of humanity. You and I are going to walk into that. Whether we walk out of it's up to us. We're going into it. Now, that's not scare tactics. If someone came in here with knowledge that there was a typhoon coming in here 500 miles an hour, or there's a tornado coming in here, the worst in the history of humanity, and we continue to go around doing like we've always done, it won't work. And our only protection is to get on that old big boat I talked about. We're already on it. But sometimes, it's like Horace Holly said, the world has got us by one hand pulling us this way, and Baha'u'llah has us by one hand pulling us this way, and it's pulling us apart. All we have to do, the biggest load off our mind in the whole world, is to say, Baha'u'llah, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm going to give it all I got. There's not a person in here with one doubt in his soul that knows that God's going to help him the moment he says it. I'm going to give it all I've got. I'm going to give it more than I've ever given in my life. I'm going to throw it into this faith in the next 2, 3, 4 years. I'm going to do it. There's nothing going to stop that. There's no committee. There's no individual. There's not a man in heaven nor hell that can stop me from making that decision. There's no human on this planet can do it. No man's faith is conditioned by any other man. The only thing that can stop me from doing it's me. And I can't do it by myself, but I can say, oh God, I believe. Help my unbelief. Allahu Akbar.
On page 6, there's a passage from the writings of Abdu'l-Baha where he says, I beseech God to graciously make of thy home a center for the diffusion of the light of divine guidance, for the dissemination of the words of God, and for enkindling at all times the fire of love in the hearts of his faithful servants and maidservants. Know thou of a certainty that every house wherein the anthem of praise is raised to the realm of glory in celebration of the name of God is indeed a heavenly home, and one of the gardens of delight in the paradise of God. A heavenly home and one of the gardens of delight. Well, what belongs in a home?
Love.
Comfort. Love. A family. Basic, huh? A family. And one of the basic components of the family is, usually in order to have a family, you have
Mama and Papa.
a marriage. Yeah. Real simple. Real simple. Well, that's what we're going to try and talk a little bit about today. That's behind marriage. Well, first, what is behind marriage? And maybe I'll just read a couple of passages from Baha'u'llah and Abdu'l-Baha. I'm sure you've heard these before, but I want to read them again just to sort of refresh us a little bit and sort of focus us together. This one's from Baha'u'llah. And by the way, some of these passages come from that compilation done as a part of the Comprehensive Deepening Packet, The Fortress for Well-Being. And some of them are going to come from this new compilation we're going to go into. And when he desired to manifest grace and beneficence to men, and to set the world in order, he revealed observances and created laws. Among them, he established the law of marriage, made it as a fortress for well-being and salvation, and enjoined it upon us in that which was sent down out of the heaven of sanctity, in his most holy book. He saith, great is his glory, marry, O people, that from you may appear he who will remember me amongst my servants. This is one of my commandments unto you. Obey it as an assistance to yourselves. And Abdu'l-Baha says regarding the question of matrimony, know thou that the command of marriage is eternal. It will never be changed nor altered. This is divine creation, and there is not the slightest possibility that change or alteration affect this divine creation. Abdu'l-Baha. So marriage is really has a unique, important, valuable station. It's an institution of our faith. The Baha'i betrothal is the perfect agreement and entire consent of both parties. They must show forth the utmost attention and become informed of one another's character. The firm covenant between them must become an eternal binding, and their intentions must be everlasting affinity, friendship, unity, and life. The marriage of Baha'is means that the man and woman must become spiritually and physically united so that they may have eternal unity throughout all the divine worlds and improve the spiritual life of each other. This is Baha'i matrimony. And from time to time, the Guardian answered questions and gave clear explanations regarding marriage, Baha'i marriage, which have been published. The following instructions are brought here to enable both the assembly and the betrothed parties to understand the nature and character of marriage. Those instructions really speak about how people go about being married, how do we get ready for marriage, and I want to just talk a little bit about those. Right. First, what's the purpose of Baha'i marriage? What's the purpose of marriage generally? Yes. Procreation, number one. Right. To bring forth those who will make mention of God. Another purpose. Yeah.
It's really one of the units of civilization because it's a program that eventually will embrace the world.
Mm-hmm.
From family to community to nation and the world.
Mm-hmm.
Spiritual principle of unity.
Mm-hmm. That's right. It's a source of unity that will radiate the love of God throughout the planet. A source of unity. Yes.
Fostering spiritual attributes.
That's right. Fostering the spiritual attributes of one another. Helping each of the partners to progress spiritually, to develop themselves spiritually. Any others?
Well, what is in the prayer, to provide a fortress for well-being and salvation.
Protection, yeah. Protection. That's right.
Mine was sort of a reiteration that
How many people here are married? Why, everybody. How many people are looking forward to being married? It's a real opportunity and challenge. The greatest bond that will unite the hearts of man and wife is faithfulness and loyalty. Both must exercise toward each other the utmost faithfulness and loyalty, and not let any trace of jealousy creep between them. The man and wife must dedicate their knowledge. This is very, very important, I think. The man and wife must dedicate their knowledge, their talents, their fortunes, their titles, their bodies, and their spirits. Let me repeat that, okay? The man and wife must dedicate their knowledge, their talents, their fortunes, their titles, their bodies, and their spirits. First to Baha'u'llah, and then to each other. Their thoughts must be lofty, their ideals luminous, their hearts spiritual, and their souls the dawning places of the rays of the sun of reality. Their hearts must be spacious as the universe of God. Isn't that marvelous? Yes. Yeah. This is from Star of the West. And you can also find it in a fairly new little pamphlet called, I think it's called Some Thoughts on Baha'i Marriage by Margaret Rue. Okay? And in fact, I think I saw one over in the bookstore. It's a very short, really neat sort of little booklet, and it's beautifully embossed, and you have some here too. Okay. I think it's like $1.90 or something. It's a real marvelous little gift too for people who are thinking about marriage. Rue. Margaret Rue. Okay. Similar to the two rules we have here. So marriage. Somebody once said that going into marriage, our eyes should be wide open. Behind marriage, our eyes have to be wide open, and we have to look very clearly about who we are who we are investigating. You know, this is a law that we should investigate one another's character before marriage. But that after we're in for a while, we should have our eyes half closed. We should have sort of overlooked some things.
Run that back in.
That we really should walk into marriage with our eyes wide open. But after we're in for a while, we should maybe close them halfway, so we don't see a lot of those. You don't understand it? Ask somebody who's married. That's right. That's right. Now, in preparation for marriage, one of the things that is always a big question is this whole issue of chastity. And I think it's important to mention it, especially for those who are who are thinking about marriage, who are single, and for those of us who are married too. Chastity is very important, but it's only one aspect. It's only one, and I don't think it should be overemphasized. But I'll address it. Of course, we know chastity is no premarital sex, and extends into marriage in that when we consider another person, that we don't become easily familiar. You know, sometimes maybe we feel like because we're married we can go grab somebody wherever we want or whenever we want. That's not being chaste. You know, we have to be, the guardian says we should never ever be familiar, often intimate, but never ever familiar with one another. And that's Baha'is generally. And I think it's important that fit within a marriage too, that we don't make assumptions about one another. Let me read this a little passage and comment. Briefly stated, the Baha'i conception of sex is based on the belief that chastity should be strictly practiced by both sexes, not just women, by men, those of us who are men too. Not only because it is in itself highly commendable ethically, but also due to its being the only way to a happy and successful marital life. Sex relationships of any form outside of marriage are not permissible, therefore. The Baha'i faith recognizes the value of the sex impulse, but condemns its illegitimate and improper expressions such as free love, companionate marriage, and others, all of which it considers positively harmful to man and to the society in which he lives. The proper use of the sex instinct is the natural right of every individual, and it is precisely for this very purpose that the institution of marriage has been established. The Baha'is do not believe in the suppression of the sex impulse, but in its regulation and control. I don't know if anybody has any comments about sex, yeah.
You're sharing that made me think of what the Guardian especially addressed the youth said about the impact of that when Baha'i youth do it. That is one of those powerful tools demonstrating the faith when our youth, in fact, maintain and change the holy life and the practice of sex.
Somebody else, other comments? Yes.
Well, my children are still very young, but I think it's really tough. I think it's tough. Like they did a study of about 10 years ago of college kids smoking marijuana. And just looking at averages of the norm, if you had never smoked marijuana, you were abnormal. You were away from the norm. And I think now the statistics are up to, the average 12-year-old has had sex relations. And, even though we're behind, our kids identify themselves as behind, I say to myself, with these standards, they are going to see themselves, they're going to have to be abnormal. They're going to have to go through being abnormal under this tremendous pressure. And, my kids are still little, but I almost see this thing in my mind where I'm saying, if they have sex with somebody that they're really serious about and they're going to marry, I'm not going to jump off the bridge. That's probably not the right way to think. But the other part of it is that I see them there, they watch television, and they see all these sexy commercials. They're constantly stimulated by sex. So that, we've got the standards of the New World Order that we want our children and ourselves to live up to. And yet there's all this other stuff. When I think about what I want my children to really do the highway, I think, throw the television out, and off all this other stimulation. Because I guess what I'm saying is, are we not putting our kids in a bind by having to live in this world where they've got all of this stimulation and expectation and peer pressure, and then saying, we're here to the highway,
Yeah, please.
I don't know how much time we spend. I had a question, how much time was being spent in the classroom on this? But I think it needs to be dealt with in much greater detail in both classrooms.
Talk about they're regarded as abnormal. Tell them they're not abnormal, they're just on average. And that's what the Baha'is have to be. They have to be on, right now in this day and age, we have to be very on average. It's not abnormal, but not abnormal.
We need to set up a vision that chastity is very progressive. It's not something stagnant way of life. It's very progressive. It's very futuristic. It's a very a virtue.
I think it's important that kids recognize the illusion that's portrayed in the advertising and the media regarding some of the immoral practices that we have today. And and also to just be perfectly honest about what they are and why they're doing what they're doing. You know, if they have peer pressure to smoke pot, let them say, I'm a Baha'i, I don't smoke pot. You know? I think that we're very afraid of developing our Baha'i identity that they'll put on the board here, and that we have to get over that. You know? I mean, really, the reason why we're different is that we're Baha'i, and we should be proud of that fact. And kids have to develop that sense of identity.
There were two things that I think that parents can do. One, at an institute, someone said, don't just think, I hope my children will be Baha'i, but as they're going to sleep at babies, visualize them as heroes and world citizens traveling to space. The other thing I got from a book about Maria von Trapp, The Sound of Music, she said from the time she married into these children, when she had children of her own, she would start praying for their mates. And I have found that has lent comfort in the fact that my children are 10 and 12, so if their mates are probably alive, pray for them, pray for their spirituality, pray that they will be guided to each other. And this is something, if you do this for 18 years, and pray for their protection for 18 years, it's helpful.
Okay.
This is a conversation that seems to crop up in every film school I've been to so far.
I wonder why.
And the one thing that keeps coming back to me is something I recall reading in the writings about that actual thing that you just read, the wisdom of it being so detrimental to society. In other words, when I hear that, I think of the physical problem of that. And obviously, free sexual attitudes lend themselves towards social disease. And that being such a prevalent thing in the world today, there's a lot of wisdom in why Baha'u'llah doesn't want us to engage in that. Just because physically it doesn't lend itself towards any kind of possession. It's very destructive.
I think a lot of times Baha'i parents they operate on goodwill assumptions. If we're people of goodwill and we live according to Baha'i teachings, that our kids will just accept them. And I noticed that Shoghi Effendi, when he addresses a lot of these issues, he makes analogies, military analogies. He says, we're like soldiers under fire, for example. And I think giving children the idea, and literally when you look at the way the media attacks us with these ideas, we really are, our minds are under fire, and we are under fire in a lot of these areas. And it's really a challenge to parents to give the children that idea that and an understanding of what the forces are that are at work that are trying to bombard them and weaken their our commitments and our beliefs. Because if you just take it, if you just sort of waltz along, you have sort of a naive, loose attitude about it. It's pretty easy to get taken over.
Seduced. Yeah.
In 1968, at that summer school we were referring to yesterday, again, the cause of God was Puritans stressed to us the importance of knowing, realizing we're not living in a Baha'i world.
That's right.
And the television media is not Baha'i. The books and newspapers and magazines are not Baha'i. And that we must ever be on guard to protect our children and to give them standards once we have entered into our institution of marriage, that first unit. And let our lives be an example for our children. We can tell them, but to do what we're telling them is the example for them and the standard for them.
I'm so glad you said that. Because most of what we talk about when we talk about preparation for marriage or about chastity, we talk about the kids. We talk about those poor young things, young Baha'is who are coming up, who have to face this ordeal and have to struggle. And we forget our own involvement. Our children emulate us. My son, if I do something, I look at him and he does it, it just, it's shocking how fast they pick it up. you know? Now, we also are influenced by the media. We can't think that we're so strong or so steeled from the influences of the world. It's coming in us too, and we have to struggle and fight it off, you know, and balance it, you know? So that if we are putting on some sexy designer label kind of clothes, okay, because we think it's kind of attractive, well, how can we get upset if our kids expect the same thing? We have to know to think about, do things in an intentional kind of way and clearly decide what we're doing and what kind of influence we want to have on our children. We have to rigorously train them so that they understand the Baha'i teachings, so that they know the importance of it. Yes.
I was thinking about Christian's original statement. There were 2 or 3 things that triggered in my mind. I think we need to be very much aware of our time as a resource in family life. You know, the studies about how much time children in our society are exposed to the media and institutions, and somehow getting control over that as best we can in our family setting. And also, Mr. Puritan, at that summer school, I remember the very talk that he gave. He said, you know, our family is really the only institution we have control of as Baha'i. And I just pondered a lot about that in terms of what goes on in it in relationship to the other institutions and how we use that as the nucleus to combat the effect of the negative effect of the media. And the most stirring example I've ever heard was a story attributed to Bruce Belinda, where I think it was either he or I believe he described his own experience. His father was one of the diplomats, foreign ministers from Russia, and he was actually schooled in communist school. And he said every day his father took him home, and they unlearned everything that he supposedly learned in communist school. And he experienced that all of his time growing up. And I think that's a rather stirring example to us that we can not only combat this stuff from TV media and the like, but looking at that kind of example when we really use our families as kind of resource to really develop and support something.
Chastity, sex can be viewed as a kind of glue that can be further used to cement a relationship. Now, if you go using that glue every place, spreading it all over every place, everything's going to get stuck and all messy. So if it's preserved for an appropriate place, then it's useful and it's valued. And I think that's a simple way to think about sex and marriage, chastity. Yeah.
So not to discount what's been said about the influence of the media, but if we did not have the media, if we did not have the other influences, still the sexual impulse is an overwhelming impulse. The animals don't have the media, and they still reproduce the species. So it's still, we have to get to the point where we realize we have the animal and the spiritual side, and as much as possible as human beings, to come to the point where we realize there are pleasures spiritually that transcend the physical pleasures. That's very vague.
Yeah. Well, I think we have to be very careful. The sexual impulse is a natural impulse. I don't think it has to be overwhelming. I think we make it such, you know. I think we talk ourselves into this idea that, I gotta have it. Excuse how I'm saying this, but I've gotta have it. I've gotta have it at least twice a day, or every day, once a day at the very least, or if I don't have it, I'm gonna wither up and die, or I'm gonna be in pain, so you've got to do this for me, all that kind of nonsense, it's just not true. That's really not true. It's an impulse, but it's one that can be controlled, and if we're not encouraged to control it, So as a result, we talk ourselves into this idea of, gratifying ourselves sexually. It's pleasurable, But boy, if that's all we did, nothing else in the world would run. So we have to learn how to control it and keep it in its appropriate place. Okay? I'm leery of going on with this because, we only have a limited amount of time. Okay? And maybe we've talked about it enough now. Okay? So let's go on. All right? And talk a little bit about, a little bit about love. Now, I don't know how many people think love is a necessity in marriage? A necessity in marriage. Okay. Love is a necessity. Okay. Let me read something from Abdu'l-Baha, okay? The love which sometimes exists between friends is not true love, because it is subject to transmutation. This is merely fascination. As the breeze blows, the slender trees yield. If the wind is in the east, the tree leans to the west. And if the wind turns to the west, the tree leans to the east. This kind of love is originated by the accidental conditions of life. This is not love. It is merely acquaintanceship, and it is subject to change. Today you will see two souls apparently in close friendship, and tomorrow all this may be changed. Yesterday they were ready to die for one another, and today they shun one another's society. This is not love. It is the yielding of hearts to the accidents of life. When that which has caused this love to exist passes, the love passes also. And this is not in reality love. Where does true love come from? From God, through Baha'u'llah. And it is that kind of love that we search for in our marriage. That's the real love. I think this Professor Deal was talking about falling in and out of love. People love here and love there and love everywhere. I think we really have to be careful about that. Doug, you want to say something?
Well, it's always a problem talking about love in the English language because we don't have different words for different types of love. And I think infatuation might be one of the words that could be used for Abdu'l-Baha was talking about just the changes and chances people being attracted to each other. I think sometimes the word infatuation is used to describe that.
Yes.
But I think that there's another kind of love other than loving God, that the two people loving God that's important in a Baha'i marriage, and that is, that they have respect for each other and for the other person's qualities and abilities, and we don't have a word for that kind of love either. It's a certain type of love. It's not romantic love. It's not necessarily romantic love. Like love and marriage go together like a horse and carrot, that type of idea. But there is a type of love that is essential to marriage, I think. Mm-hmm. And when you particularly see it in divorce, where the couple loses respect for each other, and they no longer, want to be around each other as a fundamental aversion that develops between the two people.
True love, deep love, implies spiritual unity. True love, which exists between the hearts of believers, is prompted by the ideal of the unity of spirits. This love is attained through the knowledge of God, so that men see the divine love reflected in the soul. And finding this point of similarity, they are attracted to one another in love. This love will bring the realization of true accord, the foundation of real unity. It's the importance of love in marriage. The foundation of society is the family. The basis of the family is a good marriage, a good solid marriage. And if we are not working on developing good, strong marriages and marriages which can resist the influences in the world, then we're not going to have families, and we're not going to have good, strong civilization. the temptation to sort of be in love and be married today and not tomorrow because you see something better, or just because you don't feel like being bothered, is great. You know, you just look around and look at the number of marriages in the society at large. I mean, I think the statistics now are approaching 50% of the marriages are ending in divorce. You know, I think it's before the 8th anniversary, which is incredible. You know, and if we look in the Baha'i community, the same thing exists. You know, we're not above and beyond that. You know, and you know, my intention is not to point the finger, but only to say we really need to caution ourselves, to be careful about this, to look at it and to really struggle with it. How many of you had a chance to read this compilation? The passages that I suggested. There are a couple that I felt important that we review today and get your comments on. And maybe we can start with page 3, number 11. Page 3. And it's the second one down, beginning marriage among the mass of people. Okay, would you read it?
Marriage among the mass of the people is a physical bond, and this union can only be temporary, since it is foredoomed to a physical separation at the close. Among the people of Baha, however, marriage must be a union of the body and of the spirit as well. For here, both husband and wife are aglow with the same wine. Both are enamored of the same matchless space. Both live and move through the same spirit. Both are illumined by the same glory. This connection between them is a spiritual one. Hence, it is a bond that will abide forever. Likewise, do they enjoy strong and lasting ties in the physical world as well. For if the marriage is based both on the spirit and the body, that union is a true one. Hence, it will endure. If, however, the bond is physical and nothing more, it is sure to be only temporary, and must inexorably end in separation. When, therefore, the people of Baha undertake to marry, the union must be a true relationship, a spiritual coming together, as well as a physical one, so that throughout every phase of life, and in all the worlds of God, their union will endure. For this real oneness is a gleaming out of the love of God.
Comments?
Only aspect of the last thing you wrote about simulation and makes the mirror that reflects each other. So you said, are you saying that there should be some type training so that you can purify or purify each other's mirror so you can reflect something? Our people going in there with a lot of imperfections on both sides, can't reflect that mirror image, but yet they hold on to something.
I'm not sure the reflection business. I think in marriage, the role of a partner is to be a helpmate, a support for one another, develop a very close, intimate relationship, and it is useful and valuable in our ultimate purpose, which is for all of us, which is to know and to love God. Okay, and our progression in that effort, day by day, minute by minute. Okay, so I think the role of a spouse in part is to help support one in his or her spiritual development. Now, we are all imperfect beings. Okay, we're all struggling. And it's our role to continue to develop. If we wait around till we find a perfect mirror to marry, we'll never get married. Forget it. Does that respond to what you're saying? Okay. Anybody else? Yes.
To know and to love God is the process of us individuals striving to become more selfless.
Selfless.
And in the institution of marriage, we are given the perfect workshop to become more selfless as we are giving and taking. And in this society that is prevalent, if I did it my way, and Baha'u'llah is calling us to bring about the balance and to go through this giving and taking, mellowing out, and in the mellowing out and loving one another, in the process, we raise one another, help to raise one another up spiritually. And the sex expression, when we come together spiritually and physically attracted to one another, that sex expression is the ultimate expression of love shared between those two beings that God created when He brought those two seeds together. And the sacrificing, the temptations outside of that, and the trustworthiness of the two partners in that marriage. Once you sacrifice those impulses and you stay in unity and true to one another, that's the glue that holds you together. You being worthy of the trust of one another and worthy of the gift that Baha'u'llah has given us of life. And it's in that institution that we can become more obedient to Baha'u'llah. And then when our children come, that purpose is to procreate. And then when we have the child, it's an extended expression of becoming more selfish, because until the time we become married, we're concentrating on our one-centered I. And then the two come together, there's a unit, and it's we. And as we give birth to another soul and nurture and train that, it's expanding us individually, because we're in the process of becoming more selfless, because we have to sacrifice things that we would want for ourselves to give to our children to help bring them up. And that's the process, it seems, of a spiritual and a physical union of that fortress for well-being. And as long as we keep things within that fortress, within the walls of that marriage, we're safe and secure, and we're happy, and we're ultimately lifted up closer to God.
Is there someone else? Oh, well said. Thank you. Yeah.
In the Book of Freedom, it talks about a goal of choosing a mate is to having similar conceptions of life, associations with thought, purposes of life. And since the reality of thought, I think that I've been married twice, and I think the first time, I don't know, I'm sure all these writings are high and all these writings are there, but it was very simplistic. It wasn't a high, and I thought, well, we need to get together. With our thought. Our thought was very different. And I think that even if people do marry Baha'is, oftentimes they say, well, he's a Baha'i. One of the most difficult marriages I know between Baha'is, because they don't have, perhaps they haven't even developed what they believe of their own conceptions of life, because they just thought, what are their own purposes? What is God's purpose here?
Okay, you're going to say.
I just wanted to say, with the help with the younger children, we plan a sensitivity, more of a sensitivity than we generally do as Americans. Just coming back, I see we're rushing around, we're riding into our cars and getting our groceries, we're running the house, we're doing all these mechanical things. And we're not leaving enough time to help children become more sensitive to each other. They want to see, they want to grab this or where's this. This time condensed life with it. But if parents and other people that aren't married will help the little ones become more sensitive to things, even through being more acquainted with nature. Stop a little here and there. they will gradually build this up so that we can be more sensitive to what the other person is feeling. And not just become walking we act sometimes like dads on TV.
Mm-hmm.
We mimic this. And so the children don't know the human relations sometimes that they can have, which anyway, I think can help build a better outlook towards marriage. Being more sensitive about the simple things in life and the other person's needs.
I think you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I was going to say something else. I think what she did is really important.
Okay.
Trying to become more or less complicated so that we do have time to spend time with either our mate or our children to just do the things that come that you can't plan or spontaneous. You know, you never have time to let people be who they are because you've got something else you've got to do that makes it more hard. Another thing I wanted to say was that, now I'm not sure how this will allow I don't know lately, but it seems like we don't real often talk about the more difficult situations in marriage. In the writings, if we have a great ideal, usually what we talk about the ideal, which is what we've got to talk about, which is where we're going, but I'm not sure, but I think in our community and a lot of the real new communities, there are people who live with much less than the ideal, and at some point we've got to deal with some of the things that we have to be able to. So to help the marriage get better, especially people that are single parents or people in marriages where maybe the two people can't work together real well, but it's not to the point where they need to get a divorce. You know, what do we do to help build our marriages when they're weak and you can't work at it together, but yet, you know, everybody just give up and get divorced and sort of want to be either.
I think those of us in this country who live in this country and in the West, we have this omnipotent view of ourselves. You know that saying, "If it feels good, do it." Everybody's heard that. A lot of people live with that. I think that's and I think that's a Western. I don't know even know if it's fair to call it a Western notion, but it sure is an American notion. And we have to really, as Baha'is, give that up. That's nonsense. Because if it feels good, doesn't mean it's good for us. It doesn't mean it's right. We may be deluding ourselves. Some people think some kind of sadistic or masochistic pain feels good. And so they do. Does that mean we're all going to be doing that kind of thing? No. We have to really stop and look at the standards that are provided for us, and then measure ourselves against those standards, God-given standards. Okay. And I think you're right. A lot of people are struggling, through relationships. And it's hard to balance the struggle that people are experiencing with the standards of the faith and with this notion of if it feels good, I want to do it. If it doesn't feel good, I don't want to do it. I don't like it here, so therefore I'm going to get up and go. But if we look at the writings, well, Baha'u'llah says marriage is very, very important. We ought to hold our marriages together. It's that important. If it means cutting back on service to the faith. The Guardian tells us over and over in this compilation, cut back, preserve your marriage. Because if you don't preserve your marriage, that makes an incredible statement to the rest of the world. Remember, the purpose of marriage is to not just procreate, not just to make babies, period. But to bring forth those who will make mention of God. And there's a big distinction in that, I think. The second is that it is a source of unity. Marriage is a source of unity for the world. So that if we are not supporting our marriages and maintaining them through all the difficulties and the pain and the struggles, then we're really doing what's counter to the keynote of the faith, which is to bring about the oneness of mankind, the world unity. And to assist each other to progress spiritually, which is a sort of a personal goodie, what we as individuals get out. Somebody over here.
think one way I noticed that we're affected by the old world order is that, we don't have this idealistic thing about our marriages when we get married. Like one Baha'i overheard me tell my 5-year-old when he came up and said, "Oh, Mommy, I saw divorce on TV or something. Could you and Daddy ever get divorced?" I said, "Oh, no, Mom and Daddy will always be your parents." They come and they say, "Am I going to have a stepmother?" I mean, things like this.
Sure.
And I always say, "Oh, do you think Mommy and Daddy love each other?" "Oh, yes." Yeah, we go through this whole thing. God said, "Why do you promise your child that? You don't know what's going to happen." And I talked about other things I feel good about. I do feel good about our family in the sense that we try to portray to the children, this is it, And that's a hard job because half the kids at school are divorced and it's on TV and things like that. Even among Baha'is, it seems like there is sort of a lack of this solid commitment. They're sort of going into marriage with the idea that maybe we'll make it, or maybe they'll end in divorce, or something comes up with a job, or something comes up with another interest or something, and it doesn't seem to be that primary commitment to marriage. It seems to me that is there. I mean, it doesn't really say that in the quotations, but I can't really think of a reason that something could come up that would be a higher priority than my marriage that would cause me to get a divorce.
Well, I think generally it's a lack of understanding of the purpose, the value, and the importance of this institution. I think we tend to see it as a ball of cheese. If it gets a little moldy or a little too moldy, you throw it out. And marriage is different. Yes, Phil.
I think that having been through one marriage and divorce, that the thing that the only ground that when a virgin compels you to separate, sometimes people come to me and say, "I had a terrible marriage. Do you think that's a virgin?" And I say, "No. A virgin compels you to separate. That doesn't, there's really no choice." And in my first marriage, what finally worked was a high privilege that just, look at Andy's good qualities, follow the writing, pray, and don't open your mouth except in praise, and spend lots of time in prayer and meditation and be guided exactly what to do. And then it seemed like when everything, all the physical reasons were resolved, this aversion to compel us to separate. It's like something. Have you ever been in a place where you can't stand it? The vibrations are so awful that you just become hysterical and run. To me, it's a very different spiritual thing than what we think in this country is, this is difficult. This is very difficult. To me, if there's anything else to work on, that there's no ground.
I'm afraid that quite often a lot of times have the idea that because we have the institution of divorce in the state, that it's really a very simple thing to do. And there was a compilation released by the National Spiritual Assembly on divorce, and the local spiritual assembly should have it, and I think they should have a teaching review on it. Because people seem to think it's a very easy thing to do, and it's there, it's kind of like having a fire escape. You can't get out the door, you go out the window. And one of the three things that I particularly remember reading was that there were three things that were necessary for this to come about, and if you take the website and look it up, the whole different meaning of divorce, and there was antiquity, hostility, and aversion. And put the whole new light on the subject. It's not just you're not getting along. Ask the assembly about this deepening or compilation and ask them for the reason on it.
I have this compilation on extracts on Baha'i teachings regarding divorce. There's also a paper that the National Assembly sent out, and it talks specifically about marriage and divorce and gives guidelines for assemblies, and and you're right. Phil.
I love it. Trying to break the time. I just would like to make a comment about something that was really shocking to me in my first winter in Chicago. And before I get to the story, I would just like to say that I think a lot of people have assumptions about marriage before they go into a marriage that are not necessarily proper assumption as to the roles of the father and the roles of the mother, because in the present day society, I think that they're going to have to be more unified in their efforts together to build the forces that we're supposed to be building as providers. Because it's not really necessary that who's laying the foundation of the bricks and that type of thing, just so long as the unity is preserved for the forces to be built. And this past winter in Chicago, we had temperatures that were below 60 degrees below zero for about 4 consecutive days. There was no transportation movement. Everything was just pretty much shut down for 3 or 4 days. In Chicago, there's something called cabin fever that people get when they're shut up together for that long. And it's really staggering, the violent domestic arguments and fights that people of all strata and social backgrounds get to at that point. And that just shows me that people just don't know how to live together. As people talk about, I am and I did it my way, people have a pattern that they live by. They get up in the morning at such and such a time, they go rush off to work, they come back and they eat and they go to sleep. And that's a cycle. But when they're forced to confront each other, to sit down, be with the kids, all in the same household, it's very difficult. And it really should make you think, what type of life are we leading? What impression does this have on our kids? When the kids want to do something, we'll do this next week, and it never comes. When people have to live together, the summer schools to me, and when Mr. McCants was talking, I just wanted to rush down there and just hug him right quick, because this is my home, this is my family. I make special efforts to visit these places as often as I can, because you are my family, and I love being with you. Within the small confines of your own private home that you have chosen to be, I think we just take too much for granted. We overlook a lot. And I think that's something that we just need to consider and think about.
One of them is overlooking the need for privacy.
Mm-hmm.
What you were saying was brought to mind the 7 valleys of Baha'u'llah says the seed of the valley of love is pain. And whenever two people, I don't care how compatible they are thrown together, there's going to be differences of opinion. And it's going to cause pain when the other person tells you something that you don't want to hear about yourself. And you have to confront that issue. Solve the differences of opinion in consultation. Consultation is such an easy word, it just sort of rolls right off your tongue. It's so easy to say. But to put it into effect is another matter. I have a friend who's a school teacher. Answered how she little children, you had a booger on his nose. And sometimes only a friend is going to tell you that you have a booger on your nose. It's not going to be pleasant for you to hear it. But only a friend is going to tell you that. And sometimes we have to wipe our own spiritual nose. It's not easy for us to find out that we have one showing.
The children here. We're going to have to stop. But let me just read 2 passages from the Guardian. In considering this is from the House of Justice. In considering the problems that you and your wife are experiencing, the House of Justice points out that the unity of your family should take priority over any other consideration. For example, service to the cause should not produce neglect of the family. This is something we have to really bear in mind. Lots of us run all over the country, teaching, and we do this and we do that. It's marvelous. But if it produces neglect for the family, it's a no-no. Some kind of balance has to be struck. It is important for you to arrange your time so that your family life is harmonious and your household receives the attention it requires. Baha'u'llah also stressed the importance of consultation. We should not think this worthwhile method of seeking solutions is confined to the administrative institutions of the cause. Family consultation, employing full and frank discussion and animated by awareness of the need for moderation and balance, can be the panacea for domestic conflict. And this is the process of consultation provided to us by the writing. This is not just general lightweight discussion, chit-chat. Lots of times we have chit-chat and we call it consultation, and I think it's different. This is from the Guardian, writings of the Guardian. He was particularly pleased to hear your family relationships are so satisfactory and feels you are doing the right thing by deferring to your husband's wishes and remaining abroad longer. The Guardian has long felt that the American Baha'is are not, in some cases, living up to the ideal of marriage set forth by Baha'u'llah. They are prone to being influenced by the current light and selfish attitude of the people towards the marriage bond. Consequently, when he sees you are successfully living up to the Baha'i standard, putting your best into it and preserving this sacred tie you have with your husband, he is very happy indeed. He hopes you will be in a position to be an example to others, for he disapproves of the way some Baha'is, in the name of serving the cause, disencumber themselves of their husbands and go and get new ones. Now we've seen this. And it's done under the guise of, well, I want to go and pioneer, I want to go and teach, I want to go and do this, and this yokel won't go along with me, so therefore let's drop him, and go find somebody else. This is a no-no. We have to really make our marriages work no matter what, Well, our time's gone. We'll get together again tomorrow and maybe have a chance to talk a little more. Allah.